Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here today for day 2 of World Class Cards 10K Lorcana Weekend. We had a 5K yesterday and a 5K today. We have 125 players in today's tournament, so we're actually a little bigger than day one's 5K. So very excited to be here as we're watching Kindle piloting a Sapphire Steel list against Jeremy B piloting a Emerald Sapphire list. This is kind of a rematch from yesterday. We saw them, I believe, during the top cut. So we should see a rematch here. This is going to be great watching Kindle and Jeremy play. Again, I'm Sir Ashtown here with World Class Cards. We're so thankful for Robert and the whole team of players at World Class Cards for hosting today's event at Chimera Hobby Shop. This has been a great event so far. We've had a wonderful time here. And I'm joined in the booth with Jeebus and Sasuke. Jeebus, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well, and I wonder if Kendall's running the same list that he had yesterday. He did pretty well. Got bumped out in the top 16 to a little bit of unlucky draws, but I'm kind of interested to see how the Emerald Sapphire in this case, so used to everything being steel that it's just such a rare color pairing that I assume it's going to be pretty great.
I think it's going to be fun watching Emerald Sapphire, and I think this will turn out to be a great match between the two. On the other end, we have Sasuke. Sasuke, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing very well. Excited to see this matchup here. Definitely a bit of a 50-50 matchup. Maybe it's like 55-45 in the Sapphire Steel's favor, just because they do run that Fishbone Quill, and a lot of this deck kind of tends to rely on just resetting the Inkwell down to 3 and then kind of taking advantage of it from there. And we do actually see that, I can't remember the name of it, but it's a 5-cost action. It's a song, and when you play it, you get to put 2 cards from your banished pile into your Inkwell, and then you just put Ink Geyser after you've used it back into your Inkwell so that you can continuously recast that Ink Geyser and just keep your opponent low on resources. But Fishbone Quill just a great answer to Ink Geyser in general, so we'll have to see how well the Emerald Sapphire player is going to be able to play this out here. And right now, honestly, off to a pretty strong start here. Kendall really not going to be able to put anything onto the field here, and the fact that his hand state is so full just means that this Clabel is very likely going to be coming down on the following turn, be able to refill Jeremy's hand, and then from there just kind of snowball this advantage.
Well, this has been, I talked with Kindle this morning, and he was brainstorming and figuring out what was going on with Zan's list from yesterday and trying to figure out the best moves to help kind of his new list here for today. So we're going to see what tech that Kindle added to his list. That way he's able to make this kind of fine-tuned for today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, one of the key things, right, that Kendall is very obviously playing around here is that big Clabel from coming down, just using his turn really just to develop that Fishbone Quill nice and early, make that Ink Geyser just that little bit less good here, as well as remove that little Clabel, remove that shift line capability, and just make it that much more difficult for Jeremy to get this Clabel down a couple of turns early. He does now, in fact, have 2 cards in hand. One of them is a Clabel. It looks like the other card is Mufasa, which is kind of spicy here. And yeah, I mean, I really like that Jeremy's just lowering his hand count as quickly as humanly possible, and then just trying to take advantage of that fact and use the big Clabel to refill his hand later on.
Well, we're here with 20 Lore Pro. We had a slight delay in the video, but again, my name's Sir Ashtown, and we're here with World Class Cards for their day 2 of their 10K Lorcana Weekend. Today is another 5K tournament, and we have over 125 players in the event. Very excited to be here as we watch Kindle piloting his Sapphire Steel list versus Jeremy B piloting an Emerald Sapphire list. They did play yesterday in the top cut, so this is a rematch for today's tournament. So again, we're so excited to be here with World Class Cards. I'm Sir Ashtown, and join with me in the booth is Jeebus and Sasuke. We want to thank them so much for coming and for giving their analysis and their commentary. And you, the viewers at home on Twitch, on YouTube, or on the VOD, if you missed any of yesterday's tournaments, you can head on over to 20 Lore Pro's YouTube or Twitch. We have those VODs available, and we will also break them up into rounds for you to watch at your convenience. Jeebus, how's the match looking so far?
It's good. We're at an interesting point in the match where Clabel has just come down, picked Jeremy up another handful of cards here, and it's not looking great for Kendall on the Sapphire Steel. Not only are we pretty far behind on lore, but Ariel doesn't line up super well against Clabel. I'm assuming double spell here is going to be able to take it out. Yeah, but some of the damage is already done. It's already picked up an extra grip of cards here, and it doesn't look like this Ariel's long for this world. That Baymax is going to come down and just take it out here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's what Jeremy decides to do. I do see that there is a Mufasa as well as a Clabel in hand here. Mufasa, definitely a very strong card into Steel in general, just because that 9 willpower, so hard to deal with. And it looks like Jeremy's just going to get a couple more cards here with this Strike a Good Match, just kind of see what he has in terms of options before making any decisions right now, which I really appreciate. He's going to have to decide what card he wants to send to the banish pile here. Looks like it's going to be a how far I'll go. And from here, I feel like he's just going to develop a couple of more cards here. And exactly like you predicted, Baymax is going to come down, remove that Ariel, and it looks like he's got 3 ink remaining. Might opt to just ink and play a Grammatala, or he might even just wait till next turn and just, develop that Mufasa later on. So it looks like he's considering going for that Grammatala line just to be able to develop another lore threat here. Find a couple more cards or look at 2 more cards and decide which of those 2 he wants to keep. Looks like it's going to be
another Mufasa.
Welcome. I think it was actually, yes.
So, I actually don't totally hate getting rid of the Clabel here just to progress the board a little bit further. Again, we're quite a bit ahead on lore, so just having a board full of, random stuff is fine. And we can just start slamming Mufasas. We might be able to get that Clabel back anyway. The Mufasa's already going to be able to close out the game in 2 turns? Like, this is a 2-turn clock here with what we have in hand. Because I have no idea what Steel is supposed to do against 5/9 Mufasa.
4/9 rather, but yeah, absolutely.
4/9. Is that even that much better? The 9 is the problem. I don't know if the strength component is what the Steel deck is worried about. It's basically Hades or bust, and that's a tough spot to be in, especially when they get to pick 2 cards back up from the Inkwell and likely have more stuff to work with.
Yeah, the biggest issue here is that that Hades that you were just talking about, if it's anything to what it was, or if the deck list is the same as it was last night, that means that he's only got 1 Mufasa, and that Scrooge just sent Mufasa down to the bottom of the deck, so unlikely going to find an answer for this Mufasa anytime soon here, especially with the fact that he did just use his Along Came Zeus. So, he did have the answer. He used it to get rid of the Baymax, which is completely understandable. I don't think he was expecting a Mufasa to hit the field here, and it looks like, he's running multiple copies of Mufasa. There's another one in hand right now, and so it looks like Jeremy's just relying on this card really as his finishing. As his finisher here, and it looks like he's just going to play it nice and slow. I would rather, get himself or get rid of that Hiram Flavorsham and just eliminate as many of Kendall's options as possible. So Clabel going to get sent into the Inkwell here, and it looks like it's just going to go back to Kendall now. So Kendall's got to figure out something quick because this Mufasa is immediately going to take over the game. There is, fortunately for him, an Along Came Zeus, but he has to wait till next turn to do so. And so, with that said, it kind of feels like there's not many more options available for Kendall in general right now. He's going to develop himself a couple more ink on this turn, but I just don't know what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, and I like Jeremy opting to remove the Flaversham with the characters rather than just questing. Because again, Mufasa quests for 4, and Jeremy's effectively going to be able to dump his entire hand out next turn, because if this Mufasa gets to quest, it's just going to, unexert all the ink. Ready's the entire Inkwell. So you play the other Mufasa quest with the one that's already in play, and now all of a sudden you just can dump out your whole hand and present what? We had another Mufasa, so we're at 4-8. We got another couple cards in hand, and we have the whatever we pull out of the Inkwell. Like that could be representing 10 or more on the next turn, and we're already going to be at like 15.
Yeah,
I just don't
want
see
to
anything here.
say that there's 4 Mufasas in his list because there's a second Mufasa in his hand right now. He's got 2 on the field, and yeah, I mean, this to me just feels like a go next angle here. This game is going to end here in the next couple of turns. Mufasa is going to be able to ready all of the ink that was just exerted here. Unfortunately for Jeremy, not going to be able to ink a second time, but 2 9 willpower characters. Only 1 Along Came Zeus remaining in the hand. So Popsicle going to come down, just try and fish for a couple more answers that he'd like to be able to use. Clabel just going to remove that Fishbone Quill. Again, just restrict the amount of options that Kendall has at his disposal. So I think Jeremy in a very commanding position.
I expect going up to 15, and then I have no idea what Kendall's going to be able to do against the second copy of Mufasa here. You know, playing a couple of 4/4s, like essentially his whole board is full of 4/4s. One Mufasa is manageable, sort of, but the second one is just, it's way too much, and he's just got to scoop it up.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing Kendall can do there. You can either answer one of the Mufasas or, and lose next turn to the second Mufasa, or he can just say, hey, look, yeah, you got it right now. We'll go to the next game. And I think that's the correct line here. I mean, Jeremy did have a Sail the Azurite Sea, so he would have been able to play that third Mufasa on the following turn anyways. And I mean, from there, the game is 100% lights out. Kendall just does not enough lore, not enough ink, not enough items, not enough characters to be able to answer everything that Jeremy was putting on the board there.
When we started this, you mentioned that you thought that this matchup was, maybe only slightly favored for one deck or the other. I actually kind of disagree. I think that one of the major decks that has the ability to kind of bully the Sapphire Steel lists is Sapphire Emerald. Sapphire Emerald doesn't struggle against other Steel Sapphire decks, right? All of the other Sapphire decks are just worse at doing the same things that they're doing, because you can do Bend to My Will, which is incredibly good against the Ruby flavors. You can play these massive characters like Mufasa and actually get away with it, that, the Steel decks struggle with immensely. What they struggle with is just like playing characters. Like the Kiwi Bird version of Sapphire Steel is pretty good against the Emerald Sapphire. But the ones that are trying to, play crabs and play items and just be a little bit bigger, I don't know if they really line up super favorably just to the, both players putting stuff on the board. But then once you get there, the things that the Emerald list is playing are just huge by comparison.
Right. I mean, so, one of the main tools you have to be able to fight Sapphire Emerald as a Sapphire Steel player is actually the Bell, which is fairly surprising. A lot of players, don't want to play Bell into Sapphire Mirrors just because, the card typically doesn't have too much of an impact. But a lot of the way that Emerald gets to maintain and gain its advantage is with all of these early lore generating threats, because Emerald Sapphire isn't historically known for gaining a lot of lore very quickly. So if it's able to get those 2 or 3 small characters on the field, it starts gaining 2 or 3 lore a turn, and 4 or 5 turns go by just because both of you are fighting off these big characters and really fighting for the board state, and that's kind of how Emerald Sapphire is able to gain its advantage. But Bell does a great job of answering those small threats. So if Kendall's able to get a Bell or 2 here early on, I feel like he's going to be in a lot better place than he was in the last game. We'll have to see if that's what he decides to do. Doesn't actually have the Bell in hand, so honestly, not off to the overall best start. I mean, Jeremy here just playing a little bit slow as well, dropping down his own Popsicle in response to this Fortisphere, and now the Sail the Azurite Sea going to come down, and he's just going to be able to keep digging and looking for hopefully a Bell here to put down and just start to get control over the board early on. And Yeah, I mean, doesn't find it here, so we'll have to see what he decides to do coming these following turns. I do believe he's got the Scrooge McDuck for turn 4. He might even opt just to play the uh, high ramp flavor sham just to start getting some new cards and look for these key components.
Yeah, I don't know if the bell is as necessary since Jeremy didn't lead off on early cards, Tipo, to start gaining those early lore. But I definitely think you're right. Slowing down some of that early, ship lore. You look at the last game, and before any of the real haymakers came down, Jeremy was already at what, 7, 8? I mean, that is where I think these decks are going to struggle just to keep up if you don't have something like Bell, because you can't really let them gain that much free lore, because then by the time that Mufasa comes down, you just don't have the time to be able to cobble an answer together and then recover, because it's questing for 4. Like, if the game is over in 2 turns, like, there's just not a lot that you can do. Where if they're only at, 6 when those big cards are coming down, you might have an extra round, or an extra turn rather, to actually do something about it.
Yeah, and finally finds himself that bell that I think he was looking for this whole game. Baymax going to come down here, just be able to sing a song and ramp Jeremy pretty sizably here. I think it's called All Is Found is the name of the
It is
song
called
there.
All Is Found.
Okay. Yeah, and just absolutely snowballing himself far ahead here. I mean, look at that. I think he's all the way up to 8 ink here on turn 4. So just a lot going on here for Jeremy right now. Gonna be able to get rid of what looks like to be an Along Came Zeus. Doesn't really care too much about that strength. Let the Storm Rage on. Just because 2 damage isn't going to be doing too much. He does need to find a way to get rid of this Baymax here, hopefully soon. So he might just start off by singing this "Let the Storm Rage On," and it looks like he's just going to opt to trade the bell into this Baymax just so he can't uh, heal it. So there it is, and now we have to see what Kendall decides to do with the rest of his turn here. He definitely needs to be able to play some sort of ink. Probably wants to drop down that Tamatoa as well, and I think he's considering whether or not he wants to keep another Bell here. Instead, opts to play the Aerial, has that ward. There's no real board control that Jeremy has yet, so we'll have to see if he has that Clarabelle in hand. He does, and immediately is going to cast it here. And now, what was a devastating hand state to be in no longer exists. Clarabelle drawing 4 cards immediately, and yeah, I mean, I feel like Jeremy's off to the races.
Yeah, I really do like a lot of the card choices that Jeremy's got here. All Is Found is a particularly powerful card that has kind of been underutilized because of that 5 cost. It has not been easy to integrate into a lot of the existing sort of Sapphire strategies, because a lot of times they're looking for 4-cost songs because they're skipping with Tipo or Sail from 2 to 4. And then this just didn't line up super well with what they're doing, but the Shift Baymax sort of solves that problem a bit. And a lot of these really powerful, let's get extra ink and let's get some extra resources songs can all be sung with a 5/5 that only costs 4, in this Baymax. It's just, this is the only deck that it can fit in.
Yeah, I mean, Baymax obviously restricted to Sapphire and Emerald to begin with, but I feel like Baymax is everyone when they saw it said like, oh man, this card's going to be incredible, but it just kind of felt really difficult to find its home, and it looks like it's finding its home here in this very mid-rangey, almost control style Emerald Sapphire list here, really just kind of playing as a counter matchup to a lot of what's going on in the other Sapphire lists,
It's
right?
like a
Sapphire
character
Ruby.
control, almost, where it's using these larger bodied characters to control the board, as opposed to just jamming a bunch of spells to control it. It's kind of interesting, I think.
Absolutely, and I mean, right here, he's considering whether or not he wants to quest with his Clarabelle. Obviously, put himself to as few cards as possible to be able to draw some cards. Says, "Hey, look, I'm just going to ink this Clarabelle. Therefore, I don't want to get rid of my draw engine just yet." And so now it's going to be up to Kendall to try and find a way to remove this Clarabelle, or if he just wants to say, "Hey, look, we have the same amount of items. I just need to develop one more item, and then I can start activating this lucky dime for 5 here." So, just gonna play this. sail the Azurite Sea, continue to just dig a little bit deeper, hopefully find the items that he's looking for. Unfortunately, doesn't find it yet, but yeah, I mean, obviously not in a bad place here. Just wants to start dumping his hand, just kind of soften the amount of impact that Jeremy has here. I think he's got 7 ink remaining, might opt to play a second lucky dime that he has in hand, and then from there, the game will close out in 2 turns.
I wonder if Jeremy has Bend to My Will in the list at all. I don't know if it's
Definitely a card
particularly
to
strong
consider.
here, but it's always a scary card because you want to get those dimes down, because if you have to recover it with a Tamatoa first before you can actually get it in, I mean, that's just way too much ink for where Kendall's at to be able to put it down. So I actually like running out the second copy of dime here and trying to just decide, hey, the only way that I'm winning this is we're just gonna have to gain 10 and then gain 10, and then the game's over. And Jeremy putting up a decent defense here by just putting several items into play, and now you're welcoming one of these lucky dimes. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, You're Welcome is definitely not the card you want to see here, but unfortunately for Kendall here, Jeremy does find the second answer here in the Little Clarabelle, just going to be able to pay that additional cost here and then get rid of that second lucky dime. I mean, it does slow down Kendall quite a bit. Still, this lucky dime going to be able to activate for 5 if he doesn't remove it yet. Just waiting for these actions to come before he decides to take the rest of his turn here. And it looks like he's just navigating that 3 ink, saying, "Hey, look, like I have to be able to cast this turn." So he's just gonna play it nice and slow. And I really appreciate this patient play here from Jeremy. He's really taking over the game. Okay. So instead, opts to just say, "Hey, look, you know what? I can do this next turn. So just gonna play it nice and slow. Use this time to develop a Mufasa and really start putting on the clock."
I mean, I don't like Kendall's spot here at all anymore. You know, when we had double diamond play, there's a world where this doesn't look so far out of range, but I mean, is that a one cost Clarabelle in hand for Jeremy? Because that means that this other dime is also going to get popped here. That's rough.
It is, yeah, it is the 1 cost Clarabelle. So, yeah, I mean, he on top of the fact that this aerial isn't going to be able to activate for
Ooh.
as much as he'd like, this Hades coming down at the absolute perfect time, just gonna be able to get a quick 3 lore here. Still not enough items in play to be able to take advantage of that secondary effect from aerial here. Big Tamatoa really not going to be doing too much in terms of just gaining lore. Only 1 item in play, so definitely like that ink here, ink decision from Kendall. And again, Kendall just trying to keep his hand count as low as possible to make this Clarabelle as ineffective as possible.
Which is kind of a rough spot to be. I mean, usually you don't want to be giving up your hand just to keep your opponent's hand smaller, right? If he's having to play in an awkward order for his cards, you know, that's not great. It does help that the Hades removes the Mufasa. It slows it down a little bit. Jeremy has not really quested this game. Very different from the first game, where it was a lot of chip lore early, and then he was able to kind of close it out. It almost feels like it's going to have to be a critical mass at this point, where the board is just very wide, and then we start questing. He's used a lot more of his characters for singing songs. Like, I don't think this Baymax has ever quested, just sang a song every turn this whole game.
Yeah, and it certainly felt a little bit awkward for both of these players here to be able to kind of try and find this chipped lore here, like you're talking about. And this is exactly what I mean about Sapphire Emerald here. It doesn't really find these opportunities to quest very often, just because a lot of these characters are incredibly weak in terms of both willpower as well as strength. And so now, Jeremy does have the opportunity, if he so chooses, to quest for 2. I don't think this Ariel's ever going to be exerted, because as soon as she does, she's going to hit the bin, and it's not going to feel good. So Clarabelle going to draw another 4 cards here. He finds himself 2 muses. So we'll have to see what he decides to do in these following turns. But I do think that these muses are probably going to be coming out here, and it looks like a Fortisphere. Potentially a popsicle instead, going to come into hand alongside that lucky dime here. So now,
This dime is never going to be that good. So Jeremy's got muses, so any song can bounce the 1-cost Clarabelle back to hand and replay it. Now, Pete certainly helps with that, but I don't think he'll be able to Pete every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, this Pete definitely doing a lot in terms of just slowing down what Jeremy's trying to do here. These 3 popsicles doing a great job of just halting Kendall's ability to progress. And like you said here, these muses going to do a great job of just allowing these Clarabelles to just constantly come down. Double Muse is going to come down as well and just make things incredibly difficult in general for Kendall here in terms of the Sapphire Steel player. But I do have to say, the longer this game goes on, the more cards that Kendall's able to find. I feel like it's just slowly but surely getting more and more into his favor as well. And you know, as soon as I say that, a second Baymax comes down, and I feel like all of a sudden Jeremy finally has the opportunity to quest that he's been looking for all game.
Yeah, I mean, just getting some 5/5s in, gain a bit of lore here, and actually start closing it out. I mean, Baymax questing for 2 is really powerful.
Yeah, and 2 more cards coming into Jeremy's hand. Just an infinite, what feels like an amount of ink in his inkwell. A lot of Baymaxes on the field. That's his 3rd Baymax this game, and this Clarabelle just has gone completely unanswered this entire time. While she hasn't been able to quest, she's been doing a lot on the sidelines here, so now this Lucky Dime gets to come down. Tamatoa likely to follow here. And so now a Fortisphere coming into hand. He's going to play it right now. Look for some more cards potentially. Does find himself a Popsicle, so in the following turn will be able to activate that Dime on 5 for this Aerial. And now he's got to consider what he wants to do with the rest of his ink. Going to use it to activate the Dime for 4. And so now it's going to be up to Jeremy to remove it again on this next turn.
With 5 characters, get rid of 1 Baymax. I mean, it's not terrible, but it certainly is not what I would say what Kendall would be ideally looking to be doing on some of these turns. You know, there's still the Clarabelle, which is a much bigger problem. You know, this Lucky Dime is almost certainly going to get removed, I would say, this turn. We'll have to see what else Jeremy is able to do. Oh no, if there's a song, we can pop all of those items.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the strike a good match in hand, so we'll have to see if that's what he decides to do with the rest of his turn. Baymax going to remove that that happy as a clam, rightfully so here. And now what once was well over 10 lore on this following turn is no longer that. So Jeremy decided whether or not he wants to spend the ink to play this strike a good match, or if he just wants to sing it here with this Ursula. Looks like he's going to sing it with the Ursula, find a couple more cards, decide what he wants to throw into the banish pile. Might just be that second copy of Strike a Good Match here. Going to be able to very likely bounce both of these Clarabelles, replay them, get rid of all of the items on Kendall's side of the field, and then just restrict what that so shiny Tamatoa can do.
Yeah, it just returns both of them. That was one thing that I was saying was likely going to happen. And with the second Clarabelle, you can literally bounce them both, just pop every item. And dang, that's crazy. Yeah, probably could have quested with them. That's certainly a good shout. But I don't know if that really matters a ton. Because once this game is under control from Jeremy here, I think there's going to be so much lore on the field that it won't really matter that there's 1 or 2. But it could, so it's definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, Kendall's board is just so restricted at this point in time in the game. He doesn't have any ways to keep these Lucky Dimes on the field. He doesn't have a way to get 5 lore off of this Aerial, and he keeps being forced to draw cards, keeps forcing Jeremy, you know, into these incredible positions here. And so now I'm not sure how he was able to return the Ursula to hand.
You're Welcome is a song.
Ah, yep. Okay, that's how
So
he did
two
it.
songs this turn then. Baymax, again, using that to sing. which has been very impressive. The Baymax being able to sing literally everything in the deck quite consistently throughout the course of this game has been sort of the mode that has been chosen a lot, which is very interesting. Yeah, this deck looks really good.
And now
I'm quite
Jeremy gonna be
impressed
able to
so far.
finally find his second copy of Mufasa. I think that rather than play the Tamatoas, he's just relying on specifically Mufasa alone as his late game finisher. And I honestly kind of like it a lot here. Clarabelle gonna remove this Pete. Very likely just gonna get hit with a popsicle here. Just put that Clarabelle out of range of that Bell Inventor here. And so now it's uh, what once was Kendall's uh, advantage is no longer that. And so now he says, "Look, I've already drawn a bajillion cards off this Clarabelle. I don't need her anymore," which I think is a little bit surprising. I guess he just has full control of the board already and doesn't necessarily need it. Might also just be afraid of Kendall drawing another Let the Storm Rage on, in which he did. So maybe that was the read here. But yeah, I mean, definitely not a good place to be if you're Kendall.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where there's just an awful lot of large characters again. And they're just, it takes too long for Kendall to sort of deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, so 3 ain't gonna be used to let the storm rage on. I honestly am not sure that that is the correct line here. I think I would have, unless he has a second let the storm rage on in hand, I would have liked to have seen him use it on that on the Baymax just to finish it, and then let the Bell potentially just sing a Strength of a Raging Fire, which he does have in hand. He's just gonna hard cast that strength here. Okay. So yeah, I think he just did it in a little bit more of a backwards order there. Didn't necessarily need to do it like that, and would have been able to keep that Bell on the field. That said, though, I think there's a lot going on in his mind right now, and so because of it, just kind of got a little bit dazed, if you will.
Yeah. This next turn, I think, is going to be what sort of seals the deal for Jeremy, because we have a lot of ink at this point, and the ability to do a lot of actions essentially in the same turn.
Gonna start here with singing a
How
How
far I'll
Far
go?
Will Go. Yep, gonna return both the Hiram and the Ursula here. Very likely to just drop down Ursula again, make sure that Kendall is out of songs, and indeed he is.
And
So
then
now
there
is
looks like it's
Mufasa likely
Mufasa.
going to follow?
Oh, no. I mean, we might still have enough ink for it, to be honest.
There's that fourth how far you're welcome here on Jeremy's side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
Now
likely
Mufasa
set
comes
that
down.
aside for the Mufasa.
Very well piloted here from Jeremy. Was able to find a lot of these early game advantages through that all is found. And then it doesn't look like he's playing Ink Geyser at all. Just says it's a little bit too gimmicky for what he's trying to do. And I mean, so far it's been paying huge dividends here. Now at this point in time, he's starting to eke out this lore. Ariel's still not really able to do anything this game. All she's done so far has been able to activate the dime for 3 just once, just because Jeremy's had an infinite supply of cards at his disposal. So now Fishbone Quill going to come down.
So Hades was already used, so unless Kendall has a second one, we may not really have any potential answers for this second Mufasa.
Uh, the Hades did get shuffled into the deck with the You're Welcome, so
That's
he might be
right.
able to
So
draw it
we could
again.
rebuy it, yeah. Likely why we got rid of the Fishbone Quill right away. Some of these cards get used so rarely, you forget that it just shuffles it back in. You forget that really most of these Emerald cards even exist, because I can't think of any of these that really see play in other lists. outside of perhaps the Muses and the Ursula. Clarabels don't really see play anywhere else. The Your Welcomes don't see a huge amount of play in a lot of other decks anymore. A lot of unique cards that we're seeing out of the Emerald deck today.
Yeah. And I like this patience here from Kendall. He knows that Jeremy has yet another little Clarabelle in hand, just waiting to remove any item that Kendall decides to leave on the field here, which is, again, one of those reasons why he just said, hey, look, I'm just going to use this Fishbone Quill to get myself an additional ink for the turn. Then I'm just going to use it to banish and get rid of 2 cards. So there comes a Let It Go. Scrooge going to get sent into the inkwell here, make it that much harder to deal with the Mufasa. The Muses are both going to bounce the Hiram yet again, as well as bounce that Ursula so that he can then replay it here if he so chooses. 8 ink likely here just to play a second Mufasa. And then I think from this position here, the game's going to be ending here in 2 turns.
Yeah, it's going to close out very quickly. The Mufasa's being able to quest for 4 really does not leave a lot of room for time for Kendall to find a solution to this.
Yeah.
Now, we just have a brand new hand of stuff with a fresh inkwell. Oh, wow, we actually got a card too. We would just Ursula at every turn. That's kind of insane, right? Another Muses.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those decks where once this engine gets rolling, it's incredibly difficult to stop. Just because you constantly get grips of cards here. Mufasas are just sitting in his hand here, just able to refill everything that, refill his hand and getting 2 cards back from the inkwell here. So you never really feel too bad about inking cards. Mufasa obviously questing for 4 on top of the fact of just resetting the ink for the turn. So he basically gets to have 2 turns for every 1 that Kendall gets. While he does only get to quest once per turn, he gets to have literally twice the amount of ink. So now Kendall has exactly 1 turn to figure this out here. And it really just doesn't feel like there is anything Kendall could do. There's just too much going on Jeremy's side of the field. And Kendall recognized that and says, hey, congratulations.
So there was a run out since Kendall was at 10. There is a world where he can find the lucky dime that got shuffled back in with the other You're Welcome and like 3 popsicles, right? So enough to be able to make Ariel quest for 5 and then gain 5. I don't know if we had enough ink to really play a Flaversham to also find all of that, but it is possible that that may have worked. I know that there was that in the discard, like a Happy as a Clam could have gotten it, but I don't believe that was enough to get to 5 because of the 3 popsicles on the other side. So I think we were a little bit short of using the draw 6, or the 6-drop Tamatoa Happy as a Clam to do it, but it is very possible that the out of the top it might have worked. It's hard to know. I just don't think that there was enough ink there.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy just dropping down the popsicles and just leaving them on the field just to make it incredibly awkward for this Ariel really to get the value that it was looking for, I think was such an intelligent line for Jeremy. I think a lot of players in that instance would have, saved that Clarabelle, but Jeremy recognized that, say, hey, look, the only way that Kendall finds a way out of this hole is with this Ariel that he's just leaving on the field, right? He needs to be able to get this dime onto the field. He needs to be able to activate it, and then he has to quest with the Ariel. So he had to have a way to get 4 items on the field, as well as be able to get that lucky dime on the field and activate it. So it felt like there was too much that Kendall had to do to get out of that hole. And because of that, Jeremy takes game number 2 here on the draw and just really, played it masterfully.
Yeah, a pretty sweet deck. The only thing I didn't love was how they were determining which cards to bring back with Mufasa. Generally, I prefer dice rolls for the randomness on there, just to make sure that the human element isn't a factor at all. But otherwise, yeah, very, very nice, well piloted, and an interesting approach to attack the metagame. We'll have to see how that lines up against, say, Ruby Sapphire or some of the other lists like the Chernadogs, like that deck might just be too fast. We don't really know. But I imagine that if Jeremy runs into a lot of similar lists to Kendall's, that he'll have a pretty good day.
Yeah, I mean, so historically, Emerald Sapphire, I'm going to throw out an old name here. Ducky was one of the main proponents of this style of deck. Just when I was playtesting with him, helping him, sculpt the deck to kind of a, similar shell. We found that it just had such an advantage, like an advantageous position into Ruby Sapphire, just a lot, just because it's doing a lot of the same things that Ruby Sapphire is doing, but it doesn't struggle nearly as much to draw cards just because Clabel exists.
Sure.
You have Clabel land for one turn, all of a sudden into Ruby Sapphire, you're drawing 5 cards, and then from there you can typically find a second Clarabelle, so you're not too concerned if the first one gets removed, and you can keep dropping these Clarabelles to draw 4 or 5 cards a turn, and it's just a lot to deal with. As we saw there, just drawing 2 or 3 cards additionally a turn, it just felt like a high ram that didn't need to exert to do what it wanted to do, as well as 5 strength and 6 willpower, very challenging to deal with. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the issue that Ruby Sapphire tends to deal with is those Clarabelles. Even though it only exists for 1 or 2 turns, typically it still does enough to where it's just very difficult for Ruby Sapphire to overcome. But with that said, though, we are here with 20 Lore Pro, here with World Class Cards at the 10K Lorcana Weekend with Chimera Hobby Shop here in Fondue Lock, Wisconsin. And if you guys haven't already, you can go ahead and watch the 20 Lore Pro's Community Pro, Zan Sayed, today, and he is over at JDZ Quest. So Twitch TV /JDZ Quest if you're interested in that. And I think for now we're just going to go take a break. I don't know if their game is still going on, but if it is, we'll go ahead and head over there.
Well, hey, Sasuke, we appreciate you announcing today, and you as well, Jeebus. Y'all have been doing wonderful. And if y'all don't know this, from Twitch, YouTube, if you weren't here yesterday, these two were going from 9:30 until 11:30 at night. Long day, a lot of Lorcanos, so much fun. A little tired, but we are excited to be here with you today as we're getting ready for round 2. We're going to take a small break, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you for watching on YouTube, and thank you for watching on Twitch. We'll see y'all in a little bit. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashdown, and join with me today is Jeebus and Sasuke. We're excited to be here for round 2 of World Class Cards Lorcana 10K Weekend. We had a 5K yesterday and a new 5K today. Very excited to see Kurt piloting his Amber Steel list. He is also a member of World Class Cards, piloting against Zero the Hero on Amethyst Emerald. Jeebus, this should be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, assuming that both players are on fairly aggressive lists of, the Amber Steel and the Amethyst Emerald, both of them are generally looking to get out of the gate pretty fast. One drop, double one drop into, some sort of interaction to keep their character safe, and then questing. I would say a lot of times that the Steel deck has a little bit of a favor here, just because the removal lines up usually pretty well with what the early few turns look like for Emerald Amethyst here. But there's been some new cards, and we'll have to see how the deck actually looks now.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a pretty exciting matchup, especially because one of these players here is Kurt Spice, one of these world qualified players. So definitely in for some high level gameplay here early on. I'd like to see him on Amber Steel, just because I feel like Amber Steel is very well poised in the meta, especially that location build. It was brought, I think. Oh gosh, I can't remember how many weeks ago that was. Was it last week? Was CCS, Towelman Purple, and the rest of the Ink Thieves that were there. brought this Amber Steel list with locations in it, and it really felt like it was pretty difficult to answer. Just a lot of high willpower characters because of Rapunzel's tower, as well as the early locations. Just made it very difficult for Ruby Sapphire to deal with in general. But yeah, so starting off here with just a turn 1 Cinderella, being able to threaten those 3-cost songs here early on feels really great. And now
Definitely
because
slows-
of that...
He
go ahead.
probably doesn't play a 1-drop because of that. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, this just really slows down the deck. Likely going to drop down this Calhoun as well, just to kind of solidify and make it even more awkward to want to develop any of these characters here. Kurt Spy is just going to go for this early lore, get himself up to 1 lore, and it really start to snowball this advantage with just these very efficient costed characters.
So it is a little awkward for the Emerald player here. A lot of their more powerful cards in the early game, things like Bonsai and the aggressive lore type of characters, really struggle into, I mean, pretty much everything that that Amber Steel is doing in the early games. Cindy, Calhoun, all of these just are so favorable against a lot of this early aggression. So the Ursula will help a lot here. Takes the spell out of the hand, and it sort of clears the way to be able to actually start deploying some of the characters in hand.
Yeah, I mean, his hand is fairly interesting here. It looks like it's a Pluto and a Dock.
Pluto.
Yeah, not a card you see very often in Amber Steel, just because a lot of the times they just want to be singing songs rather than reducing the cost of characters. Not to say that Pluto isn't an incredibly efficient costed character. It kind of reminds me a lot of Birds of Paradise, in that it is a 1-cost 0/2 that you can exert to gain an additional ink for a turn. Birds of Paradise, obviously from Magic the Gathering, but a very similar effect in that Pluto here, just obviously not able to be used for anything, just specifically characters here. So it reveals himself a Dock, and so now it's going to be up to Zero to Hero to decide what he wants to do with the rest of his turn here. He might even opt to just play a plays a second Diablo. I thought that he might consider playing that shift line here. Opts to say, hey, look, I'm just going to get rid of this Dock here, restrict your ability to draw cards, and make things a little bit awkward for Kurt Spice here. And so now he does have a plethora of characters, but not really too much to do with them. Calhoun obviously going to be able to efficiently trade into this Ursula due to that resist 1. And so now Kurt has to decide whether or not he wants to ink the 1 card in his hand, or if he just wants to start going on a questing spree. And it looks like that is what he's going to do.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to want to quest with either the Pluto or the Cindy here. The Diablo is able to just... The new Diablo, of course, the 2-color one, having Challenger 2 and the 2 willpower means it's able to challenge into either of those characters and just sort of eat them without any real loss, because the evasive is protecting. This could very well be less of an aggressive deck and more of a sort of discardy control style. Does have some of the shift line available for the Diablo. I wonder if there's a second one in hand to maybe run out 2 of them and kind of refill the tank here. Nope, just more of the evasive one. I mean, this whole side of the board is all evasive now, so you can kind of trade a few of these away and still have a pretty respectable side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, now he's going to be able to draw some cards here with this Diablo. Definitely starting to favor Zero the Hero's position a little bit. Kurt Spice obviously not quite enough in the tank to be able to finish this game out. Does have a 4-costed character, going to be able to draw a card with this Rapunzel here. It looks like it's another Dock, so he's just going to pass the turn. Doesn't want to exert these SMEs as of yet. Would much rather take the turn nice and slow. It looks like he hasn't passed the turn by mistake. I saw him point, so I thought that's what he was doing. Going to give himself up to 12 lore here and really start to pressure the lore totals and force Zero to Hero to act faster than I feel like he would like to.
Could have been that they were just confirming the Diablo trigger from Rapunzel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So a little bit unfamiliar with the Emerald Amethyst discard list. I do know that it runs typically the 2 1-cost Diablos, as well as you can see, that new 2-drop Diablo, just to have as many shift line targets as possible. So what's the 0-1 Diablo in Amethyst called? I always forget the subtext.
I can bring it up here for you.
There it is.
Yeah, so this is the faithful pet for no, this is the 2-1. So you're looking at this one, the one that draws a card, right? There are a lot of them, and they are all very similar. Yeah, it would not surprise me if it's just a deck full of Diablos and just sort of some. It appears to be actions. I wonder if there's a sort of actions sub theme in here, since we did see that improvise. It's like another Rapunzel, maybe. Zero looks like missing the Diablo trigger here. I would imagine not choosing to not draw a card intentionally. Seems to be seeing the Diablo and actually hitting it on like the normal draw for turn. Yeah, he's missed a couple Diablo triggers. Kurt's in a pretty good spot here, though. I don't know if Zero has really had much as far as interaction with things that were already on the board. And these Rapunzels are just so large that it's kind of been keeping the questing going between the Smees and the Rapunzels.
Yeah, I mean, these Rapunzels really just, posing a huge threat here. Kurt Spice already up to 16 lore. Now, Cricky is going to come down and potentially make this Diablo, or let this Diablo officially trade into the Rapunzel here. Obviously, he doesn't want to get rid of it, but the amount of lore pressure that is on this side of the field is enough for him to be forced to do so. So now, that beautiful Rapunzel going to be going away here. Kurt Spice still has that dock in hand from previous turns. So now he has to decide whether or not he wants to use it this turn. I don't think that any of the cards in his hand are something that he particularly wants. So he might just ink, play the dock, and look for some more answers. He might even regret not using the Pluto, but he might just, say, hey, look, I'm going to go to 19 lore quest and really just put the pressure on. So now it's going to be up to Zero to Hero to figure out how to stop all of these characters for forever and always. But I don't think that Emerald Amethyst has enough in the tank to do that.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to go to the next game. I mean, overall, the deck, especially if you don't find any foxes, crabs, you really just don't have a ton of interaction. Which all we saw Zero really play were some Diablos, a little bit of discard, and that's it. A Cricky at the end. So I'm sure that there are a few other Amethyst interaction cards that generally would be there. Fox obviously being a very powerful card to sort of stunt some of that aggression that a lot of these decks are putting out. And when you don't have any of those, and Cricky is your first thing that allows you to really trade up with any of your characters, it makes a lot of these little small one lore questers not in a super great spot.
Yeah, I mean, Kurt Spice really just did a great job of snowballing that early game. I was able to develop that early Cinderella, kind of made Zero the Hero feel a little bit weary to develop any early game Diablos, just because he doesn't want to have it removed and then, put yourself down a card as well as down on tempo. Yeah, I mean, I think Kurt Spice just navigated this matchup perfectly. I'm very unfamiliar with the Emerald Amethyst discard list, so a lot of players would make mistakes in these situations. But I mean, Kurt Spice is a world's qualified player for a reason. So,
I actually have a rough list for what this is. Let me send it to you here, just so you have an average idea of what we might be looking at. But it looks pretty interesting. I imagine it's maybe not identical to this, but it's probably pretty close. It's mostly just a lot of Diablos, like we suspected, some discard stuff, some evasives, and then a little bit of an actions sub-theme to support the Diablo shift line. So it's trying to very consistently get the Diablo shift off, along with a bit of discard, which I think is probably pretty well positioned in this format, outside of some of these more aggressive steel decks that just can slow down what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest issues when playing against Emerald Amethyst, or playing against Amber Steel as an Emerald Amethyst player, is the fact that his cards are so low to the ground that by the time that you really start getting your discard engine rolling, he's already dumped most of his cards onto the field, and so it makes it incredibly difficult to deal with. Not to mention that there's a lot of high willpower characters that make things just incredibly uncomfortable for the player in general. So we see this turn 1 Daisy almost 100% going to be hitting the field here, and then a turn 2 Smee. And this is what I'm talking about. Just so many low costing characters, so many efficient costed characters that it's just incredibly difficult to deal with. So Daisy very likely here to be this turn 1, and he's going to get that ball rolling quick.
Yeah, that is a fairly character heavy deck, so I'd imagine it's going to trigger more frequently than most of the lists. However, I don't know how much getting a random, one cost Diablo is going to help really be able to interact with this. Though Fox, Crab, those are all in this list potentially to be able to, make this not as much of a problem. It did look like the coast is clear if we have the shift Diablo, however.
I think he's going to drop down in Ursula. Nope, no Ursula. Instead, just going to, like you said, very likely drop down this Diablo here. Feels safe to just hard cast a Sudden Chill, see what goes into the banish pile first before making any final decisions. We can't quite see what Zero the Hero has in hand, but we have to assume that there is a Diablo. Looks like there's not, though. He's just going to quest for 1, and then probably just pass the turn here. Start restricting a little bit of what Curse Spice can do, obviously, and just playing this Sudden Chill as early as possible. Looks like he doesn't really have too much here to do other than just play this Sudden Chill, which is why he opts to do so. Now, Curse Spice is going to respond here in kind with the quest. Diablo gets revealed, and then Zero the Hero just gets to refill that card that he threw away in that Sudden Chill. So now Smee going to hit the field. And yeah, I mean, I feel like the lore pressure is really starting to just tick on here early. 4 lore next turn, going to be able to get himself up to 6. And yeah, Zero the Hero doesn't have anything on the board to answer yet.
Fox or Crab would be fine in this spot to be able to answer Daisy. I would imagine if we have one of them, that'll probably be what we're looking at. And I think this was one of the components that was missing from the previous game. He sort of had the side of the deck that's full of the Diablos and some of a little bit of the discard, but didn't have the Crabs, Foxes, Elsas, those kind of things to be able to still play on the board. So Kurt was able to overwhelm just with the Smees and the Daisies, Calhouns. Now that we actually have a Crab, it allows some of these, smaller characters like these one-cost Diablos to actually still trade up, or even in some cases just take out cards without too much pressure here.
And now Pete is going to come down, and the Smee definitely doesn't feel good. If you're Zero the Hero, because you do want to get rid of this Smee. You do know that Kurt Spice is sitting on a Rapunzel. He didn't throw it away yet, so you're going to have to deal with this Smee here this turn. Diablo likely just going to take another peek. Just reconfirms, that, hey, look, there is that Rapunzel. You do have to answer this Smee. So now Zero the Hero, I feel like it's going to feel a little bit extra pressured here, not to allow Kurt Spice to refill his hand. Second Diablo going to come down. And unfortunately for Zero the Hero, I think the rest of his hand is just actions. So, he's doing what he can. It looks like it's a Hypnotize, a Sudden Chill, and a We Don't Talk About Bruno. So there is that Sudden Chill. Third one to go away in total. So now there is no useful effect here for this Rapunzel. It's likely just going to sit in his hand for a little bit longer. He has to decide whether or not he wants to develop this Lawrence. And I think he does, just because, it is efficient right here. He doesn't really have anything else to do with the rest of his turn. Doesn't really want to play either of these docks yet. Just wants to get that value out of that Rapunzel first.
So Sudden Chill also doesn't feel super powerful in this spot, since we know that Kurt has a redundant copy of Dock. It's likely just going to get discarded if we cast Sudden Chill. If we need to cast it to draw a card, that's one thing, but the discard component is not particularly powerful here, given that there is a level of redundancy in what Kurt is doing in his hand.
So Kurt just reconsidering to say, do I need this Rapunzel? And he says no. Just wants to hold on to 2 copies of Dock here. I kind of tend to disagree with this line here. I feel like getting rid of the first one's fine, just because there's no actual way to answer the second Dock. It makes sense, in that he's very likely just going to play one of the Docks here on this turn. Could potentially be afraid of the 4th Sudden Chill and just saying, hey, you know what? I'm just going to make my next thought in a sense, brain dead. There's no decision for you to make. There is that 4th Sudden Chill right there, but it is going to get pitched to this Diablo here and upgrade that 1-cost Diablo. Now he has 2 evasives on the field, and I feel like 0 to Hero does feel a little bit safer to start questing here. We do know that last card in hand is, we don't talk about Bruno, so I'm not really sure what he is considering. Maybe it's just deciding whether or not he wants to ink it. And so this 2-drop Diablo going to trade in here with the Pete. And now 0 the Hero gets to start drawing some cards.
We don't talk about Bruno. Could be the reason that Kurt opted to keep the Dock pair. It makes it so that if you do get Bruno'd, it is more likely that you still have a Dock left over. Really solid draw off the top here for Kurt. I would not be surprised if he just either inks or deploys the...
Oh, it's Happy.
Oh, I see. There was a Happy in a Dock? No. Oh, yeah.
So he might be on Diggy Diggy Hole then. We just haven't seen any of the 7 Dwarf Mines.
So it was a Happy in a Dock. So he's looking to deploy them both and wanted to make sure that we had the evasive to deal with the Diablo. That makes a lot more sense. Fortunately, their pictures are very similar on the camera, certainly.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. I think really the only giveaway is just noticing whether or not
inkable or not inkable.
Yeah.
Yep.
So no actions in hand. He does get to see that Kurt's hand is very threatening to 0 the Hero's board here. That Pete going to be able to stop all actions for a turn. He's just going to start developing a couple of these characters here to be able to threaten the field that Kurt Spice has been developing. And now that he draws a Piglet, he's going to have to consider whether or not he wants to just play this Piglet out alongside this Calhoun, just because it is the most efficient use of your turn, and it looks like that is going to be his decision. 1 card in hand, we know exactly what it is in that Pete game referee. So now 0 the Hero has to decide what he does in these following turns, but the board state is not looking good.
It's pretty rough. We have not had a Fox at all up to this point. Looks like the Queen gets dropped down alongside another Diablo here. A lot of these cards just are not lining up super well into what Kurt has been doing basically all game. I don't necessarily know that the Queen is for this matchup in particular. Certainly would be a lot better against some of the item strategies, just so that the recursion is not as relevant. But Kurt just playing out characters and kind of turning them sideways, sending them all on a quest, and that's likely going to be more than enough to deal with what we're seeing out of Emerald Amethyst. Just playing a bunch of sort of limited all-star Diablos. I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, this certainly feels like a bad matchup for the Emerald Amethyst player. A lot of high willpower characters that quest for a lot of lore, just makes it incredibly difficult to deal with, especially because they're so efficiently costed here with cards like Piglet. A 2-cost, 3-lore quester that is inkable is just a great example of how efficient these cards are costed here. So looks like Diablo just going to run himself into the mill here just to try and find another card that would be more useful. But yeah, Kurt Spice is threatening Lorthel on board right now. So even if I think he gets rid of the Piglet here, there's still 7 lore on the field in those 2 Lawrences, as well as the Docs and the Happy there. Or Doc and Happy, rather. So Queen forced to trade into the Calhoun. And now, just 1 more short, but I believe a Pete can seal the deal here.
Yeah, it looked like a copy of Has Set My Heart got sent to the inkwell off the top from that Diablo. Very well positioned, I would say, probably into, again, a lot of these sort of Sapphire items decks, but I'm not sure how well this deck lines up against the Amber Steel here. The removal suite is very powerful from Amber Steel against this type of strategy, but the discard doesn't do much. The size of the characters just lines up so poorly to the removal that Steel is presenting. I think this is maybe just a nightmare matchup for our Zero the Hero here.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely showed here in game number 2, right? I mean, Kurt Spice, I feel like, didn't even have the most ideal start. He did start off with a Daisy and a Smee, but his turns 3 and 4 kind of were fairly dirtily, in a sense.
It's like an average
even
draw, right? Like just plays some of the characters in the deck. None of it was the Cindy into spell. It was just play a 1-drop, play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop, and then just like, that's my thing. Can you beat this? And then the answer's kind of like no.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. I will say, though, very well played from Zero the Hero, and incredibly well played from Kurt Spice there, just showcasing exactly why he's a world's qualified player here. And yeah, I mean, just a very talented player in general. And I'm excited to see how he does in the rest of this tournament.
Well, Sasuke, Jeebus, it has been great having y'all here on 20 Lore Pro as we are showing y'all the latest from World Class Cards with their Lorcana 10K weekend. We're on day 2. This is a new 5K tournament. Over on JDZ Quest Twitch, we have our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro. Today, that is Zan Saeed. He won his match 2-0. He's piloting a Emerald Steel list against a Sapphire Steel. He was able to get a 2-0. So he's currently 2-0 so far going into round 3. We want to give out a big congratulations to our winner over here, Kurt Spice, who had a fantastic match here. Really got to see the power and just the ability that all those characters on the board can do at once. And again, thank you for watching on Twitch, on YouTube. Really appreciate y'all supporting the 20 Lore Pro community. We try to give y'all the best in competitive Lorcana. We try to stream some of the biggest events that we can. And so we're great that this month and we're thankful that we're able to stream the Hunter Burton Memorial in Dallas. Last weekend, we streamed in Atlanta with Charlie's Collectible Show. And here we are today with World Class Cards. We want to give a big shout out to World Class Cards. They have a Metafy channel that, if you haven't heard of, is the place to be. We did a podcast on Friday night where World Class Cards were giving exclusive, I don't even want to say what they were, but they were giving exclusive product to members of the Metafy who were founders. If you have the opportunity and the ability to become a member of the World Class Cards founder package, I highly recommend it. It is a great group to be a part of. Lots of wonderful players, and they are doing some great coaching and really just helping the community grow. Again, we're here at 20 Lore Pro. If you've missed any of today's rounds, they will be up on our YouTube later on this week. They'll also be available on the Twitch VOD and the YouTube VOD following today's stream. Thank you all so much for doing this. We're going to take a quick break. And again, I'm Sir Ashtown. Join with us today is Jeebus and Sasuke. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here with World Class Cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. We want to give a huge shout out and thank you to Chimera Hobby Shop here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. They have been wonderful enough to host this event, and World Class Cards is here with us with all of the competitive players from their team, kind of showcasing y'all the greatest in competitive Lorcana here in Set 7. It's been a fantastic weekend. We had a 5K yesterday for day one. Our winner was Sky on Sapphire Steel. And here we are in day two. This is a new 5K. And talk about another great player, SSG Ghosty. We saw him in the top 8 yesterday. And now he's piloting against Jeremy B, who's with a Emerald Sapphire list. And we already seen him on camera once. He played against Kindle in round 1, I believe, and was able to take that match against Kindle. So this should be a really great matchup as SSG Ghosty is on Amber Emerald. Should be a fun time. Join with me in the announcers booth. We have both Jeebus and Sasuke. Jeebus, how you doing?
Doing very well. You know, we got to see Jeremy's list sort of bully Sapphire Steel in round 1. I would imagine that the Emerald Sapphire really is designed to beat up on those decks. And kind of looking around the room a little bit, I would say that everybody was kind of gunning for Steel today. The Sapphire Steel in particular, because that seems to be the boogeyman. I mean, you look at our top 16 and top 8 yesterday, it was Sea of Sapphire, and Steel really came out on top, and everybody today was coming just to beat that as much as possible. So I would say this is almost certainly going to favor the more aggressive deck, assuming that Ghosty is on something very similar to the Chernodog, Trample, whatever you'd like to call it, kind of pile that Ghosty was running yesterday. I would imagine it's going to come out real fast, and if Jeremy misses on finding like early muses and some songs, it's probably going to be pretty rough. There's not a lot of great, board control coming out of Emerald that it really gets here, so we'll have to see kind of how that plays out.
I tend to agree with you here, just considering the fact that, Muse is really the only tool to deal with these low strength characters. So, I kind of wholeheartedly agree with you here. We'll have to see how Jeremy navigates this best. But, I definitely want to say this is Ghosty's game to win here.
It's certainly going to be an exciting matchup because every time we saw Ghosty on camera yesterday or even playing in the venue, his matches were very explosive. Even when he lost on camera in the top 8, I want to say one match he got all the way up to 19 before he was stopped by his opponent. So it should be very explosive, very quick out the gate, and so excited to watch kind of how this match develops, especially against Jeremy, who we saw in round 1 against Kindle. I mean, he was doing a lot of really great things with that Emerald Sapphire build, so this should be a great match of Lorcana here today. And thank y'all so much again for joining us on Twitch and over on YouTube. We also have our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro, Zan Saeed. We are following his journey across the World Class Cards 10K Lorcana Weekend over on JDZ Quest Twitch. So head on over to there. We'll put the link in the description. And here we go with that turn 1 Daisy from Ghosty. Jeremy going with his turn 1 Popsicle.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Ghosty decides to navigate this. I don't think I see... Oh, no, he's got the little drawn in hand, so maybe he's just going to continue to go wide here, develop both these 1-drops, and really just start to develop this lore lead that, Chernodog is really known for getting here out the gates. So it looks like that is going to be his decision here, and I feel like Ghosty's in just a commanding position here, especially since he's on the play here, so it's going to be up to Jeremy to find these answers in quick. Looks like a Tipo going to come down here to try and threaten the board just a little bit. I don't see muses in his hand, so a little bit scared for Jeremy here. I feel like this game's just going to be over before Jeremy really gets to get set up.
Tipo helps a lot. We know that there were the Baymaxes, and if we're able to get a character to sort of stick a little bit longer than that Tipo did, certainly. The Baymax can allow, multiple trades, right? You can just start picking off characters, but Ghosty already at 7, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, one of the things about, Emerald Sapphire that I've always kind of said is if you want to beat Sapphire decks, Emerald Sapphire is the way to go. If you want to beat slow decks, mid-rangey things, sure. But if they play Daisy on 1, it's kind of over already.
I kind of tend to agree here. I mean, he's going to be able to get an additional 6 lore this turn, set himself all the way up to 13, and now the only song in hand just going to get stripped away. Oh, I guess he's drew into an all as found here, but I doubt he's ever going to find the time to play it. How far I'll go likely going to be the pick here, and that seems to be the case. So now
Another
2
Daisy.
more cards going to come down, Daisy being one of them. And yeah, I mean, this game is going to be over next turn if Jeremy doesn't find something quick. Now, it looks like 2 Cloud Kickers in hand. Likely going to play this Sail the Azurite Sea just to get a little bit more ramp. Hopefully survive yet another turn to be able to do something about this. But, I mean, with the amount of characters on board and the lack of ability to catch up, really just no muses do it just feels so doomed. Daisy gonna get kicked back to the hand here. Grammatala likely going to remove this cursed merfolk, but yeah, I mean, I don't see how Jeremy's gonna be able to come back here. I feel like Ghosty just managed to get too much of a lead too quick.
I mean, there's 2 Cloud Kickers in hand, which doesn't hurt necessarily. It'll delay the inevitable, like a turn, but I mean, even looking at the board here, with the things that we were able to remove this turn, Ghosty's still rumbling back in for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, puts it at 18. Instead, opting to draw 3 cards, which I think is okay. I mean, I don't mind going up to 18, but I also don't mind just like refilling the grip. If there's anything that can come down, like, that can slow it, then all of a sudden next turn we're just going to be able to play 4 more cards.
Yeah, I actually kind of super enjoy this line here from Ghosty. He knows that he's going to be able to win next turn unless Jeremy does something. He's going to expect Jeremy to be doing something anyways, so he says, like, you know what, I'll just slow myself down, just 2 more lore. I'll be at 16 anyways, but at least now I have a full grip of cards to be able to refill once all this shenanigans is done here. So Grammatala going to get rid of this Ursula here, force the Popsicle to be used, and now Cloud Kicker really not going to be able to do much besides trading with the Cloud Kicker. Still 4 lore on board. Daisy going to get kicked back to the hand. Obviously don't want to allow him to draw 3 more cards. A third Cloud Kicker going to see the field, and then all of a sudden it just feels like it's going to be a little bit slower here for Ghosty. Unfortunately, though, for Jeremy, still no muses.
Yeah, I mean, all this is really doing here, especially without the muses, is delaying the inevitable. I mean, Ghosty's just going to literally put 3 daisies into play this turn and then say, can you deal with all of this again? Like, you're just going to have to do that same line where you clear the entire board every turn for the rest of the game. I just don't think that's going to be possible. Yeah, it's that and Nala probably too. Oh no, we decided to play Yzma here. Oh no, that's Tramp. That's Tramp.
Yep, set himself up for another draw 3 unless this kit, removes this John Silver here. And yeah, Jeremy just sees the writing on the wall. Too much willpower on board. No muses in hand. Not enough to do. Just going to go back to game number 2.
Yeah, I really like the Tramp in this list. Yeah, there's the sometimes minor advantage that the lady gets either a discount on this or the lady gets a little bit more lore. But just being able to sometimes take one of your characters, some of the 0-4s even, trade way up, and then, let's imagine that you're taking out a Grammatala or something. Now all of a sudden Rapunzel's awesome there. So not only did you trade up, but you also got to draw the cards. It just really does a lot of double duty in this deck. All the cards synergize super well. I'm kind of impressed with, in set 7, the cards that they did for Amber Emerald all seem to be very synergistic and actually feel like they play well together. That did not seem to be the case in every single color combination, but the ones that are a little bit cheaper, the ones that get the discounts, like in this color combo here, they actually feel really good and appear to be quite nice to play.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like Emerald Sapphire here, just on the back foot, just whether or not you're on the play or on the draw, neat to be able to see that Muses. I think on the play, it's a lot more manageable, just considering you can get that Muses out on turn 3 and really start to get a foothold into the game. But yeah, I mean, Ghosty was just so fast out of the gate there that there really wasn't anything in that toolkit to be able to do, especially with the draws that he had available to him. So, I mean, I would say that Jeremy played about as well as he could have. It just, wasn't in the cards. So,
There,
hopefully in
there
game number
are
2 here. Oh,
there
go
are
ahead.
there's like 2 decks that I think Sapphire Emerald will never want to see, even under perfect conditions. And one of them is going to be like this list, and the other one is going to be any sort of lore burst type of, gather knowledge and wisdom type decks. Like any combination of those is always going to be just absolutely abysmal for your Emerald Sapphire list. Just the cards, you can't deal with super wide boards before they are able to just gain 12 or 14 lore. Even the ones that are playing the Under the Sea, it's still just sometimes too slow because they're just like 1-drop, double 1-drop, a 2-drop and a 1-drop, and then maybe on turn 4 you can Under the Sea, but the damage is already done by then.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with this Turbo Chernobog list, right? He's gonna, by the time you're able to Under the Sea, just have a 9/9, that quest for 3 on the field. So, he's already probably at around 14 lore, like you had stated. And, that just means that even if you do Under the Sea, there's still just 2 turns left in the game. So it's going to be very difficult here for Jeremy to figure out what he needs to do. Sends a Popsicle to the bottom. I didn't quite see what that card was. Okay, it's a Strike a Good Match is what it looks like. So Tipo going to come down here on turn number 2, and then it's going to be up to Jeremy to find these Muses and fast.
Yeah, I mean, the Tipo is exactly the card that you need on turn 2, because not only does it open up the shift lines with Baymax, but it also is just a body. If Ghosty starts off with a Merfolk here, you're more than happy to discard a card to just stop the lore gain. Anything that you can do to stop the lore gain is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely correct here. So Tipo going to come down, be able to threaten this Cursed Merfolk. And I mean, Cursed Merfolk not going to be able to get too much value as of yet. I mean, I think Ghosty's okay with just taking 2 lore and forcing his opponent to discard. He might just opt here for this Ursula to get a peek of what his opponent's going to be able to do here in these following turns. The Baymax on the board, very likely here on the following turn. So yeah, I mean, just going to play it patiently. He knows that any card that he's going to be able to strip away here isn't going to be doing too much. So yeah, I mean, if I'm Jeremy here, I'm still on the back foot. I'm still digging and searching for these answers because I know this hand is about to explode and it's going to be very difficult to come back.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for Ghosty. Certainly you don't want to just give up the Merfolk to Atala because he recognizes that it's just always going to be fine. I mean, we know that this list just doesn't run anything but characters, where it's just 60 characters. Assume Ghosty is not radically different than what he ran yesterday. This Ursula is just a 1/3 body. It's something that can be shifted out with Baymax that we know is there. So I could see this just being ink. I could see it being a song. We're just getting characters out to try and challenge. Now that Baymax is real scary.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Tipo didn't quest there. I guess he's just afraid of the tramp that he did see in hand, doesn't really want to allow him to take those free trades here. And so now Ghosty just going to continue to widen up this board, make it that much more difficult for Jeremy to respond to what's going on. Baymax likely going to get shifted down here. It looks like it's going to be on the Tipo. Allow that Clabel to stay relevant here. Going to sing... All is found, give himself some more space. And honestly, it's starting to look like Jeremy's coming out of the water here. I feel like his head was just barely bobbing above the water, but now he's kind of able to stand, look around a little bit, and we'll have to see what happens with that last card in hand. Ursula just going to come down, make the tramp just cost that much cheaper, and hopefully find himself that Chernobog that he's definitely looking for here.
Yeah, so Jeremy, I think the reason they probably didn't send the Tipo in earlier is just he recognizes, look, if we ever get to, turn 5 or 6, and I've got some ink and play and some characters to make it so that we're not just perishing, we're gonna be fine. All the cards in Jeremy's deck cost 1,000, and they're all better than everything that Ghosty is doing individually. But you look at the board now, and Ghosty's just gaining 8, right? But they're all little characters, so they can be easily challenged.
Yep, and it looks like Jeremy just going to continue to try and find some more answers here. Does manage to pick up a half arrow go if he so chooses. The other option, obviously, that strike a good match. I'm not necessarily sure that he wants to use that right now. Might just want to, looks like that's going to be the case here. Continue to ramp, continue to be able to dig and find more answers as to what's going on here. Looks like it's an Ursula and all is found. Definitely not the cards you want to see. Still looking for that Muses, unable to find it as of yet. But will be able to just kind of empty his hand with that Ursula, be able to take a peek at what that last card is in hand, and then from there, just continue to start to control this board, because right now, Ghosty is definitely winning this game if everything stays the same. So gets to peek, sees that it's a tramp, and gets to make all these free trades.
Yeah, I like the inking the popsicle and just playing just another 1/3 body, because the reality is that we're going to have to get rid of all these merfolks, and you're going to discard these cards anyway. So you may as well get the best that you can out of it and just clean up the board as much as you can.
Yep, goes up to 13 lore here. Just going to continue to put Jeremy on the back foot here. A lot of pressure being put onto this board here. Sail the Azurite Sea, forced to just be used to hopefully find that Muses that he's been looking for all game. Doesn't quite find it yet, but does manage to find a Cloud Kicker, slow down this roll just a little bit. Possibly just going to trade into that tramp. Looks like that is going to be the option here. And now from this position, I don't hate Jeremy's position. Definitely not liking it, though. I'll have to see what he decides to do for the rest of his turn. Might just start questing just to kind of get himself on the board a little bit and make it that much easier to close out the game. Instead, just going to poke the Snarla down and, do what he can to answer everything that's Ghosty's doing, which is very difficult to stop.
Yeah, ideally, I feel like we needed even just another Baymax this turn, or a big Clabel to just shift it on and just have another large body to clear this. Luckily, because we were able to Cloud Kicker the Daisy, it's only a 4 lore gain, which is still not awesome, but it is better. But that Daisy's still there. It didn't go away. It just delays it a turn. And I just don't know if we have enough strength now. Oh, that was a Baymax that was drawn. Shift Baymax on that Ursula, it heals it to full. Is this enough
now he gets to make
clear
some
everything
better
up?
trades here?
We're still Lorthal on board, though, because we just can't clear enough of the characters. They just have too much high willpower. Even with this, we can only clear 3 of the characters, I believe.
So Baymax into Nala for sure. Baymax into Ursula. Kick. Yep, you're absolutely right. There's 0 outs here available.
That's unfortunate. We're basically one strength short of being able to actually challenge this. I think if we had used the Clabel last turn to put another damage on the Nala, maybe we could have had just enough, but even then it feels bad. That's rough.
Yeah.
Without the Muses, this feels impossible, right?
Yeah, I think that, he did his best to try and find this Muses, wasn't able to find it, and we're just seeing exactly why this matchup is just so unfavored for the Emerald Sapphire player. I think Jeremy played this expertly here, and again, it's just an incredibly unfavored matchup. The deck, it just goes out the gate so quickly, and it's so difficult to find a foothold in a game like this. So, Ghosty going down in that top 8 yesterday, really, I felt like it was just one small minor misstep in terms of choices that really ended up costing him the entire series. And yeah, Jeremy here just recognizing that, look, there's literally nothing I can do to stop everything that's happening here. And so because of it, game is over.
Yeah, This is the thing. If you want to beat Sapphire decks, absolutely bring Jeremy's list. I bet you'll beat, on average, most of the Sapphire decks. You're probably 70-30 or better favored into just any random Sapphire list. You run into a Daisy on turn 1 deck, and it's going to be the opposite or worse. That's there just aren't Sapphire Emerald cards that make it good enough. Like, you can't afford to run Bell. I've tried to build an Emerald Sapphire list that can have enough items to run Bell, and you just, like, there's no room for all the cards. You can't get away with having things that easily deal with the early cards, but also can win in the late game. Like, there's no room for everything. It's a very powerful deck, and I think if you know that the meta is Sapphire heavy, which is a pretty safe assumption given what we saw yesterday, I think it's a great choice. Sometimes you run into dogs, and then what? Then you perish.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I really do want to commend Jeremy there. He played that, I think, better than either of us could have, honestly. But
Yeah,
still, again,
you
just
do what you can,
no
right?
muses.
You know, and if you don't have the muses, what exactly what happens there? I mean, even with the Cloud Kickers, it bounced a couple daisies, but like, they're so inexpensive. You're paying 3 to delay a thing for 1 turn. I don't know if Jeremy has Under the Sea in his list. I feel like if there is not, that it might be a card that's worth hedging for something like this, because especially with the Shift Baymax, I mean, any of the random 2s, the Tipos, the Ursulas, the small characters that he was frequently finding on the board, plus a shifted Baymax, that can sing Under the Sea, and that may be the way that you can improve this matchup. I don't know about making it good, but maybe make it not a total blowout.
Yeah, and I mean, we do kind of recognize the fact that Jeremy's not on Sapphire Coil, so the lack of Under the Sea in his list is probably intentional just because of that fact.
Oh, for sure. You got to make room for this stuff somehow.
Yeah, I think Sapphire Coil is an incredible card in a deck like Emerald Sapphire, but he's definitely taking a very different approach. Obviously, running the 4 Mufasas, which is taking up a whole bunch of uninkable slots, as well as those Baymaxes. So we know at least 8 uninkables that he is running. Very likely running between 12 to 14 already. So kind of finding that room for these Under the Seas is pretty difficult, especially the fact that you already are at 60 cards without the Sapphire Coil. So you have to find 6 cards to take out in replace, which is pretty difficult to do.
I looked at it. I get to 78 cards. You start cutting down, and Emerald, just every card that's good, it feels like it's uninkable. Almost all of the really powerful ones feel like they're uninkable, which is probably why Sapphire feels so strong, because it's like the opposite. Almost every good Sapphire card now is inkable. That's why One Jump doesn't see play anymore, because it's an uninkable, and you can just have Tipo or Sail, and it's a similar effect, but it's an inkable card. So it just doesn't have a time when it's just a bad draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are, it's a lot more fringe when it's a bad draw, I'd say.
Yeah.
There are very few cases where you're like, Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea.
Fail
especially
cases at
Sail the
least a
Azurite
lot
Sea
less
because it draws.
True.
All right.
We should maybe send it over to Zan, I think, if he's still battling. But I'm sure that we'll see both Ghosty and Jeremy in the top 16, given these lists, and both of them I feel like bully Sapphire Steel a lot. So if they run into it more, I'm sure that they'll smooth glide up to the top.
Well, we want to thank y'all so much for joining us here today with 20 Lore Pro. That was a wonderful round 3 to watch with SSG Ghosty from Southside Games battling it against with Jeremy. Great round there. And again, this is 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and giving us commentary today has been Jeebus and Sasuke. We're here with world-class cards for the Lorcana 10K weekend. There was a 5K tournament yesterday. Our winner was Sky on Sapphire Steel, and now there's a brand new 5K tournament today. We're going to head on over to JDZ Quest. He is streaming our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro, Zan Saeed. He's joined alongside Katie and Clara. Very excited to have both of them back again for today's tournament. So we are heading on over to that match, and stay tuned.
seeing what's going on here. But yeah, we obviously we have some undefeated people here. We got I'm trying to see who's playing today that played yesterday, and it looks like a lot of repeats here. Oh, Zan has the saddest combo you could ever see in your life, which is just a John standing by himself. John is not meant to be by himself. John is a person that needs a comfort card with him. He needs a buddy. He needs something. And right now he has no buddies. The cheese stands alone, and that you hate to
all
see it.
alone. It's just all alone. As I just started turning the tides of war versus these ants in my office here, I'm eating all this food. I'm just feeling crumbs everywhere. I'm about to lose the battle again.
I've sent you this video like at least 4 times that I want you to watch so bad of this guy going, "Thanks, ants. Thanks." and my husband's like, I don't think anyone's gonna find that funny. And I want you to find it funny so bad.
I will, because I'm in a never-ending battle versus the ants. As Trevlin says, hydration check. Where's your water at, Katie? Are you holding?
I gotta get more. Honestly, it's not good. It's my yesterday's water that I'm just so it's room temperature. We'll start there. So I gotta call the on-call Jeffrey at some point and be like, help. But he's working. All right. So Zan is he's doing better than, one could possibly be in this position. He just did looks like let's talk about Bruno possibly.
Now, something went to the deck there. He always just shuffling it out because the car fell onto the ground. We're just trying to clear the game state. Everything is on the up and up.
You got a lot of things to manage. When you're playing this deck, you feel like you are managing a flock of cards.
Absolutely. And we got a Zeus on time. We have to take down the Diablo before Zan can catch up. And he's going to play another Diablo. And we're going to Zeus your Pete. And we're going to continue to ball out. And Zan's not giving up, even though this is a pretty compromised spot.
No, I mean, in the battle of attrition, 2 bells is good. Obviously, Diablo has evasive, so the bells need to be able to sing something, but he only has 1 card in hand. So he's going to keep playing his odds. He knows now with the muses that can really be a tempo here. Now he needs some songs, and it looks like he's got literally now 1 card in hand. I think that was his 1 card.
And unfortunately, those muses won't be able to do anything with these bells just because they're so buff. And the Tamatoa, the big boy, OG Tamatoa is what I'm going to call him. Bling Bling, as he's known in these city streets, is going to be up on the field and ready to end the game here, as Zan is going to need a really, really good card. And it doesn't seem like you're going to get to it, as we are going to force a game 3. So this is the first loss that Zan Syed is going to suffer for today. Trying to be our pro player of the stream today. This is another Zan Cam for all our Zan fans out there. Or haters, Zan fans and Zan haters. If you're a Zan hater out there, also you can come in here and try to watch his downfall if that's something that you're into.
I did watch the most spectacular thing yesterday of R&B fight the entire chat. It was really something to behold. Somebody was like, "I don't think Zan's one of the best players," and R&B is like, "That's factually incorrect."
It's silly. It's silly.
It's
actually silly. It's actually quite silly. You have to just look at the resume. Look at the stats. There are. I'm not trying to be on being a Zan. I'm a Zan stan. I'm a Zan supporter. I'm a Zan fan stan. But it's just statistically there. You can look it up. It's on the thing, and someone shot.
Sorry, I was like, oh, people want to look at my mug. Look, it's got little Disney ghosts on it from Tokyo Disney. How fun is that? And
you want to know what's really funny though? Technically, if you get on the Lorcana.com website, I think it's like a fan-made thing. They took all of the melees from every DLC that we had throughout the first DLC season, every major tournament, and they uploaded all that information in there. And Clement is number 1, technically. I promise you.
He is the number 1 most talked about Lorcana player. If we're going to go that route, he is definitely the number 1 most Lorcana player in the world.
And DKP's number 2 with a record of 57, 16, and 23. Literally insane. Zan has a 42, 7, and 20. Insane.
What's his ranking? What's that?
Zan is number 3.
Wow.
With a 42, 7, and 20 record from all the DLCs that he's gone to.
Ooh, so we see Zan do Inca Cove and Pass, which, he he can come back. But that this deck likes to cook early and cook often.
Yeah,
So
starting off with a Diablo on 1 would have been much more preferred as
you're killing
Bill.
me. You're killing me with a villain Diablo, but I'll
Oh,
allow it.
it's now Diablo and it's now Chicha. That's it. It's just no, we're not going back. It's Chicha and it's Diablo. That's it. Okay. Those are that's how those cards will be, and we're gonna ink on 2. So Zan has literally negative tempo right now, no tempo in the universe, as you just basically inked and passed 2 turns in a row, giving your adversary the opportunity to take some turns off and get a sail established. We will ink the Fishbone Quill, tap and play, or exert and play the Fortress Fire, as well as Bell's going to get an easy quest for 1.
Heard some players will be, because I was interested to see if he had a Diablo, what he inked last turn, because I've seen that sometimes players, like, they don't want to feed, let them sing a storm onto something like that. So this is an interesting play. He's like, I don't know what you're up to, but you're not doing any actions. I'll tell you that right now.
And the hand is kind of stock full of actions as well. So he does have the Zeus. He has another Quill goes down to the Inkwell. We have the Hiram Flaversham, which is a great piece of card right there, able to add 2 to the hand, and no Diablo to gain 2 as well. So this is looking pretty cooked there for Zan on this one. I'm not going to lie.
I will never make a prediction against Zan this early, because I told you about this yesterday, that there's Jalen Hurts, there's Patrick Mahomes, there's certain people you don't want to make them angry while they're playing, because something happens. They get they go and then they get really scary. And so the discard decks are hard to cook later. It is a deck you want to cook early and cook often. But we'll see. I'm just gonna say we'll see. Because if he gets some discard going and he gets LFG Mills kind of scrambling, then it could be back. Winning could be back on the menu, but we'll see. It looks like he has a Let It Go in his hand. It looks like he's got Prince John. He's doing magic tricks over there, so who knows really what's in his hand. I've never seen anything like that. It's so fast. And Ursula, I think I see an Ursula.
And he does get through that Hiram Flaversham. It did take a bit of units and basically your whole turn to make that happen. But there is another Hiram in hand, so that I'm sure Zan is going to be a little bit sad to see that, as we're going to go take this opportunity to get a 1-for-1 trade, and we'll pay the 2. Bring out Sir Smee. I haven't seen Smee in so long. I forgot he was the homie.
He doesn't. I mean, he's. It's a crowded space in the Sapphire Steel meta of what you're going to play, so he doesn't always get to come out. He's competing with things like not Diablo. Look what you've done to me. He's competing with Oswald. He's competing with Chichas. He's competing with Tipo. So you don't always get to see him. But here he is with a little crab on his toe, which is very on theme for who he normally hangs out with.
I like this card a lot. And it's crazy that they made this card so insanely broken, and how much he was a part of our metagame for a long time. He's still very played at a super high level, but just not as much as these Sapphire Steel strategies are just starting to streamline and get these decks way more tuned in for the mirror. And he's just not that great in the mirror. So because that storm, getting your Smee quested for 1 and then stormed for a plus feels not the best. And everyone's playing storm. So I hate to see it. And Scrooge also can just tank a Smee and be fine. And it just feels also quite terrible. So it is what it is, as we're going to be on our way. 6 ink for LFG J Mills, as we kick it on over to Zan, who is trying to turn this thing around before it gets completely out of hand, as the cards in your hand just seemed not the most valuable. You want to take a sneak peek. Maybe get that Diablo in now and see what the rest of that hand is going to be about. Yeah. Oh, we're going to storm on the Smee. Yeah, just like that. See, look, what did he even do? What did he even do, Katie?
Well, he's trying to cook. He's trying to get everything built back up, because he's seen. I'm just gonna call him J Mills. We got J Mills here. He's got a popsicle. That's nice. He's gonna eat that, get more cards. So he's still refilling his hand over and over again, which feels quite good. But now that we see that Diablo on the board, will we keep having removal answers? And the answer is probably, maybe. We'll see. Because we know that is one of the weaknesses of Steel, is especially Sapphire Steel, is they don't really have a lot of evasive. So if something's flying around in the air, they kind of have to do what they just did, and spend the money to get rid of it the old-fashioned way, because challenging is not really an option.
Oh man, think that is so this is tough though. This is still a tough spot. I think I'm trying to think of what you would need to get back into this game if you are Zan. I think it might be a series. So if you can get this beast to stick and not get Zeus, and then you can start to maybe get a few more cards and maybe even have a guy that can sing a Bruno, get another card off the field. Oh no, you need this thing to not hit.
And he really needs to do some discards too, I think, because I feel like every card in his hand. I mean, if he can get rid of that dime, that would be so cool. If he could get rid of, because he wants those dimes on the board, then that's a problem. And right now he has 4 cards in hand. You know, it would have been really nice, an Ursula singing something discarded twice.
But now this Pete is up. Now this Pete is up, so you're not singing anything. And it looks like this board is just getting bulky. As we're going to quest for 2, you will gain 2, and now you are going to ink the Baymax. Whoa, that's not, which Baymax is that? That's the Baymax. Or not the OG Baymax, that's the new G Baymax.
I don't even know what to look up when you say this, so you got to find it, because you're like, it's Baymax. You know Baymax? Yeah.
Is it this? I think it's this one.
Or is it the rare?
I think it's the rare. The support Baymax.
Okay, well, I guess it makes sense. You may reveal a Floodborn. Would you be looking for a Floodborn? Because the other one is about healing.
No, it's got to be the healing one. It's got to be this one, right?
Which legendary? Well, because something happened when they were making the art, and they said, "What if we made 2 arts that's nearly indistinguishable?"
Yeah,
and that was wild on their part, but either way, it's an inkwell. So sorry, I guess.
Hopefully, it's not the Floodborn Baymax, because I don't think you have any Floodborns in his deck, so it's definitely not the Baymax that you're looking for. It's got to be the heal Baymax, but who are you healing? Maybe heal a Scrooge, potentially.
Scrooge is used traditionally as a Scottish duck wrecking ball. You just kind of throw your Scrooge at whatever you have a problem with. So healing wouldn't be so bad. And then we talk about lore reach. It gives you some lore reach. You're going to be able to get 2 lore if he has 2 damage on him. So I do think it has some purpose in here. Instead of a glean, it's a glean on a body with some healing. So it is better in every way except for the cost, which is
I like that. He might be cooking a little bit of cookeration there, as this is getting a little long in the tooth there, as Zan can kind of see the finish line, I would say, as you got to be reading the writing on the wall. You've been on this Sapphire Steel kick for a few weeks now, since the beginning of this set, and now you're on the receiving end of it, as Scrooge McDuck is going to sing Along Came Zeus. And Katie, you're on the spot. Can I get a Scrooge McDuck singing Along Came Zeus? Whose line is it anyway?
And then along came Zeus. That's what you get. That's all I got. I don't know the rest of the words. Okay, so he's finally getting some discard, and one of them's a dime. Not that painful. I'm recovering. I had donut in my mouth as I sang that. So honestly, I deserve a primetime Emmy.
We can't eat at the same time either, Katie. I mean,
dude, I need you to know that I can't resist. It's a soft little custard filled donut. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Keep rocking. You're right. And then along came Zeus, hurling his thunderbolts. I don't know. I can't do it. You nailed it. I thought I had it.
I don't know the words. From zero to hero in no time flat. Anyway,
I think we lost it on that one. That one might have got off the rails a bit.
Pretty good. Chat, I'm right. He's wrong. Let's go on. All right. So more things from John. Don't. Chat, if you're mean to me, I'll go away. And it'll be just JDZ quotes it by himself.
Oh, okay. Thoughts? Here we go. Along came to. I had someone who would sometimes people do acronyms and they shorten the cards. He's like, yeah, I don't know if people are writing ATACZ. I was like, bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm talking about, just say Zeus, pal.
Or just say the card name. Don't say beep. I got beep. All right, so this was hard. We watched Zayan get beat by the deck he stopped playing yesterday, that's kind of the classic tale though, right? Yeah. It's like when you buy an enchanted and then the next day you pull that enchanted. That's Lorcana, baby. It's filled with moments like that. And I think this is what Zan needs, because honestly, we've seen this yesterday where Kurt Spice, I think, lost round 1. Kendall lost, I think, round 2. And then they both said they were like zombies. I'm sorry about that sound. But they crawled their way to the top. So is a loss fun? No. But does it mean he's out? Absolutely not. If anything, it means he might be more powerful than we've ever seen before.
It's never over. It is going to, and that's the thing, because I think you bring up a great point, because he literally has all these cards, probably sleeved up in his backpack right now, at the hotel or in his car or wherever.
It's in the fire pit. Remember?
Oh, he killed it. He banished his deck.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But no, you're
Gotcha.
right. I mean, yeah. So this morning or last night, I mean, I'm sure he thought about this before the tournament because I mean, let's be honest. We've watched Zan 3 weekends in a row here. We watched him at Hunter Burt Memorial Tournament. We watched him at SSG or no, CCS. The acronyms, guys. Charlie's Collectible Showcase, and we watch him now. So Zan's been on Sapphire Steel for 3 weekends. So I'm not gonna doubt that this isn't the first time that he's like, you know what, it'd be really fun not playing this deck. So I'm excited to see him willing to try it because some people might see it like, oh, he gave up. No, I think it's this meta. It feels good to try different decks, and maybe he gave up. Maybe within an opposing or two, he'd be like, actually, no, I did burn the cards. It's not funny. I did burn them. But I do think it's him kind of experimenting and seeing, well, maybe there is some way around this blue steel sea or sapphire steel sea we're drowning in.
And honestly, it also could just be the fact, like we did mention earlier, Zan is we did get reports that he is under the weather and he is not feeling too well. And it might just be something that's a little bit more familiar, a little bit more easy to navigate through the lines of play. Something he's got way more reps on. Not saying he doesn't have a efficient amount of reps on Sapphire Steel, but he's probably got a significantly more reps on the Emerald Steel, and you can just kind of go through those lines a little bit easier. You don't have to think too much while you're in this compromised state of readiness. So we're going to kick it here. We're not going to take any breaks. We're going to go into party mode. Katie's going to eat some donuts. I'm going to be here eating some nothing right now because I got these waffles over here staring at me. But I'll get those in
You
a
gotta
minute.
eat those waffles, dude. I will.
I'll eat those waffles. Can you carry?
I have some asides here. This
Okay.
is there's chicken noodles. If anybody was raised in the millennial generation, you know that for some reason, somehow across the coffee tables in America, a book appeared called Chicken Noodle Soup for the blah 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 soul.
For the teenage soul,
Any
yeah.
soul, really. It could have been like chicken noodle soup for the golf caddy soul.
That was Katie with the Lore Keepers in, along with JDZ Quest and Clara. They are an amazing trio of casters over there having a great time, talking all things Disney's Lorcana, all things about life, just having a good time in the stream. So if you would like to join them as they watch Zan Saeed's journey across world-class cards, 10K weekend here today for the second 5K tournament, head on over to JDZ Quest Twitch. We'll have that link in the description for you. Again, we will be here with round 4 here in just a little bit here on the main stage. We want to thank y'all for joining over on Twitch and on YouTube. Y'all have been great. And again, we want to thank World Class Cards because they are hosting such an amazing event today. It has been so wonderful. I was just with Rachel Elise. She's the artist for Finders Keepers Enchanted, for the new Hero Enchanted, for really just some beautiful cards. Donald Duck, the Sorcerer Enchanted, and I was getting them all signed. She's done a great job on them. Amazing artwork. We're going to have all of those interviews. We've got 2 artists here. We're going to have those interviews available on YouTube later on this week. We're going to attach them to some of the tournament videos. So head on over to the YouTube later on this week to catch those interviews because there's some behind the scenes stuff that's going to be exclusive to the YouTube videos that you won't see on Twitch or the YouTube VODs. So again, thank y'all so much for joining. I'm Sir Ashtown. That was JDZ Quest, Clara, and Katie over on JDZ Quest Twitch. And here at 20 Lore Pro, we want to thank y'all for watching the latest in competitive Lorcana as we get ready for the next round. So we will see y'all here soon. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashdown, and we're here today at World Class Cards for the Lorcana 10K Weekend. We want to thank Chimera Hobby Shop here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, for hosting today's tournament. This has been a great day so far. We've had some great competitors here. We've seen a lot of different matchups than what we saw yesterday. It has been an exciting tournament so far, and I'm Sir Ashdown. Join with me today here in the booth is Jeebus and Sasuke. We're getting ready to watch this match. They may be updating this. We had some new players get seated, but if not, then we have Brady piloting Amber Steel versus Mitchell also piloting Amber Steel. Jeebus, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing very, very well. We had a nice lunch break last round. That was the delay between the rounds. World Class Cards, kind enough to bring in pizza for the competitors, really add a lot of value to kind of just showing up to the event and supporting everybody. So that was really nice. Now we're in with what does appear to be a sort of Amber Steel mirror of sorts. Now I know that there are a couple of different flavors of Amber Steel that have been running around lately. We got like the Diggy Diggy Hole style, some that are lean a little bit more into locations. We've got a few that are bigger, all the way up into even like the Cindy Stouthearted sort of avenue. And it will be interesting to see if they are on very similar builds or if they're on different builds and how that works out. I imagine that Cindy on turn one, just like this matchup has historically been, will be a bit of a killer for whomever is on the play if they get it. And if they miss it, then we'll see how it develops from there.
I think this will be a pretty exciting match, and you're right. It kind of depends on how the early game kind of forms and if you have the removal. In addition to that, here at the tournament with World Class Cards, we want to thank Rob for hosting today's event. If you are not following them on Metafy, Team World Class Cards is doing some amazing stuff over there. We highly recommend that you check out their Metafy. They're giving away a lot of great things to their members of their community. So again, that's World Class Cards over on Metafy. Check them out. Sasuke, how you doing today?
I am doing good. Excited to see this matchup here. And just like Jeebus alluded to earlier, just many different flavors of Amber Steel. You have the Steel Song, Diggy Diggy Hole, and that kind of locations build. So interested to see which players are playing what. But, obviously on the play here, this Daisy doing a lot of pressure. Smee also adding to a lot of this pressure here. Going to be able to create a massive lure lead here early on. So we'll have to see how Heath is going to be able to stabilize this board and manage to take control. But I think right now Mitchell's definitely on the has the advantage.
Yeah, being on the play and leading off with Daisy especially means you're not nearly as worried about some of the song interaction that the Cindy will present, at least for a turn or two, right? And you can sort of sneak in a bit of extra lore. Now, I did see that in Brady's hand, there was a copy of Strength, so I would imagine that another character is going to get played, and then this Ariel is probably going to be sent right to the discard, assuming that there is another character for Brady here. Storm picked up off of the Ariel.
Yeah, I think we also got to see I let the Storm Rage on as well in Brady's hand here, so he might even... Oh, I guess he's not really given the option to make that trade into Smee, so definitely just likely going to go for this strength play here. Looks like both of these players are going for the Steel Song list here, and nice to see that Enchanted Cinderella, just a beautiful art. My little sister managed to open one and gave it to me as a gift, so I was pretty excited to get that, and like you had predicted here, Strength just going to come down onto that Ariel, cut off that 5-cost Stinger, and make things a little bit more difficult for Mitchell here. Obviously, this Cinderella's kind of opted in for a trade with the Smee, so we'll have to see how these turns develop. But yeah, I think Brady Heath is off to a great start.
Yeah, so looking at the bottom 4 cards with Ariel did reveal that there is the small queen, which means there is likely the shift line available. Generally, you wouldn't really run one without the other, I would say. And That probably means that Brady is on more of a Whole New World style of the deck, so likely not necessarily the Diggy Diggy Hole. There is also the Naveen in hand, so that would all kind of add up. Makes sense. Pete does come down from Mitchell, which allows the aerial to not be as much of a problem on this upcoming turn here. A couple of songs have gone to the bottom from the Daisy, so it hasn't really given up a ton of card advantage to be such an aggressive card, and there is that Whole New World picked up from Brady here. So I would imagine that over the next turn or two, they'll try to ink as much as possible, deploy as many of the threats in hand as they can, and then look to reload on a turn that they can maybe play a couple of things to catch up a bit on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such an awkward position here for Brady. He's not able to sing any of his songs, just has no ink available as well, just because there's that Prince Naveen, Whole New World, and along came Zeus, and that final card in hand, obviously, that let the Storm Rage on. Now, Brady a little bit threatened by the Rapunzel, so forced to make the trade with the aerial. Doesn't really want to give him any opportunities to kind of take further control of the board here, so we'll have to see what Brady decides to do with this Prince Naveen turn coming up. But if another peak comes down, I would have to say that Mitchell's doing a great job of just making these turns incredibly uncomfortable for Brady.
Yeah, Lawrence was picked up, which isn't inkable for next turn, so if Brady does want to Naveen into Whole New World, that's an option. We'll have to see what Mitchell deploys here. This will kind of determine the sort of flavor of deck. Oh, man. I see. So they're both just running like pretty rough draws. Mitchell just happened to be on the play with a Daisy, which is why we're even in the spot we're at. I can't imagine that Brady hates this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would have rather been able to play the Prince Naveen, just strip away one of these strong, aggressive questing tools in that Daisy, and that 3/3 body in Pete. So, definitely doesn't feel good, but not at all like doomsday for Brady here. Definitely has that ability to recover, but yeah, not happy with the situation. That's for sure.
I can't ever imagine a spot where playing either of these decks that you feel great about paying 5 ink to cast a Whole New World straight up. Like generally, you want to be singing it, you want to be playing Naveen to cast it as a song that way. It just really doesn't ever feel like, hey, this is awesome when you are just paying 5 to draw your opponent a fresh 7 and giving them the opportunity to deploy a lot of resources. Now the board has flipped. There's Pete and Daisy on the other side. Obviously, Brady is quite a bit behind in lore gain, but this at the very least could threaten the Daisy. And with the Pete lock, there's not a ton that can remove this off the board. So Daisy may not even quest here unless just going up to 10 is feels worthwhile for Mitchell here.
Yeah, I mean, we do see another a Whole New World for Brady. Double location's going to come down here, so I believe that is
that is Neverland. Yep.
Yeah.
It sure is. So we do see 2 pretty different lists here then. Just sort of assuming a little bit based on the cards that we've seen in some of the lists that have been popping up. I mean, now we see location in Brady's hand, so I mean, maybe they are on something similar. I guess they all kind of merge together a little bit towards the end. If the cards are good, the cards are good. And
yeah,
Neverland
I think Neverland is very well
solid.
poised. Yeah, I do think that Neverland is very well poised in this meta here, just because it is a 4 health location. Gets around the Be Prepareds, is able to get around those bells, make it a little bit uncomfortable for them for trying to make these trades. But at this point in time, it just feels really awkward for Brady here. He has to get rid of these daisies because they're questing for 2, but those 2 locations are going to slow him down just a ton here. So we'll have to see how Brady recovers, but Mitchell already at 12 lore. Brady's still struggling to get lore onto the on his own side. And as this board progresses, all of these turns keep coming up, and it just feels more and more uncomfortable, all the way up to 16 now, and Brady's got to figure out something quick.
Yeah, Miss Bianca coming down. This is a card that we've been seeing pop up in these lists a lot more. Some of the Sapphire Steel lists have been kind of sneaking it in, like the Kiwi Bird lists a little bit more than others, because a lot of these characters are just incidentally allies, so you get a reasonable discount on this. Paying a 5 or playing a 5/5 for 4. Pluto is really good with this, and now Miss Bianca serves a similar role, and just being a large body that can sort of manage the board while you're not sort of overcommitting into paying just too much for it.
Yeah, and it looks like Brady just sees the writing
Keeps
on
it
the
up.
wall, has too many things to deal with. That double Neverland paying a lot of dividends there, just putting him up to 18 at the start of that turn, which just means that there's too many threats for Brady to deal with. Not enough singers on the field, and yeah, I mean, just that turn where where Mitchell played that Pete, just got himself up to 8 lore, made things incredibly uncomfortable for Brady, forced the aerial to take the trade. It just felt so bad losing that ink on top of the fact, just couldn't recover. So
Yeah,
game
I
number
mean,
2
that's
here. Hopefully you'll be able to do a little bit more on the play.
that's the major difference between sort of the on the play, on the draw. I mean, had Mitchell started with a Cindy on the play, it would have likely ran out a little bit differently, but the outcome may have been pretty similar in that, in this matchup especially, like having that initiative to be able to sing the song first, to be able to start questing with Daisy, it's very, very powerful. A lot of mirrors, especially when there's not great mirror breakers, can be brutal. And this matchup does have really powerful mirror breakers. Cindy is one of them, where if both players first play as a Cinderella, the person who played the first one is going to just win if they have any song, because all of a sudden they sing theirs, banish your character, and then you have nothing and they have 2 things. It can be really, really harsh, the play draw disparity in this particular matchup. And there's only a few things that can sort of swing it in the opposite direction. Sometimes a good Whole New World, when one player is able to sing it and then take advantage of the cards before their opponent, can swing it in the other direction, just because you are able to collect that sort of ink advantage back in singing extra songs and leveraging those cards before your opponent does. And often the player that isn't able to cast the most things is the one that's going to lose.
Yep, absolutely. And just a small, subtle thing that I just saw Mitchell doing there that I really want to commend him on. A lot of players, including myself, get a little bit impatient with their alters and just decide to alter without getting to see what their opponent does. And when you're on the draw, that is the small advantage that you get to have. You get to see how many cards your opponent alters before making your decisions. So without even looking at his hand, he just set it down, waited for Brady to make the alters, and then looked at his hand and decided to see what he wanted to throw away. So turn 1 Daisy into turn 1 Daisy, pretty stock standard for both of these players. Likely going to see a Smee here on turn 2 for Brady Heath, and then we'll have to see if Mitchell has the response here. So Cinderella going to go to Inkwell, and looks like instead Troubadour going to make his entry here.
A good shout here instead of the Cinderella. It is a 2-cost. Essentially, they're very similar cards, right? It's a Singer, functionally a Singer 3. Sometimes you can Zeus with it, but it functions a similar role to Cindy in that it's able to really play a lot of your removal spells ahead of curve. But it has resist 1, and it makes it very hard to remove in this matchup because, again, steel removal just does not work super well into resist.
Yeah, I mean, your
base.
main tool is that the Storm Rage on, and just having the damage that it does just makes it so much more difficult. So it looks like Mitchell kind of agrees with everything that you've been saying and says, hey, look, you know what? I kind of want to do the same thing here. Just stick something that's going to be a little bit difficult to remove. Kind of try and find a way to force and along came Zeus onto this, early removal here. And it looks like Brady does find himself a whole new world.
Choices? Oh, goodness. Ariel with choices is crazy.
No whole new world in hand. I has to decide whether or not he wants to have it.
It's probably depending on how important this strength, because I believe it's deciding between strength and whole new world. Whichever one feels more important, like if we want to strength this turn, basically, because we could, in theory, take out the Daisy if we challenge it and then strength it. I think that was maybe the thought process is, do we want to remove the thing now, or are we just looking to set ourselves up for the whole new world? And I do like, since we're on the play from Brady's side, just angling towards the whole new world line. Now, Ariel does have to live for that, and when they know that it's coming, there's a little bit of a higher priority on making sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah. And now we do know that Brady does run Prince Naveen, so he might just be able to ink it and play it. So Troubadour just showing exactly why it's in the deck here, able to use that double, let the Storm Rage on, filter 2 more cards through his deck, and hopefully find some more answers to everything that Brady Heath is doing here. So both of the boards kind of get reset here. While Mitchell is being, playing from behind here, he does have these opportunities to come back into this game, and it really does just start with this double storm.
Yeah, Troubadour is also very safe to sing with, to sing, to quest. It's hard for it to ever be really super favorably interacted with, right? Just because of that resist 1, it has a sizable amount of willpower. That is an interesting addition to this deck. Part of your world has been around since set 1, and because it's uninkable, it generally had been less favored than some of the more inkable options. Because if you find it off of Ariel, you're not able to ink it. Sometimes you just Ariel, hope to find a song that is inkable so that you can send it there to play something else. But
yeah,
it did get the Ariel back, allow us to replay it, got a Zeus, which is nice, and the Troubadour is able to sing that if we need to. So having 2 singers that can Zeus is pretty powerful here. I don't know if we would want to necessarily deal with the Daisy here, since we are the one with initiative. We're ahead on lore, but it makes playing something like an Ariel a lot more awkward for Mitchell, knowing that there's an excellent removal on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're on the draw here, you're already behind on board state here. I mean, you were able to mirror just these last 2 turns, but 2 storms later, this Cinderella is likely going to stick around here. And that's exactly why Brady Heath felt safe to play this Cinderella. Daisy going to find a Daisy here. And all of a sudden, I feel like Brady Heath is just getting more and more of a commanding position. Mitchell's going to have to find something soon to deal with everything that's happening here. And it looks like he's just going to dump his hand, try and find as many things as that he can play before this whole new world comes out.
Yeah, just as opted here to try and race. Sometimes that is the solution. If your hand is not good enough to answer what's happening on the board, this play is not bad. Since most of the cards are daisies, they're generally pretty safe in this matchup. I mean, Strength can take one out or Zeus can take one out, but that's a premium removal spell on a 1-drop. So it's not necessarily as scary if that's what they're choosing to use their resources on. And you're right, if we know that a whole new world exists, even though Brady has a lot of cards in hand, you don't necessarily want to whole new world and draw your opponent as many or more cards than what you're getting. Ideally, you want to try and break the parity on that card as much as you can. Opts to take out the Troubadour, which limits the discountable song option available for Mitchell. Now it's just daisies. And we're not exactly racing the daisies here, but we're not terribly far behind, and we have the ability to sing a lot of songs.
Now the Smee is going to get inked here. I want to say Brady definitely wants to develop this Bianca before dropping this whole new world, and he's considering whether or not he just wants to play Let the Storm Rage on, and then next turn, get rid of one of these daisies. And it looks like that's going to be the Bianca line instead. Just going to develop his own daisy, and then from here, he's probably just going to send in everything just to quest. Get himself up to 9 lore. Mitchell, however, is going to be able to get up to 13 next turn, and if he just continues to decide and say, hey, look, you know what? I'm not going to be able to answer everything that's happening here. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, right? So Ariel going to come down here, whole new world.
I absolutely hate this. I absolutely hate that play. I think you either quest with the Ariel or you just leave it back. I would very rarely, if ever, want to whole new world when you're completely tapped out, especially if you're singing it. I get that we're presenting pretty close to a lethal threat here. I really don't like the idea of just not using any of the cards that we drew. Like, I don't know why we need a whole new world there. We can either quest with Ariel, go up to 10, and then what is Mitchell going to be able to do? Either trade thick Slore with the daisies to challenge the Ariel, or this Ariel is going to probably be fine, or like you have to commit, because there's no singers, you have to commit a ton of your 5 ink that's available on just dealing with this Ariel at best. I think we could have just been at 10, representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to go up to 18 potentially, and then we could have always sang that the turn after. I mean, even if they peat, that's like their whole turn. Yeah, I did not like that at all. I know that the concern, I think, from Brady is that if Mitchell plays a peat from hand, like, we can't whole new world, but I feel like with the Bianca, we're very favored on this board of daisies. Like, we can just start challenging and taking them off the board. And I might have liked that just better. I don't know. I don't know if I like that play. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of it either. I feel like you just the aforementioned, your aforementioned reasoning in that, you don't have any other ink to work with here. So kind of anything that you're doing after the fact doesn't really feel that good. I think I would have rather have liked to have seen that Smee come down than the Bianca here. But the Cinderella is definitely going to be doing a lot of work here. Going to be able to take out one of these daisies. Bianca going to take out the other one. And now Troubadour plus this daisy plus this Ariel going to be able to take out the third one. And this doesn't feel good, honestly. Just because, I mean, you're only going to be able to get to 11 here. You might play that Neverland that he does end up playing here. But, I mean, is he threatening lethal? 2, 4, 6, 7, 10? Yeah, okay. So at least he's threatening lethal on board here. So it does force Mitch to respond. He's not going to be able to get too much in terms of the ways of questing. And so, while that Hail Mary from Mitchell did do a lot, that shift line that is now available in that Cinderella is definitely doing a lot of work here. So able to stabilize what otherwise I do feel was a mistake here from Brady. A little bit preemptive on the whole new world, but I guess he just didn't have enough tools in his hand and decided, look, you know what? I'm going to take this line anyways, expecting, knowing that this is not the generally accepted way to use this whole new world. That would be my only thing that, that I could see him, saying like, this is my reasoning and kind of agree with it. But yeah, I mean, definitely in a much better position than he was last turn.
Mitchell only needs to deal with one additional lore from our opponents, so that could be something as simple as challenging the damaged daisy here, and then that's what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's only 19 from the other side. So the Pete on its own is able to sort of shut down Brady from just winning next turn. And then Mitchell very well may be able to just close out the game here.
Now, I'm not sure that I agree with the strength on the undamaged daisy. I think I would have rather just kept the card in hand and just, smacked down that daisy while I had that opportunity. That way I just have an extra card in hand, and on the next turn I have a little bit more options. But I do see the reasoning behind Mitchell. He sees the clock ticking, and he doesn't feel comfortable with the way that it is right now. So Brady likely just going to use as many tools as he can to remove as many threats as possible while still maintaining the ability to quest here with this daisy. Likely going to drop down a Lawrence here, just develop another 2 lore threat. And yeah, we'll have to see what Brady ends up deciding to do. Going to get rid of that Cinderella while he has the opportunity, and just going to continue to snowball this incredibly powerful board state that he has.
Yeah, I mean, if Brady wants, he can likely just remove every character that's on the board, or just opt to quest. And I think because there's no shift lines that increase the amount of lore that's going to be coming in from Mitchell's side here, I think the Pete is already just going to shut the door on this game. So we'll likely be seeing a game 3. Yeah, just plays Pete Lawrence, another thing. None of those are really necessary. It is almost impossible with Pete in play to be able to deal with this Cinderella and then also deal with any of the other things that are on the board. And we only really need a couple of them. We just have a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, and Mitchell going to be able to get himself up to 18, but recognizes the fact that there's literally nothing he can do to stop this from happening here, and he just has to hope that Brady decides not to quest. But obviously, Brady
doesn't even have to quest. The lore gain from the locations
are in play.
Yeah. So okay, I mean, knowing that Cinderella's in the deck, there's a world where the whole new world looks a little better, making sure that we can dig into something that can go over the top of the mirror. I'm still not sure that I love it, because knowing how much ink that our opponent had, if they play Pete, they really are only doing one spell that turn entirely. Like, it's just play a 3/3. And I feel like Brady probably had enough cards in hand, especially with the several daisies coming in. Like, we're looking at 3 additional cards on the top. We're likely to get more characters anyway.
Yeah,
so I think we would have had stuff to do.
Brady's concern was the double Lawrence that he knew Mitchell had, and the fact that Mitchell had, I think, about 5 or 6 cards in hand. He was just saying, like, this isn't ideal, but I think I just have to do this anyways.
Yeah, maybe the characters that we had just weren't big enough to compete with both the 3 daisies and the couple Lawrences that could just come down, or a Lawrence and a Pete. Like, we just were a little bit behind, perhaps, is the thought. And knowing that there's something that can go way bigger, such as the Cindy, was enough to justify, like, look, I need to rip 4 or 5 new cards here because these ones just aren't enough, and a Pete lock would be a nightmare. Or losing Ariel, losing the ability to sing it might be too rough. I can appreciate that, Without knowing the full deck list, it's hard to really, truly say, I think that was wrong, right? I don't know if I would have done it there, but sometimes what's in your deck, and you have to rely on, like, okay, I'm gonna send the whole new world, and it needs to hit for me to win this. So let's just believe in ourselves and hit, and then it's fine.
Yeah, and so it looks like Mitchell not too happy with his hand here. Probably has his turns 1 and 2 kind of decided, but needs to find some sort of early removal tools. So he's going to send away 4. Brady feeling a little bit more confident in his hand here. So we'll have to see what both of these players' opening hands are. I do know that Brady did have a daisy in hand, so likely going to be his turn 1 here, and a Neverland. So that might stick around for a lot more turns than people would expect. So turn 1 Cinderella, likely going to be answered with a turn 1 Daisy.
Yeah, the Daisy is certainly a better run out, either Daisy or the Neverland, than a Cinderella of your own. Again, you don't want your opponent to be able to just sing a song and take out your character for free. Troubadour, I think, is really excels in this matchup. Especially the mirror, because now it opens up Zeus, it opens up all of your other songs that normally your 2-drops, Ursula, for example, the 1/4 may have been able to do, but it also just has resist. You can kind of just quest with it. I mean, even into the face of the Smee, you can just quest with it.
Yeah, and I think one of my favorite things about the Troubadour too, just for added synergy, is that it is an ally, so it does enable that Miss Bianca, and which we did see both players are running. And I mean, on turn 4, you can expect this Bianca to come down if he so has it.
And it's a turtle with a
5/5 body.
Turtle with a hat, so I mean, that's pretty good too.
Small update from our feature match 2. Zan Saeed did have to drop from the tournament due to health reasons. Just traveling and eating food around new areas can always cause that to happen, but Zan is doing okay. We have people that are with him, and Kurt Spice from World Class Cards is taking over his spot as our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro. So wishing good health to Zan and good luck to Kurt.
Yeah, it's just a card tournament. Health is important. So there's always things that are more important than competing in card games, despite what some people may think. Take care of yourself, and just be ready for the next one.
You know what that makes me think about? That makes me think about Shrek. What's his name? Lord Farquaad. Some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Right.
Well, thank you all for joining us here with 20 Lore Pro with world-class cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. This is exciting to be here in Game 3, and it's a quick start.
Yeah, Pete comes down and makes both the Aerial and the Troubadour a little awkward, right? They're just kind of disappointing characters if they don't have the ability to sing any songs. So no actions, and the Pete Lock comes back down the other direction.
Yeah, I like this Troubadour trade here. Obviously gets that free trade into the Smee, sets him up for a Rapunzel, and kind of forces this Pete to do the exact same thing here. And now Brady Heath is kind of on the back foot here, doesn't have quite enough characters to do anything with, and he is incredibly afraid of this Let the Storm Rage On. Might opt to play a Rapunzel just to be able to counteract it here. Doesn't seem to have it in hand, doesn't really want to ink anything yet, so just opts to stay at 3 ink. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with this line here. I mean, obviously, this Lawrence going to be able to challenge everything on the board pretty safely, set up a Rapunzel line if he has it. I don't think I see it, though.
Brady was on the draw this game, so I think 3 was his max ink that turn, right?
No, because he played Pete last turn.
Oh, he played Pete last turn. No, you're right. Could be a pretty uninkable hand outside of cards that he feels are really important in this matchup. This is an interesting game.
And he's stout-hearted.
Maybe they're on very similar lists. I mean, there's there's that set 1 card again.
I'm curious to see if these players are teammates and they just prepped together, decided to bring the same list, and ended up getting paired together.
Lawrence comes down, not exactly what you want to be doing here. Another Pete lock. The Pete Whole New World lock is pretty rough. Being able to take advantage of the cards first and also preventing spells or actions, any songs really. Not that Brady had a ton of characters to sing with anyway, but it does make it so that, we know that this Daisy's going to be safe. It's pretty predictable that the Pete challenges into the Aerial just to limit the damage that it can. Not a very high lore game, but it's sort of on Brady now to understanding that some of your characters are going to get hit with songs next turn to try and minimize that damage where possible. And I honestly think that if that Rapunzel would have been in hand, he might have looked to do that just this turn to keep the Lawrence a little bit healthier. Yeah, playing a couple of Cindy's here. Nope, and opts for the Daisy Duck. I almost would have liked to play 2 Cindy's there just to threaten the big Cinderella, even if you don't have it. It might make them over-prioritize removing the Cinderellas over your Aerial. So it goes back. Mitchell will be able to go up to 6 this turn. No real shift lines here available, so it's going to be Probably singing a few songs to take some characters off the board. The Cinderella does get stormed. Not a big surprise there. Find him, flatten him. Into the Inkwell. Not for this matchup at all. Another Pete.
Yeah, I mean, this position just keeps getting worse and worse for Brady Heath here. I would have liked to have seen him play that just that second Cinderella that you were talking about, just because we do see 3 strengths in his hand. Granted, here comes a Pete. It's going to make things a little bit awkward for him. Thankfully, though, only at 5 lore here, so he has plenty of time to be able to respond in kind. And I think a Pete in response here into a double Cinderella will feel great, just because he does have those 3 strength of a Raging Fire in hand, and then next turn will be able to fire them pretty much all off and remove almost everything on the field here for Mitchell. We have seen 2 Petes, if not 3 Petes from Mitchell already, so it's unlikely that we're going to see a 4th one or a 3rd one. And so because of this Pete is very damaging, going to make things incredibly uncomfortable for Mitchell in general. And so now he doesn't even feel safe to quest. Unfortunately, no Rapunzel in Brady Heath's hand, so he can't quite utilize this Lawrence again. But because there was no Pete on Mitchell's side originally, it just means that that Lawrence gets to survive for just one more turn. And so in response, Mitchell just going to continue to widen this board, just make things as much, as uncomfortable for Brady Heath as possible. But again, 3 strengths is going to change a lot on this field on this following turn.
Yeah, it's interesting to decide to quest here. You're sort of, another Pete for Brady. You're sort of saying, I need to force some action, because the likelihood of Brady actually having some amount of spells or songs rather to interact with this board is pretty high. Deploying the double Cinderella, that's 2 3 singers on top of the Pete as well, and the Ariel. There's a lot of options that can happen with that many cards in hand still. And even though there are some trades that can be made, it's generally better to get some of this lore in than just lose all of it. Because if you lose even more of your board, it's going to be pretty tough. And there's a lot more strength on the other side of the field. There's the Bianca and the Lawrence are just much larger characters. And the crackback on challenging could be pretty brutal for Brady here too. Now, we know that there's 3 strength, which is a lot. So that is going to deal with a lot of this, since it's dealing 6. It's going to take out all these big characters, but Mitchell doesn't necessarily know that.
Right. And so, it's going to be up to Brady to decide what he needs to get rid of here. I think the Lawrence has to go because it's a 2 lore threat. I think that Aurora also has to go for that same aforementioned reasons. And then really the final decision becomes, how do I get rid of this Daisy and Miss Bianca here? And I think those are kind of what he's deciding what he needs to, or with what he needs to do to get rid of it. Obviously, that Troubadour, I think, is going to stick around for just one more turn. While it does only quest for 1, that Resist 1 just proving to be so pesky, because a lot of these 1 strength, low willpower characters don't really have a way to interact with it.
Yeah, I think this is where he's trying to figure out, okay, how are we removing these characters off the board? What are we using for singers? And where is this going to leave us at the end of the whole equation? So strength. I wish we do use the Lawrence for strength. It could be on the Troubadour. Opting to keep the lore pressure a little bit lower with the triple strength here, which I think is respectable. Take out the Aurora as well. Now it's just a couple of 3/3s along with the single singer. And there's 2 cards in hand for Mitchell here. So this does feel better for you, especially because we still have a 5 to 6 ink that we can deploy threats. And we know that there's another Pete, so we can shut down any songs. So really, it's just a challenge back from 3/3s.
Now, I will say it does feel a little bit uncomfortable for Brady here, just considering the fact that Mitchell is already at 12 lore, and if he decides to just continue to quest, maybe drop down, a final Pete for the game, it's going to feel incredibly difficult to be able to come back. So 2 more threats going to be developed here. It's going to be up to Mitchell to decide whether or not he wants to go for these trades or if he just wants to continue to grow this lore lead and make things even more uncomfortable for Brady. So it looks like he is going to opt to go for these trades. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with this. I mean, I don't disagree with it per se, but it definitely feels a lot better just go up to 15 rather than stay at 12 and make these trades.
I think if we had, instead of deploying a couple of one questers, like perhaps if we had double Daisy, I might like questing a little bit more. I do think that taking a couple of threats off the board is okay, especially because Brady's so far behind. At only 2, that means that Brady's going to have to continue to quest to be able to build up lore. Like that you have to win at some point. And removing a few of the threats means that either Brady now has to decide, okay, do we trade a couple of Pete's to, just not allow him to continue just pulling our material off the board, or do we quest and then allow better trades from the other side? The Whole New World makes it a little bit more interesting, certainly. Both of them just have that as the last card in their hand, so I can't imagine that Mitchell hates this. Certainly you would rather be the one that's, singing it when it's more favorable for you, but if that's the last card in your hand, and you were looking to cast it anyway, it just gives you another character to sing with next turn, potentially. But now Brady gets all of the action because there's no Pete lock to be able to just take out a few of these characters. I mean, Pete or Cindy could very easily be taken out by a storm. Looks like Brady did find another Pete here.
That's likely. I mean, I feel like that has to be the line here for Brady. But likely just going to start off with the storm, get rid of that Cinderella or that Pete. I think I would have rather have liked to have gotten rid of the Pete. Maybe he's just playing around the stout-hearted. Like I said, these players have such similar lists that they might actually just be teammates. So he could just know for a fact that, hey, like you are on Big Cinderella. I need to be able to get rid of this. So I don't necessarily hate that either. And now Pete probably going to go ahead and sing that part of your world, if not just make this trade. And so, I mean, this board's just going to continue to develop. And I really am starting to like Brady's position here. He's really starting to recover. He does find that Whole New World, gets to reset the hand state, and then gets to play a new Pete just to deny Mitchell that much further. So Daisy and Cinderella going to quest here. There's 2 Cinderellas on the board. Troubadour obviously can't answer the Cinderellas, only the Miss Bianca, so he feels safe just exerting both of them, saying like, look, if you're not dealing with the Daisy, then I'm okay with this. So, yep. And it looks like Mitchell here is just going to take a look at what Brady has in the Banish pile and decide what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. Obviously can't sing any songs here, and because both of these are Steel Song decks, is a very devastating turn for Brady.
Yeah, I suspect that unless there is a much better character deployment line here, I would say we're probably doing, Bianca challenges this Ariel, and then we Rapunzel it, pick up maybe a few more cards, get another large quester on the field. Large relative to, a lot of what's going on, but 2 quester is generally some of the bigger ones in these decks. And it could even be that since we can't deploy any songs here, that it might be just play 3 1-drops, a Rapunzel if we've got it, and then just take a little bit of material off the board. Again, because Brady's so low on lore, we don't have to worry nearly as much about the questing from the other side. So sort of increasing additional pressure to make it so that Brady's options are more limited, I think is valuable. And I believe that that's all of the Pete's, or very nearly, for Brady.
Yep, I see 3 in the Banish pile.
Yep. So outside of getting it back with a song, there's not really a way to Pete again. Now, we know that there are a few songs that can get it back that we've seen in these lists. In part of your world.
Brady does have part of your world in hand here, so it could just be that, like, look, he says, like,
denying you these songs is doing a lot of work, and I'm just going to keep doing so. And so now Mitchell just going to try and dig a little bit deeper, find some more answers potentially for the next turn. Does know that, Brady could potentially just sing A Part of Your World, bring back a Pete, and just continue to deny. Now, Pete, I think this is the final Pete for Mitchell as well. And so now I think I really like Mitchell's position all of a sudden. A Rapunzel came down, drew him 2 more cards. A Daisy came down, so there's a lot of 2 lore threats, and this Pete just going to deny anything that Brady would have been able to do here on this turn. And because all these little Cindy's exist, there is nothing left for him to do. And it's going to spell doom here. He does not have enough power on board to be able to respond to this. Going to drop down a Troubadour, likely the Smee as well. And just too much lore on board, too much willpower on board to answer what's going on right now.
Yeah, and this is basically what I suspected would happen here. A little bit even stronger with the Pete as opposed to just deploying a few more cheaper characters. But knowing that there is not anywhere near enough lore from Brady here, you can sort of just go a little bit wide. I'm honestly even surprised that we didn't just quest with the Troubadour, because I feel like it would have required basically a double attack from Pete and Ariel just to take out the Troubadour, and that might even be fine, right?
Yeah, I think if I'm Mitchell here, just because if you quested with the Troubadour, he would have gone up to 13, threatened lethal on board. But now, obviously, Brady does have that extra turn potentially to be able to come back here. No more Pete's available to Mitchell. He's going to have to get it back from the banish pile if he has that opportunity to do so. I do think Mitchell was also on Part of Your World, so we'll see if he decides to quest here. Instead, he's just going to go ahead and sing this, let the Storm Rage on, get rid of one of these Cinderellas, continue to dig through his deck, find more ways to remove a lot of these characters, and just continue to snowball this lead that he's already built for himself.
Yeah, we'll see how many songs we end up using as opposed to just questing here. Now, since we can't fully close out the game, I would imagine that at the very least the Rapunzel and the Daisy would be looking to quest. And then deploy a few more threats. Because again, Brady doesn't have the ability to close out the game here. So going up to 16, even 17 with Mitchell questing with the Bianca as well. Any newly deployed threats all of a sudden become pretty close to just game over.
Yep. 8 ink going to be exerted here.
Double Rapunzel.
2 Rapunzels come down.
Yeah. It's very, very
love
hard.
This position.
Very, very hard outside of a Shift Cindy to deal with unexerted Rapunzels. And if we have a song that deals with the Cindy, the game is just over. I would say I'm fairly confident now that we can just call this for Mitchell here. You don't need a Pete lock to be able to prevent these 2 Rapunzels from getting taken out, because even if hypothetically there's some strength, we know that 3 of them are gone because there was a triple strength turn earlier, right? And there just isn't enough lore. There's not going to be enough cards or enough damage to be able to deal with the 2 unexerted characters and still also deal with enough of the characters on those on the board. Triple Rapunzel on the field, that's 15 willpower that you now have to get off the board, because if any one of them quests with any other two lore quester, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just 15 willpower, it's 19 willpower also with that Daisy. And these are just the 2 lore questers here, right? So he has to get rid of at least all of them to stand a chance here. We do know that Brady Heath does have at least one Along Came Zeus in hand. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he's gone down through pretty much all of his Strength of a Raging Fire here is just pretty devastating, on top of the fact that the Cinderella is never going to be able to interact here. Obviously wants to be able to play and shift that Cinderella. He has that part of Your World in hand.
so he would have been able to deal with it. But I think he's just trying to consider all of the possible options. It realizes that the writing is very likely on the wall here. But yeah, I just don't see with what Brady has in hand how he's supposed to get out of this situation. Troubadour obviously can sing, get rid of one of the Rapunzels, but then he still has to deal with two more, as well as Daisy, as well as three other characters on the field.
Yeah, Rapunzel has always been a really good threat in these mirrors. Just Zeus is the only like really favorable or, 1-for-1, I guess, sort of removal. If they drew any cards with Rapunzel, it's even just card negative. So just the strength not really mattering as much on Rapunzel in this matchup, where the willpower is super powerful for us. This is kind of the same thing that we saw Steel struggling with yesterday in the face of, the Chernadogs and all the 0/4s there. All the Steel decks just struggle to remove quantity of characters because it's so much willpower.
Yeah. I mean, Wochuck in here is saying that Brady better be Tom Brady. Listen, Wochuck, I typed it in chat for you, but Tom Brady is known for being good at throwing. That's the job of the quarterback, is just to throw really well. So I don't know that Brady wants to be throwing here.
And I think both players navigated this matchup very well. We saw as many Petes as you possibly could, even with Brady threatening a fifth one with the Part of Your World, which I actually quite like because it makes some of these really action and song heavy matchups better. But, if you get locked out of Pete from the other direction, then that just doesn't work.
Yep.
There's just
So I
no
think
way
Brady's
to
just
pull
going
enough.
through the motions here, just doing what he can, and just going to give Mitchell the dub here, just playing, full respect. Going to start attaching things to the Neverland for the fun here, just
You gotta
knowing
milk
that,
the
the
camera
game
time,
is over. Yep.
All right.
So
Suit them all up in the location, send them all to Neverland, and quest out, and that'll take it. So a pretty well navigated matchup from both sides. I do think that, as we noticed, the play and draw mattered a lot here. Whoever was on the draw is always sort of a little bit behind, both on ink resources, but just the way that the characters all line up with one another and the way that all the songs line up. Your opponent is always about 3 or 4 ink worth of songs, shift, just resources available, just overconsumed in the match, just because the person on the play gets to sing first. The person on the play is likely singing and removing a character, and then now you have to play catch up to fill up the characters, and it's a tough matchup to be able to beat mirror-wise on the draw, especially when their lists are so close. Some of the diggy hole lists, if you're able to leverage the location 2 or 3 times, that might be a way to sort of break serve and not have to use as many resources, but still use more ink to be able to deal with your opponent's characters. But it looks like they're almost maybe even on the same 60 cards or something pretty close. It could be that they're on Wochuck's list, depending upon if they are familiar with his most current iterations or something similar that maybe did well in an event that somebody else grabbed. So cool matchup. Not Sapphire, so I'm sure everybody enjoyed that. The other table also looks like they wrapped up their games already. So any other thoughts before we send it off to break?
yeah, I mean, I just wanted to commend both of these players for playing incredibly well. I do think that Brady was just about to edge over and take over that game until that 4th Pete came down from Mitchell. Both of these players playing 4 Petes in a game was just absolutely crazy. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes, and thank you all for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here at World Class Cards with their 10K Lorcana Weekend. We want to thank Chimera Hobby Shop in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin for hosting today's tournament. We've had a lot of exciting gameplay here, and again, thank you for joining us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We've had some great games, and over on our second feature match with JDZ Quest, he is featuring our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro, Kurt Spice. He is facing off against SSG Ghosty. That should be a great match to watch. If you'd like to watch that, head on over to JDZ Quest Twitch. We'll have that link in the description. But we're joined here in the main feature match with Mitchell piloting Amber Steel versus Jacob on Amethyst Steel. We have some wonderful announcers here today. We have Jeebus and Logan Schneider from World Class Cards joining us here to give commentary for today's match. Jeebus, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. You know, we've gotten to see a lot of different decks that we really didn't run into a lot yesterday. Sapphire, especially Sapphire Steel, has been a pretty big enemy, I think, of a lot of the players, and they've tried to figure out some solutions. Some of that is going a little bit faster. Some of that is playing a little bit more aggressive, and we've kind of been seeing that, and some of the players doing well likely accounted for that. So, Logan?
Yeah, definitely a change as always. You know, when you start a new meta from what won last time, you know, you're going to see alters from that. So what we're seeing today is a lot of alters from yesterday's tournament of Blue Steel winning. Amber Steel has a great matchup against it, depending on if it's Diggy version or if it is like the Wheel version. I think they can really kind of combat that because they have a lot of removal. It helps. Today we've seen a lot of Green Steel as well. Just a lot of alters. I think a lot of the red-blue players kind of switched over to Blue Steel, and you're seeing kind of different decks kind of come up because of that. So, you know, that's one thing about Lorcana. It's like, you know, a revolving meta, and that's great for the game that everything kind of, you know, rotates and goes through. But, you know, it's all about, you know, reading and predicting and going forward so that you kind of can know, you know, what deck I need to take, right? Sometimes it's not just one deck, it's just one weekend, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, running back a 5K into another 5K, a lot of times a 5K is the whole weekend. So we're really getting to see two tournaments very close together that the players can take a look at the results from the previous one. Notice, hey, everybody, for the most part, that was doing well in the cuts yesterday was playing Sapphire. I'd like to try and battle against that, and they can bring something that they think is going to attack the meta. I know a lot of players don't love battling mirrors for 7-8 hours, so they want to bring something that is a little bit off from that, so that they can that they can try and rumble. So the players are kicking it off with, you know, great start from Mitchell here with a Cinderella. Jacob recognizing that losing characters for free is kind of not worth it. So
it definitely is I think this tournament is a high risk, high reward sometimes. And I think people took some risks today on running more Amber Steel, which we're seeing a lot of Amber Steel pop up in Green Steel.
Sasuke, how you feeling about this matchup? Did we lose him? Might have lost him. That's all right. You know, Smee coming down as the first character, I think, is usually in these Amethyst Steel lists, you have a lot of one-drops. You get your Diablos, your Shadowbox followers, you know, sometimes the Brooms as well, if they're library heavy, which usually they are, just because it's a great card draw engine. They're respecting that they don't want this Cinderella just to freely sing a song, draw a card, you know, remove some of that card draw element from them. So we can just wait. We can play 2 or 3 of them later on, and we don't have to run them out on turn 1.
I think you have to use me as more of, you know, you have to hold your position when it comes to this situation when you're up against the wall of the songs. I think if you, you know, turn sideways or try to, you know, alter on that, what did he get? He got a storm off of that, off of the aerial?
Yeah.
So he knows the situation now there. I think you build the board so that you can counteract. I don't know what songs the purple Jacob's playing, but I'm assuming he's definitely heavy for the Blue Steel matchups with the Benjas. So maybe he cut back on some of the song package as well, because it's kind of dead in a way against it. But okay.
I don't hate that. I mean,
he quested, right?
He did quest for
Okay.
2 and then bounced it back. So, almost certainly he's playing Storm. I
Yeah.
think Storm is too free.
He had to get to a
vehicle.
singer level.
Yeah, and then now we have a singer, so we can actually do something to the board. I would imagine in hand. Yeah. So in hand for Jacob, I'm sure that there's several 1-drops, and multiple can be deployed in the same turn. That's what's nice about this.
I think that was a bad ink. I think you
Was that
hold
a
on.
Lawrence?
No, it was another strength. I think you.
Oh, a strength.
I think
Sure.
you hold your strength. Even in this situation, you need all of your removal because that's how you kind of put them on a pause so that they can't start getting tempo. Because I think his next move is I'm playing Genie, or 2 I'm playing a Smee with maybe a couple 1-drops or something to kind of get some leverage. Maybe like a snake on top of that to bounce back.
I did see a whole new world in Mitchell's hand, which we just watched Mitchell play the previous round, and it is a very song heavy, whole new world heavy list. So it wouldn't surprise me if the plan is just to double ink, ink last turn, ink this turn, and actually do the whole new world. If the rest of the cards in hand aren't great and it's just strength that's good, I still would have probably liked to be able to use it here.
I think he should have kept the strength.
Yeah,
because he's got a free singer on Ariel if he needs to kind of dig a little deeper.
If that's the only song available, it could be a little tricky. So
okay, so now Smee is offline when it goes sideways.
it's probably looking to trade a lot of times here.
So if he's going to play that, then his plan is not to play Will here. Okay, so he had another one.
Okay. I mean, it could be that the hand is just mostly strength as far as your inkable cards, and we're just looking to. So now we are doing it. Yeah. So if the hand was Pete, Rapunzel, strength,
yeah.
You probably could have sent the Rapunzel, but I can appreciate being a little conservative with it. I suppose maybe thinking that that's a plan B.
I think what Mitchell's looking at here is he's trying to close out the game. He's already at 5 on his ink. So what he can do now is that he's pretty much putting his opponent Jacob on a clock to tell him, if you want to take my Ariel out, I'll just shift Cindy if I draw into it next turn. And it's pretty much GG because there's nothing you can really do with it against the Cindy, big Cindy.
Yeah, that's certainly true. There is very few answers. You can fox a crab and get a little, just enough to get to 7 to reach that break point to take it out, but it's already done some damage at that point, whether it's removing a character or just getting in for 3. And if we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's all the way up to 10 if that's the play. Then you answer 1 card with your whole turn. That's not a winning position.
Due to the fact that he has multiple singers on the field, if he can shift Cindy and then whatever he plays next, if it's not evasive, which I've assumed he's playing Genies, he can take care of it. So Cobra, I don't know if it's good in this position here because you kind of need more bodies than anything than discarding, but
it's a 4/4. It's one of the larger.
Okay, that's actually a good follow up.
A 4/4 into a Calhoun, like that is a modest way of attacking the board here.
Personally think he takes the Cindy out. Oh.
I think Ariel, I can understand why you would do that, but
he's gone through 4 songs. He's gone through 3 strengths and one storm, right? Okay, so now he's almost.
This is right there. That is the nightmare scenario for that Cobra.
Oh
yeah, the double Zeus.
Well, I mean, Cobra just has Vanish, so that Let the Storm Rage On really just effectively becomes 4 damage draw card.
Yep.
And just being able to sing it off that Cinderella just feels that much worse here. So I want to say Amethyst Steel definitely doesn't have a great matchup into Amber Steel, especially on the draw, but on the play definitely feels a lot stronger. That said, that Calhoun getting removed with that Along Came Zeus feels like the absolute worst case scenario on top of the fact that Cobra just got removed off the field before it got to actually do any damage to Mitchell's side of the field. And now Jacob's just sitting down staring, 6 characters with nothing on field and no way to sing songs or recover.
He's going to 6 turn ink? He'd need to be at 7 to do something.
That is the 3/5 Genie that quests for 1 and has the ability to shuffle in to draw 3 cards, I believe. It's a 3/5, right? For 4?
Yeah, exactly.
Imaginary or supportive friend, I believe. Yeah. So this is a pretty rough spot here because I don't feel like in the Amethyst Steel that there are any real answers that can deal with a board this wide. Because again, it's very unlikely that especially a more aggressive, these are generally lore bursty style decks looking to, play several characters and then play a Cobra, play a Goat, maybe bounce it and do it again to close out the game. They aren't going to be running something like Strength, and even one Strength does nothing here. There's Triple Daisy, Aurora, doesn't deal with Troubadour, doesn't deal with the Lawrences.
Yeah.
It just deals with nothing on the board. These decks are preying on everything that isn't Ruby specifically. Like that board, terrible against Sisu. Just terrible, does nothing.
Yeah.
But against this, the steel decks can really struggle when you go this wide because all the steel removal.
You don't have a soundproof removal like a big Sisu and shift, right? Where you can, and then coil. So great job to Mitchell of saying that I'm going to run Amber Steel today and a meta more focused on blue steel, which I think he has a phenomenal matchup against. I don't know how many. What's the ratios? Do we have the ratios for today?
I don't know if we have that just yet, but really any sort of character steel matchup. I mean, even Tinkerbell shift swords, which historically had been like the modest way of removing these boards, that still would have not saved him in that spot if that was an option, because it doesn't deal with Daisy, it doesn't deal with Lawrence, it would have dealt with Pete and Troubadour still is, it deals with Cinderella and Pete. Sick. That isn't it. That you're never going to be able to win in those spots then. And we haven't really gotten a bigger steel way of removing characters outside of just deal 2 damage, deal 1 damage. And now all the characters that everybody's running are sort of just O4s, X4s, or they have resist. So the steel removal just does not line up against other steel decks at all.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, the board state that Jacob was in was devastating. He was kind of forced into playing that Cobra, hoping that Mitchell didn't have to let the Storm Rage on, but Mitchell did, and, was easily able to snowball the lead from there, got himself from 4 characters up to 6 characters, and then from there, Mitchell just really had no way to get back into that game there, especially on top of the fact that whole new world was sung, managed to find himself 2 more removal spells, was able to get rid of that genie, and then from there, it was just automatically lights out. So Jacob recognizing that fact, just saying you know what, I'm going to go on the play here. Hopefully I can find some more answers early on and just kind of stave off that snowbally aggression that Amber Steel Songs is known for.
So being on the play, Jacob actually gets to deploy some of these, cheaper threats earlier on. A little awkward with the, the Chernobog into the Daisy here. I still do think that you just quest and not actually draw the card. You're sort of threatening, okay, if you want to challenge it with the Daisy, you're going to get Calhoun, right? If you want to quest, it's entirely possible that I just challenge your Daisy and then also challenge it with the Calhoun.
I don't ever perceive the Daisy going sideways here.
No, I wouldn't at all. Unless we have some other thing that makes it worthwhile. I don't see it. The Calhoun is actually one of the best cards in this matchup.
Is Mitch playing grab your swords?
No, I don't.
Okay, I didn't know the grab swords up for a reason.
We were just talking about it earlier. Maybe you run it in now that we have a second one, but I don't love this at all. It makes a further strength to be able to maybe deal with the Calhoun take longer to happen as well.
You're just giving them free lore, but
it does deny a card draw, I suppose, but I don't know if I would trade 2 lore for a card in my opponent's hand either. Especially in a matchup where generally what Amethyst Steel is trying to do is get within range of, Cobras and Goats being able to just close it out. I mean, with so much, Goat and Cobra both, it's effectively 2 lore every time that you play one of them. they really only need to be at like 12 or 14, and then all of a sudden, you don't really need to quest for the game to be in a very scary spot.
I wish I could see Jacob's hand because I don't think the bounce was necessary. I think you need bodies right now. How you really deal with Amber Steel is you have to go wider than them because they're going to start, when they get leverage on you, like someone to be able to play a song right there, they're going to be able to play songs and remove stuff. So the more bodies you have, the better off you'll be. He's never going to turn that Duck Daisy sideways. So in this situation, I think you go, if he has genies, I don't know what his build is, but if he's playing genies, I think you kind of go more to the air, right? So that you have chances to be able to sing off Zeus when you need to, and then start going as wide as possible. Like maybe, there you go. So genie, and then that will get his drawback.
I mean, we did think that Daisy would never be sent in.
Yeah.
The previous turn and one came in, so
Yeah.
now with the Fox, like very cleanly being able to answer him,
Yeah.
it's even
You
less
can't
likely. Now I think you can just quest with the Fox. And we're in a position where, yes, Aurora can sing a Zeus, but even taking out the genie, like it's sort of a let's play from behind a lot. You know, I get playing catch up constantly, and eventually you're going to just run out of cards.
He's going to waste the Daisy here? That would be interesting. Swing the Daisy, kill, and then sing Zeus to kill the genie. To get
Yeah. I mean,
sing the Zeus.
recognizing maybe
And
that
now he's down
lost,
to a couple cards.
We've lost the board position. We're down a couple cards. If this Aurora is able to live, it could be that they have a whole new world, and they're just looking to. They do have a whole new world, so they're looking to just sing and recover. Just keep the board as clear as we can. Pick a turn where we have enough ink in play to like play 2 or 3 things off of the whole new world, and then any of the card draw or advantage that we got from things like Genie just don't matter that much.
Yeah.
So here's the supportive friend again. Along
I'm really
with
curious of his tech choice on the genie. I really want to hear his thoughts on why he decided to play this today.
I mean, it is a 3/5.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big character. It has a lot more potential against other steel decks, I think, than a lot of cards out of these, because generally their characters are a lot smaller. I mean, historically, Cobra was like the biggest character that they played for forever, right? Or Fox. Now we have a 3/5, so against other steel decks, like it's going to live a lot, and you may not necessarily need to cash it in for cards. You can just challenge with it, and then cash it in later. Okay, Shannerbug's followers taken out here. Now, Whole New World isn't super great. Obviously, the just runs out the Rapunzel. So we can choose to just draw a new grip of cards and get rid of this Genie. Or if we have a Crab, all of a sudden the Crab is just eat Aurora, you know? And with the 5 willpower on the Genie, like it's very, very
Strong.
safe. It's pretty safe. It almost has to be just the ability to sometimes draw cards and just be like a sizable butt. I would think that that's all it is.
Yeah.
Probably in the same spot that Rabbit normally occupied, and just recognizing that against Steel, the Rabbit just isn't as necessary. So you just need a body.
He quest.
Decides to just collect the 3 cards. I think that's fine, especially if you don't have a Crab, and you don't have a clean answer to this. There's still plenty in things like Fox, and any real 1-drop that you can still take out the Aurora if you want here. And drawing 3 cards is quite a bit, even if we assume that Whole New World can come down. We're going to have, 6 ink this turn to work with? That's a couple of spells pretty easily here.
Trying to figure out what he's really wanting to work with here, going to 6 ink.
We did pick up a Benja. I would think in a list like this, it's double spelling 3s a lot.
That's what he wanted.
So he does have...
Oh.
So we have a Calhoun here. I did see a Benja, which would put a little bit more lore pressure on the board. Again, I think if we're assuming a Whole New World, then you would want to ink and maybe deploy another thing. Okay, we get rid of friends, and we do run out the Benja. So just to put a little bit more anything on the field, I suspect.
He's just trying to go wide now, kind of what we just discussed earlier. I think in the situation that you talked about earlier on the Genie, I don't know if maybe he just needed more cards. Okay. So, okay.
Yeah, if that was what was in hand, I mean, the hand's pretty middling. If it was even just one of those, like strength plus genie, you just want to draw some cards because that just isn't it. But I actually don't hate the position that Jacob is in right now. We're untapping with 6, potentially 7 ink. I mean, that's a triple spell turn pretty comfortably.
I mean, if he drew some Fox, now he has his 1-drop to be able to quest for 1, bounce, and then possibly play another Fox to clear the board.
Or a Fox and a Crab. Like Calhoun and Crab are just great friends.
Oh, he drew the...
He has a Zeus.
Calhoun's gone.
Calhoun is likely going to bite it, but that does mean that both the Rapunzel and the Aurora are vulnerable to the Fox, to Crab. Like those kind of cards can still take these out pretty easily. Now Mitchell, knowing that Mitchell does have the big Cinderella,
He just drew the Crab.
He drew a Crab. That'll be pretty good here. You know, Crab on Benja, take out the Rapunzel. You can Fox, take out the Aurora. You can even double Crab the Diablo if you're looking to draw a card. You know, you play it, you bounce it with the Fox, and then Crab it again. You can take out the Rapunzel, draw your card, and then you can still take out the Aurora with the Fox. Lets you quest with Benja. That doesn't seem terrible either.
I think you kind of want the Crab here, so if he does, like you were mentioning, I think he plays the Fox. Quest for 1, plays the Fox, then plays the Crab, because we need bodies right now.
I would think so. But, you know, if we were a little bit higher, you know, if we were at 8 or 9, going to 11 might make more sense. Going to 7, I would probably just want to take stuff off the board more so.
Oh, no, that's what what I meant by that is having another body on the board so that you can deal with stuff next turn instead of bouncing the Crab back.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I hope he has a Fox here. Fox Crab would be really good. Play the Fox first.
Double Fox is also possible. It is a little worse because we have to bounce more things, but we could bounce the 1-drop again. Okay, so we did have a Crab, which we knew about because we picked it up this turn. So opts for the Benja line, which I think is fine.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so we Fox the Benja. It's fine. I mean, we get to still have the Diablo.
Here's what he's going to play.
Probably another 1-drop. Chernobog's Followers, maybe.
Okay, he can quest for 1 with the...
Quest for 1. So we keep the Benja. We might even just ink the Benja. Depends on what the rest is in hand, because the card itself is okay, but it's just a random character.
So he's at 7 now, talking to Jacob's turn, kind of going on. What do you got? 4 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand? He's riffle shuffling. 3?
It could be like 4 because we only sang 1 and played like 1 thing post Holy World. Yeah, I think it might have been 3 or 4 actually. Well, I mean, each of the cards that we played has gotten another card so far, so. Yeah, the Neverland, not really where you want to be right now. Pete is okay here. Against Amethyst Steel, like, yes, there are a few songs that are nice removal spells, but a lot more of their characters, like an Elsa could be devastating here. Without the Crab, it's a little worse, but you know, Elsa is the kind of thing that on a board like this can really allow you to kind of clean up. You know, if you take out both of the singers and the Cindy this turn, like that can be pretty devastating. And we have the cards for it in the colors at the very least.
My question is, does Mitchell still have a song in his hand, right?
Yeah, are there even that many songs left?
Yeah, because he's kind of gone through a couple right now, and Jacob has kind of held the wall a little bit for a couple turns. And I think he has another Calhoun in hand. I'm trying to see it. But I definitely saw a Rose. I'm just trying to figure out lore-wise. You know, of course, take out the Cindy. Does it make sense to pop the Trinabog here?
Unless you're going to use it to trade with something, likely picking up the card from it would make sense.
Maybe no. I mean, the Fox. If he goes sideways, the Fox will not be here next turn. Yeah. What are you doing?
Fox the Fox.
Okay.
Sure. Keeps it safe. It is one of the better cards in the matchup, certainly, too.
I think you leave the Fox because he has to trade with it and maybe swing with the Trinabog, bring the Trinabog back so you have something up.
Okay, so we Pete ourselves. I do like having a Fox in hand with the Pete. We can just keep replaying Pete for a bunch of turns, and Steel Song,
You locked them out.
Steel Song struggles quite a bit under a Pete. It just limits
I
their
just saw
option.
2 whole new worlds. So 2 cards in his hand are dead right now.
Yeah, so the more turns that we can Pete, the better this is going to look. And without being able to actually sing any songs here,
What if he has Rapunzel in his hand?
that
That'd
could
be
be
so
pretty brutal.
good right now.
Okay, so there's a Rapunzel. Pick up a couple cards.
I think he grabbed a Zeus.
Again, the more turns that we can keep this Pete under control, these foxes are going to actually still interact pretty favorably with the board a lot of the time. So gets rid of Troubadour and goes for another aerial to look. Now, knowing that there's the third Whole New World here, interesting opting to take it.
Did he have another option or you couldn't see?
It looked like there was a strength in there as well.
Interesting.
I mean, we know that there's going to be a Pete lock for a while. I would have at the very least taken an inkable in that spot.
Did he ink this? Did Mitchell ink this turn?
I don't believe so. Like we can quest up to 12 if we really wanted. No, not 12. 11 rather. And still take out the Daisy with the Fox that we play. And then play the Pete again. We still have 3 ink
Jacob
left.
is showing 5 cards in hand.
Could just have another Pete in hand potentially too.
That would be a great move. A great play right now. Because Mitch must be looking at, I'm trying to get all the dead cards out of my deck so that when I world, I draw nothing but gas. Okay, Cobra. Trying to reach. He's at 10.
Sort of a genie.
Do see another Fox.
So now I like the full quest a lot more, certainly.
Okay.
Playing a Benja here. So we're not running out the Pete this turn. 1 card in hand, just Fox. The Benja may have been a mistake here.
Yeah, quest first. I thought I saw a Fox in his hand.
Well, we know that there's a Fox in hand because we bounced it last turn,
Yeah.
unless it went to the Inkwell.
Yeah, that's what I'm he's got to replay it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Benja play was an
Oh.
error.
Play the Benja.
It seems like perhaps there was a plan in Jacob's mind and then went to execute.
Didn't count his ink before.
Well, just yeah, you sequence it a little bit differently. You know, you're replaying the steel card in hand. You put it down, and it's a Benja. Too late, you know, and now you still have to commit to the plan that you had, which is you're going to bounce the Pete.
This is unfortunate.
Because now we're going to get to Whole New World here, and Mitchell's going to have a huge amount of cards. You know,
sometimes it's just good to take a deep breath beforehand and map out your ink, right? So that you know that you have enough for each one.
Yeah, this is what this is going to be for.
Yeah.
This is what this is going to be for. You know, if we set 6 ink aside that turn to guarantee like the Fox and play Pete again, like we know that we're safe and, you know, not at risk of just losing the Pete entirely, but now Mitchell's going to draw.
This actually is going to be great for Jacob. I think Jacob might be able to get into lethal if he can just drop 2 Cobras.
Yeah, could draw a goat and a Cobra. You know, if
He's
this
gone
Cobra
through
lives,
3 Foxes or 2. I'm trying to keep up with the count. I think it's 2.
I believe it's been 2.
He brought it back to hand.
Yes, and then one of them was removed with the spell. The deal 2 damage, I believe. But yeah, not running out that was unfortunate. We are still, there's a lot of lore pressure on the field. You know, Mitchell's used quite a few of the songs already for removal as well.
He did.
So, you know, the first one is likely going to have to hit the Cobra, which the Cobra on its own is not really questing for that much to begin with.
Yeah. I just wonder why Mitchell he took another world instead of the strength earlier, because I think that strength would have come in handy on taking out the Fox.
Yeah, use the strength before doing the whole new world on the turn that you're not getting Pete.
Correct.
It could have been to reveal a whole new world to your opponent, to force action based on the knowledge that they have a whole new world, as opposed to knowledge of a removal spell, because it does change your opponent's play a little bit. So the Cobra did stick around. So here's a Cobra.
It's 2 Cobras. It's game.
Oh, yeah, it's 2 Cobras. Okay,
Yep, it's game.
Yep. A card.
16, 17, 18.
Go.
Yep. Okay, Jacob, don't pour it on now.
Trying to show that we know how to count to 20, I see. But
I believe that was 21.
It definitely goes to show the power of some of these bursty lore cards.
Yeah.
Just directly gaining how much that game. So we did 3 Cobras, that's 6, and just 7 from the Merlin Goat. And that's without using any foxes or snakes or anything on any of those cards.
I mean, if Jacob plays the Pete, that doesn't happen, right? If that doesn't happen, he doesn't get to there, right? What is he going to get to? There's 4 on there. He gets 16, right? So he put Mitch in a situation, and I'm not trying to say he big-brained it there, but maybe, I don't know if that was the play on purpose, that the Benja would be there, quest for 2, gets me into a level of threat, and then if I draw a Cobra, I win. I had no cards. So maybe that was the setup. I mean, who knows?
I think because Mitchell was so low on lore, that knowing that there's a whole new world there, you could have just essentially bought yourself a turn of your opponent needing to challenge your characters, and still that whole new world is going to come. I mean, that was always the scary thing about all of the Amethyst lists, even in the past when it was just Goat, is if they get to a certain threshold, like, you don't want to be drawing them 7 cards because you might just be sealing your own doom.
Yeah. It feels like the new threshold for, not RP, but for Purple Steel is 12.
It's a lot lower.
Because when they start looping Cobra back to back, it gets very lethal real quick.
Couple of Cobras, couple of Goats, all of a sudden, like, the game's over. And that doesn't count any of the random, there's still all the Chernobog's followers, the Brooms, all these random 1-drops that are included in these lists that, while you're deploying those other threats that are just direct lore gain, they're also maybe playing a couple 1-drops. The Snake still counts, the Fox still counts. You're worried about what's in their hand and what they're playing to gain lore, and then they're still developing a little bit of stuff on the board.
Agreed.
They get so close, you are cooked, and they don't really need that much to get to that range.
And if you allow them to get there, that's where I still don't understand the strength play. I feel like if you take a chance, I understand you have Peel and Fin, but if you have a chance to be able to remove more on the field, that's what Amber Steel does.
Yeah, I mean, especially knowing that knowing that the whole new world is the play, like, that's what we're building towards, then you really want to make sure that you're removing as much material off the board as possible on that same turn. Whether that's just from the additional strength play or challenging with slightly larger characters. Like, you want to be able to make sure that when you're doing that whole new world play, because it's kind of so scary to give them 7 cards because there's so much direct lore, that you're actually keeping that board a little bit clear, keeping the lore totals as low as possible for that.
I think this is a good start for Jacob. I mean, due to the fact that he didn't have a 1-drop and had to play on second, I think this is good for him to kind of get out ahead. Now he has to pick and choose what he wants on here.
I would think to draw the card here, right? Opts not to. I mean,
I think you draw the card here.
I think I would too. I do think that the Troubadour, if it challenges the Chernobog's followers directly,
I think that was a mistake. I think you actually put it on the Shmi, but he can bounce it back with Fox is another alternative. But I think that's the game we play right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, Smee can't challenge the Troubadour.
You can't kill it.
And deal with it. Troubadour having that resist 1 means it's very difficult to remove it off the field. And now there's an aerial without a 3 singer, it's very hard for Jacob to remove this aerial. So whatever we want to sing outside of a Pete, I can't imagine a world where Jacob's able to stop it right now, at least.
The aerial follow-up is really good right now. Really, Jacob right now, I could see Quest for 2 and Fox. But, I mean, what other play could he do right now to be able to kind of come back from this? Aerial in the field is a problem.
What about a Benja?
No comment.
So Benja being a 2/3 does Quest for 2. If we don't actually use this SME for questing, it does make it a little bit more difficult to remove from a song. However, if it's a strength or a Zeus, like, we're going to lose the SME regardless. All right, so 1 damage on the SME here. All right, so here comes an Aurora and a Daisy. So really trying to go wide and respect that Amethyst Steel doesn't necessarily have the ability to deal with a wide board. And we have the action and the initiative here being on the play. I mean, do we just trade this aerial for the SME? I don't think so, right? Rather have the Singer. And Troubadour, still safe against the SME. Now SME can't really quest favorably.
No, it's not getting good trade value because if it swings, you lose the body. Where I think here he really needs an opportunity to be able to play Fox and have some kind of advantage. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough body pressure to play any songs right now. Maybe Genie would be a good alternative, but now that he has 3 singers on the field, it's his back's up against the wall.
Yeah, normally I was saying earlier the 3/5 body is nice against Steel. It's not when they have 4 or 5 characters, because now both Strength and Zeus can answer it. If they have a couple characters and Strength isn't enough, 5 body, great.
It makes me wonder now if the Trinabog earlier, be able to draw that card, what he would drew. We'll see next, right?
Yeah.
He'd have an additional card in hand to be able to make other moves.
Okay,
Pete's
so
not a
Pete
bad
is good.
mood.
Pete is good. The SME quest I don't love here because now Troubadour certainly challenges it just for free. Another aerial. I mean, the development on the board for Mitchell is insane. If we ever do get to sing a whole new world, like, this is going to be rough. Okay, grabs a part of your world. And develops another Daisy. Okay, so the Troubadour does challenge the SME, like we would have expected there. And now it's a SME facing, a Pete facing down 6 characters. The double Daisy representing 4, 5, 6, 7 from Aurora, 8 from the Troubadour, if everything is still around. That is an awful lot of lore pressure coming from Mitchell if we decide to get to the point of questing out. Even if Jacob deploys a few threats here, if one of those threats isn't Pete exactly, I would imagine that Mitchell is going to, sing a couple songs, and if one of them is Whole New World, likely play as many as 5 or 6 cards on the following turn, potentially. And that will make this very difficult for Jacob to recover from. Just deploying a few 3/3s, it gains a little bit of lore, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to stop the quantity of singers that we have on the other side of the board.
I mean, I think he has to take it out. He has no choice. Unfortunately, he has a full hand, and if he plays World and is able to be able to play additional songs, I think he's just in a bad situation. But all depends what he draws next. And if he has a World, which I believe he has one, it's really hard to see his hand. I see a world.
I think so too. Probably debating if there is an inkable, if we're going to use it as ink, or if it's a song, if we may want to use it. There is part of your world in hand as well, but I don't know if there's any characters in the discard that are worth getting back. I mean, normally you'd want to return something, Ariel,
I
Rapunzel.
feel like that's a great late game card for sure.
Yeah, or if there's a card, a Pete, something like that where you're recurring an actual effect, but just getting a random
Maybe
stinger.
what he's trying to do is maybe he's trying to get another Ariel back to be able to dig a little deeper if he's not trying to play world. Okay.
Yep, whole new world here. Makes sense. That was sort of what Mitchell's been setting up for the last several turns here, I think. Pete delayed it a little bit, but now we have access to 3, potentially 4 ink. We have 2 very powerful singers. One of them is not able to sing this turn because we did use a removal spell to take something off the board, which I think is probably correct a lot of times. Because that's what you're looking to do on this turn anyway. But if we deploy a few more characters this turn, I mean, let's imagine Double Daisy or Daisy Pete even. Yeah. That's already going to be...
He's in definitely threat territory.
Yeah. And just, again, 2 3/3s on the board is probably not enough to overcome just that much willpower. Ooh, that's a nice run out too. Naveen playing the Zeus. It develops a 2-lore threat that also removes something from the board. So because we only have the 1 singer remaining in Aurora, if we have a strength or perhaps another
what
Zeus,
a hit.
I mean, sometimes it'd be like that.
I mean, for Jacob, I know he's probably a lot lower in songs than Mitchell, and for that to hit was unfortunate.
Yeah. I think keeping the Aurora back is fine. You don't necessarily need to... Like, the 1 lore, I don't believe, is going to be the deal breaker here. Like, it's going to come down to questing for, 10 and then 10 again or whatever. So going to 7 is not that critical here. But the singing potential for a Singer 5 is likely more valuable.
Yeah.
Because we've allowed these aerials to be vulnerable. It's not unimaginable to see a Fox come down and both of them get taken out this turn. But that keeps our daisies alive. I mean, maybe there's an argument for sending it in just to make sure that the daisies live.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think it's a full send every turn.
From here out, most likely. I just don't think that Jacob is going to be able to deploy enough threats more than Mitchell is going to be able to deploy threats. Like, they can both put 2 or 3 things in play a turn, right? So here's the Fox bouncing. Does end up taking out a daisy, respecting that. Look, if we don't take out the higher lore characters, it's going to end up being just too much per
choice
turn.
Here. I think you have to take out the daisy because you're on a clock now.
Yeah, committing to the daisy, I believe, because like if you did take out the aerial with the first one, like you could afford to do both aerials maybe. But since we committed to taking out daisy already, taking out both of them, I think is probably fine. And there's already so many singers.
What Jacob is
anyway.
saying is, like, I'm trying to give myself an additional turn. Right now, the player's showing 5 lure, so you're on a 3-turn clock if nothing changes on the board.
Yeah, and there's so many singers already. Like, you're not locking Mitchell out of singing songs unless you're playing Pete at this point, because we can literally sing every song in his hand.
Maybe Jacob is thinking in his mind, well, he's gone through multiple songs. Does he have more? Well, he does.
Yeah, I think there's even a few more in there. We need a little bit more lore pressure, because Jacob did do a pretty good job of removing a few, and there is another Fox in hand, so we know about that as well.
Oh, another daisy.
Yeah, every daisy is this has always been the power of daisy in these decks. Like, yeah, on turn 1, it's awesome, right? But in some of the other turns, it's a little less powerful. But once you get to a board state like this, it's so good with Whole New World because it costs 1, and it's such a huge amount of lore for the 1 that the downside is irrelevant at that point, because you're later into the game. You likely just drew your opponent 7 cards. You play a couple daisies and another big threat and a removal, and all of a sudden you just are actually looking to close the game. Bianca, too. Another big body. Not so much a lot of lore, but the body is always still pretty nice.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how Jacob can get out of this. I mean, I know he has a Fox in hand, so he's going to remove. He's got to really look at the lore, and I think I hope I feel like you got to take Naveen out, but now you need something to take something else out. Does he have another song, which I'm pretty sure Mitchell does? So I think you just take out the aerial in this situation, or probably the Cindy. If he shifts, it's on a 2-turn clock now.
Yeah, I mean, let's even imagine that Jacob has another Fox in hand, which is it's just not unreasonable. Like, I don't feel like we're gaining a lot by just taking out characters. The Fox returning a character to your hand, there are some games where it does not feel like a downside, right? But it is a huge tempo negative play a lot of times to return a character to your hand. Like, it is not free. It does have a cost associated with it. And we can see how little, material on the board Jacob actually has.
Yeah.
Just leveraging, okay, I deal 4 damage one time, and then that's 6 of my ink or whatever. It is what you have to do, but yeah, getting a daisy back.
Yeah.
So that now the following turn, it's just almost assuredly enough lore. Daisy being an inexpensive card makes it so that you can just add it. And Jacob's just wrapping it up here because, again, as we mentioned, the steel removal.
Name of the game, play songs and go wide.
It is. Swords doesn't exist. Tinkerbell doesn't really exist. And even if they did, they're just not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
So against everything that's not Ruby, you just kind of play everything that you can as wide as you can, and it's pretty safe right now.
It is. I mean, with the meta that we have right now, I mean, highly of blue steel and red blue, it's very matchup dependent. I think, amber steel in a field full of blue steel is very highly favored. Most people in the old days would think that it wasn't from the old blue steel, but they're not playing will, and some of the blue steels are not playing full fishbone quills, so you can will them, get key pieces out, and not have to worry, but be able to go wide enough because they can't clear the board.
Yeah. Bell makes it a little weird sometimes, just being it's sort of that same Cinderella versus Cinderella thing, except yours is a 3-3 versus their 1-2. So there's a little bit of that dichotomy. So some of the lower to the ground lists, the Kiwi Bird and things like that, feel a little bit closer to the mirror in the first couple of turns than maybe they had in the past, because they're not really looking to Tipo. They're going to Bell, sing and kill your Cindy, and then play a Smee. It's like that can be a rough start, but you're right. You can go really wide, and they just don't have a way of punishing you for it anymore. Once upon a time they would play a Tinkerbell, then they would Tinkerbell again and shift, and then sing grab and just blow you out, and that was really bad. That literally doesn't happen anymore because those cards aren't good enough against a lot of the other decks, and they're not good in the mirror anymore because of things like Bell, because of the Miss Bianca, just a 5/5 for 4. Like, what are you doing?
It's
2 damage.
It's a tank. So
it's just a huge character.
The old ways of Amber Steel couldn't keep up with the original Blue Steel.
Yeah.
Just because of how far they would go out with aerial, so you couldn't target it.
Yeah.
But now a lot of the Blue Steels do not run aerial, and they're trying to get to Tamatoa. You're having Benjas. You're having everything that kind of disrupts the Blue Steel. So now it's more of a pace game where everyone's going to, I want early pressure with bells. Well, if you're able to remove the bell, remove all the threats, Blue Steel can't do anything. Then you're willing all their key power cards, and then they start drawing into uninkables, and it becomes a situation.
Yeah, and with Troubadour, it really does feel like Zeus is at a huge premium right now, more than it ever has been, because it takes out Happy as a Clam. It can take out Bianca. It can take out, almost all of the important cards outside of the really huge ones. Your large Tamatoas, your massive endgame threats, but those is sort of a different problem.
Yeah.
But almost all of the sort of 3 to 5 cost things, even a lot of the 6 cost ones, Zeus just takes it out completely. And even some locations, it's probably better than it has been in a long time at lining up with what you actually need to remove. And this is really one of the few, the Steel Song that Amber steals, one of the few decks that can take advantage of it more than most, because you have a lot of singers that can sing it, even more now with Troubadour. You can get it off of aerial, and your double, triple spell turns. A lot of this format has come down to who is able to cast the most things for free throughout the course of the game. The more that you can do, the better off you're going to end up being, because you're just pushing that much farther resource-wise against your opponent here. So I believe that they just went to time and round. We can probably go to a little break before they get squared away for the next one, and then we'll be back.
Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashdown, and we're here today with world-class cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. Saturday we had a 5K, and our winner was Sky, piloting a Sapphire Steel list. And here we are in round 6 of their day 2 brand new 5K tournament. Really excited to be here with Chimera Hobby Shop in cannot think of the town name, but in Wisconsin.
Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
Yes, great town. Glad to be here. It is actually a very beautiful town. We're staying right out by the lake. Great place to be. Excited to be here with 20 Lore Pro, and thank you all for joining us here on Twitch and on YouTube. We have our 20 Lore Community Pro, Kurt Spice, over there on JDZ Quest Twitch. Kurt Spice is piloting against Santiago, so that should be an interesting match. But here we are in round 6 on the main feature with Mikey piloting a Amethyst Ruby list versus Nad piloting a Sapphire Steel list. Jeebus, how are you doing today?
Still doing really well, hanging in there. It's been a long weekend, but good tournament weekends always are. And we are, about a little more than halfway through our event here. We got some players that are sort of fighting for their life here, angling towards the end of the event. And we have another interesting matchup here. We've got, the classic Amethyst Ruby against the current monster of Sapphire Steel. And it looks to be the location list that we had been seeing pop up since we get a ferry ship coming down right away.
Yeah, and it looks like I noticed a whole new world in Nada's hand there. So definitely not playing that traditional Sapphire Steel items list that we've come to know and probably dislike, I think, at this point for the majority of players here. Robin Hood just going to go ahead and get a little poke damage into that ferry ship, just kind of mitigate the usefulness that card is going to have. And it looks like there is a Fishbone Quill just to kind of enable those whole new world turns, make it just a little bit better for, the Sapphire Steel player versus the non-Sapphire Steel player. And Mickey here just going to continue to push out these locations and just kind of, get these small incremental advantages where he can in cards like Magic Broom that just usually quest for 1 and then you just banish it to get the card out of it. So, quest 1, draw 1 for 1, not bad.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of the lists running Robin Hood still are generally the ones that have sort of maintained that whole new world element to them, right? If you need that 5 singer, Robin Hood is a great option for it. It still is a fairly sizable body once it's shifted out. Shift cost isn't super high, and it does do pretty well, similar to Calhoun, in both keeping up lore of your own while kind of clearing out the opposing side when needed in some of those aggro matchups. So, we're likely going to see something that'll feel a lot more familiar to kind of like the older style of Sapphire Steel, where you're playing a couple of things. You're either shifting or getting out a 5 cost of some sort, Beast or Cogsworth, and then just singing Whole New World to really refill.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm not sure I agree here with getting rid of that Fishbone Quill. I think I would have liked to have just inked that bell and just gone for the whole new world next turn, no matter what. Granted, you would have only been able to be at 2 ink on the following turn, but at least you would have given yourself a new grip of cards. You would have still had that Fishbone Quill at your disposal. So, 2 cards going into the inkwell doesn't feel too bad, but right now, just having your next turn be ink, play whole new world is kind of your really only hopeful option here. Not to mention, if she draws an uninkable card in a second whole new world, it's definitely not going to feel good, especially because, you're not going to be able to interact with it as much as you'd like to. So now this Peter Pan going to come down, just kind of restrict all of the capabilities that Nada has at her disposal. And so, yeah, I mean, this Belle's down on the field, but I feel like right now she's just not doing too much. So Belle going to get turned into an ink here, and now whole new world going to come down. And I feel like
like, you could have done that last turn. It would have felt a little bit better for you. Granted, this Peter Pan would have come down, and that fairy ship would have lasted for at least one other turn. But I think I would have felt like I was in a better place. Just 2 cards deeper into my ink pool, and looks like there's a typo there, so it would have been 3 cards deeper into the ink pool. And I just feel like that would have felt better overall. So instead, she's kind of just lost, for the rest of what she can do for this turn, and now just has to wait till the next turn to be able to do something relatively relevant here overall. So going to quest for 1, pass the turn, and it's going to be up to Mickey to try and get himself as much of an advantage as he can, just considering the fact that Nada's entire turn was that whole new world.
Does take out the fairy ship here. They were able to gain a little bit of lore, but as the Amethyst Ruby, we've sort of been trying to play a bit of catch up here, right? Keeping some cards off the board. The fairy ships have been challenged a bit just because, normally we hadn't been seeing a lot of, higher strength early characters outside of the Bell. But Robin Hood is a 2/2, able to, over the course of 2 turns, still take out the fairy ships. So I think it's been a pretty even fight so far up to this point of just kind of jockeying for board position. Now, this is sort of the turn where we're getting into the mid game that we're going to start seeing likely just 1 spell a turn turns, or at least 1 impactful thing, but they're going to start being, 5 or 6 drops.
And it looks like she's throwing that fishbone quill away yet again here, just to be able to develop that TPO here. I'm not sure I agree with this.
Because of, we need an ally to get the discount on Miss Bianca here. So in order to pay 2 less for it, we can essentially develop the TPO for free. And if we were likely to ink that fishbone quill next turn anyway, then I think it's fine to just get it out now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I just feel like the way that this matchup is won between the blue steel player and the ruby amethyst player is just by developing that massive ink disparity, and then just resetting the hand states over and over again with those whole new worlds and just taking advantage that way. But by inking these fishbone quills, you slow down your ability to gain ink overall. Granted, she was able to play that TPO, did ink for the turn, so she does get that 2 ink that she needs to, per turn on average. So this TPO, like you said, is an ally, is going to be able to come down here and just reduce the cost of Miss Bianca. But unfortunately for Nada, she doesn't have anything to cast as of yet. So we'll have to see how she utilizes these turns best. I guess that she's just playing the Miss Bianca just to be able to threaten that library here, which is, I think a great line overall. I guess I just don't like the inking of the fishbone quill, really.
Sure. It's interesting. I know historically, I absolutely agree. These matchups were sort of a lot more decided by, getting way ahead on ink and then sort of just playing 2 haymakers a turn to your opponent's sort of just 1, whether that's be prepared or, just another big card towards the mid or late game. They're really only doing 1 and you're doing 2, just because you've been fishbone quilling, you've been able to leverage all the extra cards that have been rolling through. Now it does feel like, because there's so many 5/5s, like we have the Miss Biancas, and there's just a lot more, card advantage to be gained and other characters to be retrieved, just from like the Happy as a Clam, which I assume is in here somewhere as well. Like, we can kind of just play larger bodies, larger characters. Yeah, if we see a Scrooge McDuck, there's almost certainly a lot more items and perhaps the crabs in here as well. And you can just play bigger things. And since this is the location list, we know that there's roughly 10 to 12 locations in here. And just having, a 5/5, a 3/3, that already presents a pretty big threat to this board that may even need to be hit with something like a Be Prepared before it's a real problem. And we can just get rid of Bell here, and we still just have a pretty impressive board. Be King Undisputed. That's interesting. Haven't seen that in a little bit due to the uninkability, but I can see how that would be pretty strong in some spots in this metagame for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I like this double sacrifice turn here. Nada definitely going to be restricted on what she could do on these following turns because of it. Does manage to find her third fishbone quill here, so she'll have to see if that's what she's going to decide to ink. Again, I really think that you need to start gaining as much ink as possible, as soon as possible, considering how expensive your characters generally are. It does look like there is that Happy the Clam that you were talking about earlier in hand right now. I think there's also a Tinkerbell. So Fishbone Quill going to get sent into the inkwell. Again, I'm just not happy about it overall. Philoctety is going to hit the field here. A lot of heroes in this list inherently. So I like this tech choice for her, especially with the style of deck that she is playing. And it looks like Aurora going to come down and protect all of these other characters. Hiram not going to be able to do too much as of yet, just because there are no items in play. Nada just kind of slowly but surely losing her hand state. Does have that Tamatoa to refill her hand with, alongside that Hiram Flavorsham. So next turn, hopefully we'll see her develop a couple more characters and or a couple more items and that Tamatoa.
For Mikey, I mean, looking at this board, I don't hate just going to like 7 lore and, hitting it with a Be Prepared. It's going to be very difficult to deal with these Auroras outside of Be Prepared, especially if another one comes down. So we have to be aware of that. If there's additional fills in the list and another comes down plus maybe 1 or 2 heroes, and all of a sudden we could be facing down 10 to 12 lore already. It's pretty hard to just not want to deal with this board. But with the extra ward coming from Aurora, there's not a lot of individual cards that deal with anything other than just the Aurora. I mean, this is challenging both characters into Aurora and then questing for 1.
I'm surprised that he's even using the damaged Elsa here. I guess that means that he just doesn't have any songs, but I think I would have liked to have just quested for 1 just to eke out that little bit of lore that I can while I can. Granted, this is a steel deck, so allowing your opponent to just remove X amount of characters does make it feel a little bit worse, considering the fact that there already is that damage to Elsa, and putting her down to 2 HP just puts her right in that Let the Storm Rage on range, and maybe that's what he's considering here, just keeping it as healthy as long as possible.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. I mean, maybe Mikey's playing Dinner Bell and would like to have a character with 4 damage on it as opposed to splitting that up. We'll have to see, since we don't know the whole list. I mean, Be King Undisputed is not something that we've been seeing a lot of. Sapphire Steel doing what Sapphire Steel does, leveraging Flavorsham to pick up some extra cards. And, we have an okay amount of ink to work with. You could be right. This may be a world where we want to try and sneak in a Fishbone Quill if we've still got it. If there's another fill or 2 in hand, that could be a possibility to run out. It looks like there might be some. I mean, you run 2 of those out, that's a lot of potential lore when you're running out hero characters in the following turns.
Looks like Miss Bianca, I believe, I actually don't know what her subtypes are. With
Bianca, I believe, is just a hero, so it does work well with the fill, because Bianca cares about seeing allies.
Yeah, certainly a unique list here from Nada. Yeah. So 4 lore going to be gained this turn. All of a sudden, Mikey staring down a lot of lore here, has to figure out what he wants to do to navigate this next turn. Phil obviously exerted here, so a little bit easier to remove. I would like to see Mikey having inked on the previous turn rather than just run out those 2 characters and not ink, just because I would like to see that Snake into Tremaine here. But it looks like he's just going to send on everyone on a quest here, get himself up an additional 5 lore up to 9, and then just, like you had talked about earlier, it looks like he was just playing a little bit more patiently, waiting for the right opportunity to do so. And with that second fill coming down, definitely feels like that is the turn. So going to be able to draw a card off that Diablo, and it's going to be off to Nada here.
Yeah, and it is also, there's a finite amount of be prepareds, and they are all very valuable in this matchup in particular, because it is often the way that you're able to deal with the Tamatoas, to deal with aerial if it comes down, those kind of things. And you want to make sure that, especially if you don't have a lot of them in your hand, that you're maximizing them. By waiting a turn, it ended up picking up another Bianca and another Phil at the cost of not much, right? They gained 2 lore from the Bianca. Flaversham was able to draw a couple cards, but Flaversham's always going to be able to draw a couple cards. This deck is great at drawing cards anyway, So I don't think it was a huge cost to wait. It also allowed us to gain a little bit more lore, and I think Mikey, as long as those 3 cards in hand are something that potentially allows additional card draw on top of maybe another thing that is able to control the board a little bit, might be in an okay spot here.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to drop down those 0/1 Diablos, cycle them, gain a lore potentially, always feels really good. So, I mean, that Obedient Raven just kind of showing even with that B prep what it's there for. And now this third Elsa going to come down, just remove that incidental lore that could potentially happen there. Probably also just protecting against that Lady Tremaine that likely has the opportunity to come down on these following turns. And now a library going to hit the field. And it's really just going to restrict Nada's ability to quest with this Tamatoa potentially here. I still think that you want to if you have that opportunity to, just because Tamatoa getting to cheat out items is always so deadly.
Yeah, with the library, that's sort of the card draw that I'm thinking of here. It makes any sort of smaller characters have potential to just chain into a few more. Something like a crab could be a nice pickup for us so that we can actually deal with this Tamatoa. It's a very Elsa-heavy list. It is possible that Mikey might be even playing the Shift Elsa. Wouldn't be that surprising in some small numbers. That wouldn't be a terrible card here to sort of tap down and control the board a little bit more. This is a pretty scary spot to be in, though. Happy as a Clam allows for a lot of additional cards on top of extra sort of free resources here, in that one of them can just quest and play an item for free. Going up to 10 is also a pretty spooky spot.
At this point, she's crossed the halfway mark and has a lot of cards in hand. I would like to see that Scrooge in hand come down. My issue is, typically in Ruby Amethyst, they run 4 Be Prepareds, and this is definitely a board that you want to be prepared. So I feel like committing anything further to the board can be incredibly scary here. And it looks like this Along Came Zeus is just going to go down onto this Elsa, which makes me feel even more inclined, if I am Mikey here, to use this Be Prepared on these 3 characters here. She does have a Bell in hand, and I think I would have preferred to just, get rid of that library there with that Along Came Zeus. Granted that Elsa would be continuing to quest for free here, but that library in that, that draw engine in the library would have been gone here. So friends on the other side going to come down, try and give Mikey a few more options, because very clearly he does not have that Be Prepared.
Yeah, usually not super happy about needing to hard cast a friends. The later in the game that it gets, the less that's problematic. Obviously, we have quite a bit of ink, but it does limit your options. Now, even if we have drawn the Be Prepared off the top, we just don't have the ability to use it. Maui is quite a good option here. Think about inking to put it in the library. Not unreasonable here. I would imagine that the library is going to be removed prior to dealing with the Maui, if the Maui gets dealt with at all, since we do have both the Tamatoa and the Scrooge McDuck. However, then that would prevent the quest from the crab, which I think is not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're okay with this trade overall, right? Just forcing both these characters to interact with the library, and then very likely forcing the trade with the Bell. So, you don't feel bad about that just because it soaks up pretty much Nada's entire turn, rather than, besides all of the other characters and shenanigans that she's going to put out with her ink available. So, yeah, it looks like that is going to be the line here. Bell being considered, there are no items in play. So, this whole new world really not going to be too useful, considering the fact that Mikey has one card in hand, just lost his draw engine, so I don't think you want to refill the Ruby Amethyst player's hand here. I definitely want to avoid giving them a whole new world. So I would like to see Nada continue to develop this board and just ignore the fact that she has whole new world in her hand.
Yeah, with the amount of Flavershams that we've been able to deploy this game, it really does feel like we don't necessarily need the whole new world. Not terrible to have it waiting in the wings just in case, a Be Prepared does get ripped. Since we have so much ink now, it is possible to run out the whole new world and still, potentially cast a few things as follow-up off of it. But just running out a Maui Shark here looks like this game is probably pretty close to over. I mean, Alice, Quest for 2, makes something else +1, so that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just a lucky dime on its own is already going to be more than enough here. Shift Robin Hood would be fine in this spot as well, which it looks like she did just pick up here. So we'll likely be going to game 2.
Yep, and there it is.
At
I
16.
think you
Oh, that's a Scrooge
miscounted.
McDuck. I did miscount. I was counting them both as crabs. So I did miscount by 1, but I still feel like it's pretty close to over.
Yeah, I mean, there is a let it go in Nada's hand here. I feel like she just has to deploy it here. I don't think you need to commit anything further to the field. And it looks like she's considering committing this Aurora. I don't like that. Okay, that is going to be the let it go here, which I really appreciate. And it looks like Mikey just says, yep, that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, go to 19, even if that is enough to stabilize because you rip exactly Be Prepared off the top. There's still, 4 cards in hand or something. It's a little bit too much. I think Mikey's hand was a little bit slow and didn't really get any of the card advantage to back it up. I mean, it was not the slowest hand ever for this deck. Obviously, Mikey able to get up to, about 10 with the locations. But a lot of times, in order for that to work out, you kind of have to also have a few of the 1-drops to pair with the library so that you actually are able to draw 2 cards, draw 4 cards, sing some of these songs a rabbit if there are any in the deck. There may not be able to be, but it looks like this is a bit of a hybrid, Ruby Amethyst deck, sort of combining a lot of the different ideas that we've been seeing recently. There's a lot more evasives than we'd seen in the past for a lot of the lists. A little bit of Sharks, a little bit of Elsas. It's got some locations in it. It's got some libraries. It's even got Maui's. I mean, and the Be King Undisputed. So a lot of different variety to try and deal with these, Sapphire Steel lists. And we'll see if, realistically we draw them in the right order to be able to keep up.
Yeah. I will say that Ruby Amethyst has not felt great in this set 7. Didn't really get any tools, if at all, in either Ruby or Amethyst here. So just kind of fell a little bit, by the wayside here as Sapphire just got super injected with cards like Scrooge McDuck, Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, Bell, which are all cards that are in this list here. Really, the only other card is Sapphire Coil, which does have a bit more fringe uses, but in its fringe use is an incredibly powerful tool and one that players have been calling to have a nerf on. So, it is a good card, just not as universal, I'd say.
Did we really see any set 7 cards come out from Mikey at all last game? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. I think the newest card we got to see was the Maui Shark there, which kind of came out, didn't really do anything, ate a let it go, and that was kind of the game there. So I would like to see Mikey not develop these fairy ships here early on. I think I'd much rather him gain control of the board state first, and then really start to develop these fairy ships. Just because locations are relatively low tempo cards. But they do feel a lot higher tempo when your opponent doesn't really have the ability to answer them very cleanly. And so just opening up with them doesn't always feel great. Robin Hood going to come down here and pretty much threaten this fairy ship all by itself. And now a Diablo and Magic Broom are definitely cards that I like to see here early on. Just allows you to kind of cantrip, gain some lore, and really start to use that towards your advantage, because this deck is very tempo based. And so, yeah, Tipo going to come down here for Nada, and really just getting the ideal start that she's looking for in that Robin Hood, in that Tipo, and wants to probably just lower the hand count as much as possible before dropping a whole new world, which I don't think I see in hand.
Yeah, sort of telegraphing the Robin shift line here by not really doing anything with it. I mean, there's certainly the world where a shifted fox or a crab can challenge the Robin Hood, but Mikey recognizing that that is a potential threat, removing it off the field, not worrying too much about the Tipo on its own. If it challenges into the Diablo, we pick up another card. If it challenges into the fairy ship, it doesn't really matter. And starts to collect a little bit of lore. And the longer that this fairy ship is in play, the better it is. On the play, it certainly is a much more powerful card to deploy right off the bat, because it is a little bit more difficult to get rid of early on. But there is certainly something to be said for, controlling the board and having a turn where, you might deploy 2 or 3 locations in the same go, following a be prepared. And then all of a sudden it's just very difficult to come back from so much, go wide, but from locations, because there's a lot less answers to them.
Absolutely. And so, like you had predicted here, Tipo just going to crash into that Diablo, take it out, and now one more lore going to be gained, sending himself up to 5. Very likely going to go to 6 here. I would expect this Broom to get banished here on this turn, unless he has exactly a crab and just wants to use it to make the trade into the Tipo and just kind of restrict what removal tools Nada has at her disposal, in that it does protect that fairy ship, as well as entice the Robin Hood to attack the Broom rather than the ship, making it last not 1 but rather likely 2 more turns. So we'll have to see what he decides to do here. Can't quite see what he has in his hand. So
yeah, if we respected the Robin earlier, I would imagine that we are also respecting it now. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have any cards in hand that are able to deal with it this turn. But switching your smaller character essentially with a Peter Pan here, giving it evasive, I believe does help a little bit in that regard, because now it's unlikely to be able to be challenged at all. And another fairy ship.
now here's a quick ruling question. Do locations need time to dry, or do they just
No,
exist?
they just exist.
Okay.
Locations don't actually gain any lore until your your
Start
ready,
of
set,
turn.
draw phase, right?
Yeah,
So
I think it's set, right? As during
I
the
believe
set
it's
phase.
set, right? You ready all your cards, and then you gain your lore in the set phase, and then you draw your card for turn. So playing it upside down is just so that your opponent is able to see what it is and recognize it, especially since, yes, it's already in there, but given that it is a location, you want to make sure that your opponent is aware of how much willpower it is and which one it is. Some of them do have additional text on them. It's just sometimes a courtesy to make sure that they know what's going on.
No, I'm not trying to in a way, throw shade at the. I was just curious because I
Yeah.
wasn't sure. Yeah.
No, that's why I clarified. Somebody in the chat asked why it was played upside down. It's more just so that it's readable, because you think about a lot of the cards that we play. When they're normal cards, like you're seeing picture on the bottom and text, right? A lot of people can sort of intuitively know what frequently played cards do, even when they're upside down, because you've seen them quite a bit. But locations, both because they're sort of a different shape, right? Because they're always in the exerted state. And some of them do have additional text that not everybody necessarily knows off the top. You know, it doesn't really hurt to make them more readable, right? And it doesn't cost a lot. That way you know which one maybe came in for kind of your own, mental notes. It's same reason that you might play a Pete upside down. Just as a brief reminder, doesn't really cost that much.
So now Nada taking her turn, going to start off the turn just by questing with Hiram, getting herself 2 more grips of cards to really start to make her decisions for the turn here. She does end up drawing a Philoctetes. I'm not sure that you want it to come down here. It looks like it's just going to hit the inkwell, in fact. So I kind of like this line from her. She does have that Scrooge McDuck at her disposal if she so chooses. Just getting that 4 willpower character on the field does feel nice. Instead, just opting to shift down this Robin Hood, very likely just to take out the rest of that very ship, stop that lore gain from happening any further, and now just probably going to develop the Tipo because there is nothing else she could cast for the turn.
It also makes a Maui from Mikey have to make a decision. Do we care a ton about the Flaversham and the potential for card draw? Are we worried about this Robin Hood just gaining some lore? Both of them can very easily be taken out with the Maui, but there's generally not enough ink to do both. You can kind of really do one. Unfortunate that there wasn't another character in Mikey's hand here to be able to really draw additional cards with this broom. I certainly like questing here. I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if you put the Diablo in the library and just challenge to draw cards first instead of playing the second fairy. Yeah, I can appreciate both since we are at 11 already. Because we have so many random locations in play, like just allowing our characters to be challenged, it doesn't really matter because we are still cooking 3 a turn with just what's already in play. And we're at 11. I mean, we know what's in the deck. It's probably GOAT, probably some additional bounce. Like, we don't need to gain that much more lore. We really care if they're drawing cards and like gaining 2 lore off of this Robin? Not really.
I tend to agree with you here. Another interesting card pick here for Nada is this Beast Tragic Hero. And Sad Beast historically has been such a powerhouse of a card, but as of late kind of gotten outscaled. Cards like Sapphire Coil, Medusa, as well as cards like Along Came Zeus kind of restrict its capabilities pretty dramatically nowadays. So I do feel like a 2-cost Beast does need to come into the works for that card to make a comeback, but I think as of right now, it's largely outscaled. I think there are a few fringe cases like Green Steel where it does actually have a merit, just because Green Steel's draw engines are kind of limited, and really it's just the Diablo and Prince John. But yeah, so I think Nadu just needs to decide whether or not she wants to get rid of this Diablo. It doesn't feel good when your opponent gets to draw 2 cards off of you removing it, but she does need to start gaining lore and needs to stop all this lore gain from happening.
Yeah, there's the possibility you can take Tipo and Robin and challenge a fairy ship and just take it out. It doesn't necessarily stop the ability to draw like a bunch of cards, because obviously we can still challenge into them, but it does remove a more sticky threat in the location. And the characters can kind of, because we know that there are some Tinkerbells. It's possible that there's some Grab Your Swords in a list like this as well, because we know that there's a lot of 5-cost things here. So there's a possibility that there's some consideration for that these cards can get swept up with other things, but the locations are going to be problematic. I mean, if there's just a Be Prepared, we draw a couple cards this turn, ink, and then there's a Be Prepared the turn following, and there's still 3 locations in play, then the game is just immediately over, right? So we need to maybe make sure that is not a possibility. I suspect Mikey did not draw any cheap characters for this broom. If we're looking to cash in the Diablo immediately, because it would be really nice to be able to ink this turn, get the 1 off of the broom, and then deploy 1 or 2 characters and at least have some of them in the library. Having a grip of
Yeah.
cards would make it much more likely to find a goat, and we're getting very close to the range. We'll be at 14 this turn. Getting very close to the range where a couple locations and a goat is just game over.
And so now it looks like a Trinity Followers is in hand. And I think that's what he's considering developing here. Trinity Followers is going to come down, allow him to draw 2 additional cards for the turn. And it looks like a Be Prepared and a Fairy Ship are going to hit the hand. So 4th Fairy Ship in at Mikey's disposal if he so chooses. We did see him earlier ink a Pirate's Life. Looks like that Crab no longer going to be useful, just going to be sent into the inkwell here. Fairy Ship going to come down, and it looks like this Trinity Followers is just going to go right into that library here. So it's going to be up to Nada here to get rid of this library sooner rather than later because it's already drawn 2 cards. It's already gained, I think, 2, if not 3 lore this game, and it's really starting to take over.
Yeah, we're sort of out of turns to deal with what's on the board at this point. Drawing extra cards and doing things like this, it's fine. But I feel like we're in a spot now where if we don't have like Zeus in the deck, that these locations have cooked a little too long. Yeah, we have the crab plus something to deal with a couple of them. Maybe the play is just we leave the library, take out the other Fairy Ship, and then use this other Flaversham for something, maybe running out the Beast. But, honestly, if Mikey goes up to 15, has the Chinabug's Followers draw 2 cards and to just Be Prepared, I think the game is actually over.
I kind of tend to agree with you here. I mean, especially if Nada decides to run out this Beast Tragic Hero here. It looks like she's opting for the Strength of a Raging Fire just to deny that extra card and that extra lore here from Mikey. I actually super agree with this line here, not even using it to, quest. I would have actually think I preferred to just play that Fishbone Quill ink and then ink with the Fishbone Quill and then use that Strength of a Raging Fire. Instead, it looks like she's just going to use the Hiram and the Tipo here, quest for 1 instead. I think I would have much preferred just to deny that extra lore and card. I feel like that would have felt a lot better, as well as being able to develop that Fishbone Quill, just be able to answer anything that would deal with this here in that Be Prepared. So going to go up 2 more cards, going to be able to find very likely whatever card he wants to ink here, set himself up to 16. And now the Crab going to go away and Be Prepared going to come down.
Yeah, that Be Prepared that we found last turn. I mean, you saw kind of how fast Mikey untapped and quested to draw the 2. Like, the plan was pretty clear. You have this library in play, you're already at 16. We know that 17 is that's sort of the lore kill range, right? For goat. You goat, bounce goat, game's over. So if there is a goat in hand, because we are assuming that they're in the deck, because I don't know why they wouldn't be, then even just a goat is already almost game over from 17, because then any bounce, so any snake or any fox is enough that we know that just in hand there's enough lore burst to just close it out directly. And all these other characters just are too slow. The locations this game gained us basically like 10 or 11, all things considered. We did play like 4 Fairy Ships in a library, but that's way too much. Go up to 17 here. And I feel like the Ruby Amethyst list with all these locations did pretty much exactly what it's intending on doing in this matchup, which is you kind of go a little wide with some random things. You play a little too many locations for their characters to keep up with. And you just play some obnoxious threats and make it so that, yeah, there's just another library. You just make it so that you have to keep presenting, here, 16 willpower on locations and an evasive character. Sure, you can deal with the evasive character and maybe you have enough to deal with one of these locations, but then we're still going up to 18,
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't feel good here if you're not it just feels like, she was kind of coming online, wasn't really sure what she wanted to do with her turn, and that Beast Relentless coming down rather than just removing that that Chernobog's followers, being at 16 versus 17 lore right now is a huge deal. And the fact that, Mikey has one extra card in hand means all the world right now, considering that might just get him that one card deeper to find that goat that, he's very clearly looking for.
Okay, another happy as a clam, picking up a couple more, popsicles and fortispheres here, but it feels a little bit just like spinning wheels. We're not progressing towards, and sees that as well. We just don't have, maybe looking for a strength or something to deal with the genie. But the locations were just too much. There wasn't, Tipo and Flabbersham just don't have any strength at all. So it makes it very difficult to take locations off the field. It would have been nice at some point, maybe on turn 4, if there was a Scrooge McDuck or something to actually start challenging those, then it would have helped immensely towards being able to keep up. And without those, like, Robin has a lot of willpower, but really 3 strength on its own isn't enough when a library's got 8 and Fairy Ship's got 4. It just didn't line up very well.
Yeah, I mean, she did opt to ink that Scrooge McDuck on her ink turn 4 and just develop that Hiram Flavorsham, which I don't necessarily blame her for. Just being able to, fill up your hand, find a grip of answers, hopefully find another Scrooge McDuck later on. Definitely doesn't seem wrong there, but I feel like, retrospect, if she had gone for that Scrooge McDuck, game would have been much different, and I think she would have been able to control the board enough to just kind of snowball the lead in a way that she really needed to.
Yeah, I mean, how do you necessarily plan for 4 Fairy Ships and, like, library being the way that they grind you out when it looked like overall she was on kind of an aggressive draw and was going to run out of cards by, shifting out Robin and really having the ability to put stuff on the board. And then it just, the way that Mikey's draw lined up was Fairy Ship, library, put some dorks in there, and then it just wasn't enough as far as a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, you can't predict it, but I feel like, it's kind of starting to be known that Ruby Amethyst right now is just a location style tempo deck. And just because it kind of has been how it's been finding these victories here. So a Scrooge McDuck, I think here in game number 3 does need to come down. I feel like, at this point in time, lesson has been learned. Let's not make that same mistake twice. Now, unfortunately, Nada's hand does not look good at all. I don't see any 2-cost characters in her hand. This is not the situation you want to be in after that altar. Yeah, I think her lowest cost character is the Philoctetes. Oh, she does have a Fortisphere. Okay, so that's going to be able to fill up the hand and just make these things a little bit less awkward here. She does manage to find that Scrooge McDuck. So while the hand is a little slow, she does have Fishbone Quill to kind of start ramping things up and a Scrooge McDuck to find some more items and hopefully give her get her those key pieces that she is looking for.
All right, Fairy Ship on 1 again. As we saw it last game, it ended up being good for 4 or 5 pretty easily. Especially without any sort of ink acceleration, it is going to be a lot more difficult to deal with this. Now, had we offered like a Tipo or a Sail on turn 2, then something like the Scrooge McDuck would have made this draw a lot less powerful from Mikey here. But missing on those after the altar, which does happen, is really unfortunate because now it's going to put us pretty far behind. I mean, even if we just play Bell, that it looks like was maybe drawn for this turn for 3, that doesn't really feel like a super winning position, as it's just really slow to not develop a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I like the Alice either. I think I would have much preferred playing that Fishbone Quill. Yes, you're going down an additional card just to get that ink off, but getting yourself up to 6 ink sooner rather than later is hugely important in a matchup like this, where really your best way to gain advantage is with that ink deficit that you're able, to put your opponent in. So Mikey here, definitely in a very commanding position. Peter Pan going to come down here, going to be able to quest for 2. Alice really only going to be able to challenge that Diablo effectively, and probably going to be forced to do so, considering that Mikey's already at 4 lore, going to get himself up to 5 with that fairy ship at the start of the next turn, and really start to snowball this lead.
Alice can certainly protect. Now, we know that there have been a few things such as like the Elsa. So if we have any character that is really important to keep around, Alice certainly is valuable. It does protect things like Beast as well from things like Brawl. I mean, we're able to use the Alice to actually take out a character here.
Does Phil boost character or heroes? I always forget about that.
I don't think so. Alice is only a 1/4, right?
Correct.
Let's look
Yeah,
at the
but
Phil here.
Phil has 2 abilities, right? It's whenever a hero enters play, you gain an additional lore, and then I forget what his second ability is.
They do get Challenger 1. Heroes do. That makes sense. Not
How
always.
does Genie charge there?
Genie has evasive, so Genie has rush with the Peter Pan.
Oh, right. Yep. See, it's all these multi-text characters that are just super fringe that I forget about here. Now, I really got to say, I do not like at all inking this Scrooge McDuck to play this Robin Hood here. I think Scrooge McDuck is a much more effective card in a board state like this. It's going to be able to effectively answer that fairy ship. It's going to be able to challenge a lot of these characters on the field. Granted, they are evasive, but it just makes trading really uncomfortable for Mikey. So another lore going to be gained from him, and he's going to be able to get 3 lore pretty easily here through that Genie and Peter Pan if he so chooses. Diablo obviously going to be able to quest for an additional 1, but it is a 0/1, so it's not going to be able to do too much in the ways of fighting for this field.
Yeah, the Peter Pan Shadowfinder was always an interesting card that was originally thought to be something that you pair with Shark to allow Maui Shark to actually have Rush as well, which is kind of sweet. Vital Seer generally the other way to give it Rush to actually be able to rumble in. We know the Mikey is actually running that combo. It was always kind of tough because it's a lot of sort of not so powerful cards individually to try and cobble together to make a much better control-y board. But it does work pretty well when it's cooking, and it's looking pretty solid for Mikey here. This fairy ship has been in play since turn 1? Looks great.
We're
There's a
on
lot
turn
of
6
locations.
now.
Yeah, a lot of these locations, these really cheap ones, if you don't put any pressure on it, if you don't play early characters, like they can do a lot of work. I mean, a single character or a single card gaining 3 or 4 lore is already pretty good. Any more than that is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, this fairy ship has managed to get him, because now he's on turn 7, 6 lore for 1 ink. I mean, if you had a card that just said gain 6 lore for 1 ink, you'd feel pretty happy about it there. So Yago going to come down, take out the Philoctetes, another 3 lore very likely to come down here and gain him, set himself up to 15 lore. 2 fairy ships now that face down, and at this point, I feel like Nadu's just fallen too far behind. I would like to say that I don't think that she made the correct choice in that inking the Scrooge McDuck. I really, really feel like that really kind of was that death knell there. Just not playing it as soon as possible to be able to challenge that fairy ship and stop this lore from happening sooner rather than later is it's really costing her right now, and I think she recognizes that the game's over.
I mean, it's really tough though, because you look at these 2 fairy ships as huge problems gaining all this lore, but all the other characters have evasive. Even if we deal with the 2 ships on the ground, these evasive, this Iago, this Genie are still gonna close it out in the air. That's pretty rough too. I like sort of this evasive strategy that Mikey is presenting out of this sort of Ruby Amethyst list, where it's leveraging a few of the locations, gives a diversification of threats with some evasives, and it's has a little bit of you discard or sorry, you sacrifice one of your own characters to get around the ward. Recognizing that aerial is sort of some of the new tech that that Sapphire Steel has been running to kind of work around the Ruby cards a little bit. And you have to know Dime is always a problem for you. And if you have cards that can still, do well enough in the game that the Dime itself is too slow, which does seem like this deck has, I think it's a pretty interesting spot in the metagame. I mean, if you get a few matchups like this, the list has enough threats that are diverse, and you're not worried as much about like Calhoun's and other characters challenging, because the majority of his threats actually were evasive. So, that might be an avenue, if you can find a list that works for that, really leveraging Shark and evasives. I mean, Iago's a 4/6 for 4. Like, that's already very large. And if it has rush and you challenge something, the vanish part of it doesn't matter as much because it's already done the work. So giving all these characters rush actually does have a lot of use here.
Yeah. You know what? I think this means that it's time for Imperial Bow.
Could be. I mean, the hero deck, the Imperial Bow was always very strong. It just was such a narrow card for what it could be used with. It has to be a hero character, and it gives it challenger and evasive. Really does take out locations super well, and all of these evasive characters would be dealt with pretty easily. And it's not an embarrassing cost on an item for Sapphire Steel. There may have been some in the list, and we just didn't see them. It's not unimaginable to see a bow or two in sort of a Sapphire Steel item-based list, because there were definitely Scrooges and Tamatoas, so maybe it could have been in there.
Well, we want to thank
Yeah.
you all so much for joining us here with 20 Lore Pro. Today's coverage has been brought to you by World Class Cards here with their 10K Lorcana Weekend. We want to thank Chimera Hobby Shop in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. It's been a great tournament so far. And again, I'm Sir Ashtown here with 20 Lore Pro, and join with us today in announcing is Jeebus and Sasuke. It's been a great pleasure to have both of y'all here today. And thank y'all, the viewers at home. Y'all have been a really just great audience here, and we appreciate y'all talking in the chat. We are going to make sure to have the link to the other stream posted in the chat. So if you'd like to watch our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro, Kurt Spice, we'll have that link to JDZ Quest Twitch. Kurt Spice did lose in round 6, so he's now, I believe, 5-1. But the last round of Swiss is coming up here for round 7 in just a little bit, followed by the top 16. So get excited for all that coming up, and thank y'all for joining us. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here today at World Class Cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. Saturday, they had a 5K tournament where Sky, piloting a Sapphire Steel list, took the win. Very exciting games that he had throughout that tournament. And our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro was DKP from World Class Cards. Here today, we are in Sunday, the last round of Swiss for today's 5K tournament. This has been an exciting time here with World Class Cards, and we just want to give a huge shout out to Chimera Hobby Shop in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, for allowing us to use their venue space. So far, we've been here, and now we're watching Jay Shaft piloting a Sapphire Steel list versus Grant Gibson piloting a Amethyst Emerald list. Today, our announcers that we have are Jeebus and Sasuke. Jeebus, how you doing?
Doing well on our last round here for the Swiss. And it's looking like it's going to be a pretty interesting match. You know, we've been seeing a lot of different colors today. Color combos really trying to go out of their way to attack the Sapphire Steel and to some extent the Sapphire Ruby metagame. And we really haven't seen a lot of that Ruby Sapphire at all today because, you know, there's been a lot of steel, but not necessarily always paired with Sapphire and not always doing super well. You know, we saw the Ruby Amethyst do well the round before. We've seen some Emerald Sapphire. We've seen some Amethyst Emerald. So a really big mix of colors today, more so than we did yesterday. So we'll see how the top cut looks. But it just depends on what happens this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we got to see an Emerald Amethyst very similar to this list earlier on the day, in that it was running, I think, 12 of the smaller Diablos for that, for that shift line, just to be able to always shift onto that Diablo and really just take advantage of, well, Diablo. Just an incredibly powerful card, and one that we'll continue to see play even after set 8, set 9. It's just that zero, spending 0 to shift on a card, as well as being able to draw a card whenever your opponent draws a card, including at their draw step, just feels so good. Granted, it is a small body, but I don't think that's what makes that card so powerful.
Yeah, and with some of the extra targeted discard elements, Ursula being sort of one of the major ones that's been seeing a lot of play, of course, you really have the ability to disrupt your opponent's answers to what you're doing, and especially out of these Sapphire Steel lists, they have a finite amount of sort of actions that do anything to what you're presenting to them, and if you can run them out of cards, and they don't have a Flowersham, like it's really hard for them to get a lot of advantage back without, ripping it right off the top.
So Diablo going to come down here on turn 1, just get to peek exactly at what his opponent's doing here. Only sees 1 Let the Storm Rage on. So if he has Ursula here on turn 2, going to be able to remove that Let the Storm Rage on. And then it doesn't look like he has that Shift Diablo, unfortunately. So not too happy about that. Hopefully he finds it here soon, because then from there he's going to be able to really just start to snowball this game. We do see a couple of what looks like a Sudden Chill, as well as a Break My Heart, which is just used to remove those items here early on, and as well as a Hypnotize. So hopefully going to be able to take advantage of that. If not, I think it's going to be up to Jay Shaft to really lose this game here, just because right now it really feels like he's in the commanding position.
Yeah, so that Has Set My Heart has the potential to be very, very strong in this matchup. There's even a couple of them in there. I wonder if that's what sort of this deck has been using to attack like the additional card draw that Sapphire Steel's been presenting. Flaversham is not very good at drawing cards if there's no items to banish, right? And if you leverage some of these songs to kind of keep those under control, yeah, they can get them back at some point with Tamatoa. But, you have to have enough resources to be able to ink up to 6, and then you have to spend your time actually, recasting them. And while all that's happening, like, we may be discarding the cards from their hand and limiting those resources available, and they just won't have as much necessarily of the card draw to get to that point. Now, we do have 3 Fortis Spheres already, which certainly makes that strategy a little more challenging.
Yeah. 3 Fortis Spheres definitely, just kind of negating that there goes my heart. Kind of completely there. Really just kind of not going to, I would assume, even attempt to use it here. And it looks like J Shaft just going to continue to
4 Fortis
vomit
Spheres.
out his hand, if you will, here, just to, get these items out as much or as quickly as possible. And
How
now
many
this Break My Heart
cards?
is going to be able to target this
How many cards are left in
Fishbone
hand for
Quill.
J Shaft? Is that 2 or is that 3?
Looks like it's 3. He's doing looks like it's just 3 of them.
Okay.
So
Because we do have the ability to discard 2 cards this turn. Looks like opts to get rid of the Fishbone Quill first. But there was a Sudden Chill. If we hypnotize Sudden Chill, that does take them all the way down to 1 card. So there's definitely a world where, we can run them out of resources.
well, Diablo here, just going to come down and, going to go down into the Inkwell here. Hypnotize honestly doing a lot of work, just being able to cycle through his cards here, strip away just whatever little resources J Shaft has here in his hand. Obviously needs to find himself a high ramp Flavor Sham sooner rather than later, and that Fishbone Quill getting taken away definitely hurts here to see. So I want to say Grant's in a pretty good position. I know that J Shaft is intentionally putting out as many cards out of his hand as humanly possible, just to make it so that he's on top deck mode sooner rather than later, and it really starts to restrict what Grant Gibson can do. Looks like he's setting up here for a Happy as a Clam here on the following turn. So Grant's going to have to find a way to strip away 3 of these cards from J Shaft's hand here. Looks like, or maybe just 2. No, it looks like there is 3. A
He
little
did
hard
not
to
ink.
tell. Yep,
He
3.
did not ink this turn. So and did play Storm. So that would have drawn another card. So it should be still 3. And that's to respect the possibility of a double discard. You really can't afford to have your cards removed at this point, especially if you're looking to put 2 of them back into your hand. Now, we assume Happy as a Clam, which will pick up a few extra cards here. Now, have not been able to develop a ton of ink. So Happy as a Clam will come down, put those 2 Fortis Spheres most likely back into hand. And then a pass. We're likely going to see at least one of them discarded here. A bit of an awkward hand from Grant.
Yeah, I think you start off here just with the hard cast onto that, on that Sudden Chill here, just to kind of see what your next card is going to be. 4 cards obviously in J Shaft's hand here. Being able to just discard one of those cantrips really doesn't feel bad for J Shaft, obviously because they are an item, so you can just bring it right back with, the near what feels like infinite tools in Sapphire to just recur all of these items. And it looks like a Genie is going to come down instead. I'm not sure I agree with this here. I think I would have rather just liked to strip away some of the cards that J Shaft has available. Granted, Grant Gibson doesn't really have any ways to gain any effective lore here. I do think, though, that this Diablo questing for 1 really just not going to be challenged, because I think you'd always rather quest for 2 with the Happy as a Clam as well as play an item.
Yeah, I don't really mind the Genie. There are not a ton of answers out of Sapphire Steel to take care of an evasive character when there aren't, several things on the field, right? All we really have is this Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, which is just a single character. So in order to strength, we need to play 3 more this turn, which is pretty unlikely. And if this sticks around, like we start actually putting some lower pressure on. Right now we're only at 4, and the longer that this game goes, the better it is going to be for the other side of the field, I think.
So Happy as a Clam here, going to quest. Allow J Shaft to dig 1 card deeper. Finds himself what looks like to be a Cogsworth. And now it's really going to be up to J Shaft to decide what he wants to do with the rest of this turn here. He still has 7 ink available. We do know that he has Hades in hand, and that could be the consideration here.
Okay, so Hades sending the genie. That's one of the few answers to the evasive. So definitely respecting the additional lore pressure. You know, that 2 a turn wouldn't have taken very long, you know, to put J Shaft in a really awkward position. So still 3 cards.
Now, Friends on the other side is quite good here. He does have this Elsa if he wants to, but looks like he elects to finally fire off this strength or sudden chill rather. Does finally find his Diablo. Will have to pitch that uh, in a we don't talk about Bruno. I think that's probably his best option here, just so he can sing that Friends on the other side, find a couple more options here. It really just cost him 1 card out of hand to do so. So I think that's really his best option. I mean, you know, granted, you want to get rid of those 2 cards out of J Shaft's hand and just kind of make it incredibly uncomfortable for him to really do something here in these future turns. And I think he's just mulling over whether or not he really wants to get this. We don't talk about Bruno here, just because you know, a lot of these characters are such high willpower and strength that it feels uncomfortable to do so.
We could also, you know, use the we don't talk about Bruno, you know, just casting it to pick up extra card as well. But I do think that this is probably better. We still grab some cards. We're going to be able to grab some additional cards next turn. It makes the follow-up Fortisphere a little bit worse as well. And we know that the Hades was just used. Now, there is limited value in our 2/2, since that doesn't line up generally very well against what Sapphire Steel has for removal. With only a couple of cards in hand for J Shaft, we may actually be able to pick up an additional card from something like the Fortisphere before, you know, they actually find the removal, right? Maybe it's not in hand, so we have to draw a card first.
Yeah. And as well, this Fort Sphere is starting to feel a lot worse, just considering that, you know, you do continue to fuel up Grant's hand here. It did manage to it did take a long time before Grant managed to find this Diablo, but now that this Diablo's online, it's really going to start putting in work. Another card here, just going to be put onto the battlefield. It looks like he's not even going to draw the card here with this Fortisphere, just wants to empty his hand, it looks like, and just, you know, start to create massive lore threats here in this Tamatoa and Hades, as well as the Happy as a Clam.
Yeah, ends up just taking the Tamatoa, playing it, and then not opting to get a card back or draw a card with the Popsicle. So that we don't talk about Bruno that just got, you know, sent away feels a little sad here now. Would have been really insane here.
Yeah, and so instead now it looks like this crab is just going to be put onto this Elsa to make this favorable trade into this Happy as a Clam. However, this big Tamatoa here, still a massive threat to deal with. It is going to be able to quest for at least 5 here on the following turn, and it looks like that is very likely what Grant is considering here. He knows that he has no way to exert this Tamatoa. He could also just elect to play both of these Ursulas out of hand, knowing that J Shaft is going to keep his hand as empty as possible, to just weaken that Prince John as much as possible.
Yeah, I think I'm fine just getting the crab on the field, getting the Happy as a Clam out of there so that it doesn't have the ability to play any of these items for free. I mean, you would imagine something like the Workshop or even the Fishbone Quill just to further threaten like the hand removal. You know, since the Prince John is just not able to draw cards here, I don't even necessarily hate I would still probably keep it around for a while, because there is a world where you just, use it to challenge the Tamatoa, potentially in combination with some of your other cards, just to remove it. But this crab is going to be able to get in there, deal 3. You can probably just put the challenge from the leave trigger onto Elsa, and then you can take out the Tamatoa directly. So it feels like a pretty good position for J-Shaft, but there is a lot that can go wrong very quickly and a lot that needs to go right in the next turn or two, because we're only really getting a small amount of items back from this Tamatoa before it can be answered.
Yeah, and I mean, Grant honestly drew, I would say, the best card in the deck for himself here in that Madam Mim Fox here. It's going to be able to bounce back this crab and just make things incredibly difficult for J Shaft here, just overall. It is going to be able to attack potentially in, and instead, actually, the Zeus going to be drawn here, which makes things very, very difficult now for Grant Gibson here. So he's going to have to find a different set of answers here. Does manage to pick up a library here, so he could just send in a couple of these characters, not feel too bad about it here. And now it's going to be up to Grant to find an answer to this Tamatoa here on this turn. I don't think you necessarily need this Prince John. So you could just send it back to hand, probably play that library, start equipping a couple of your characters there. He has the answer. He's going to have to send a total of 4 characters into it. So I think you just quest for 2 with this Prince John, quest with this Diablo, play out this library, play out the Fox, return the Prince John to hand, and start equipping some of these characters here, just so you can draw while you're making these trades. Just because this Tamatoa needs to go. You cannot let this survive another turn.
I don't believe that we have enough ink to both Fox and Library,
He's got 7 ink exactly.
but we can't also put the characters into the library this turn then. Like, we just have to commit. I would even almost just replay the Prince, just quest with everything, bounce the Prince, replay the Prince, and then we can library the turn after.
It looks like that's what Grant's electing to do here.
If
I
we had a
don't.
little bit more to be able to pick up a couple of cards off of the actual library, I would like that a little bit more. But because we can't, I do feel like it's more lore pressure to put the Prince back into play. But maybe it just doesn't matter, because if J Shaft draws some answer to this Diablo, they're almost certainly going to play it. So I don't really hate it either way. I think as long as you're redeploying a threat, I think that's probably super fine here. Finds a
So
Scrooge.
McDuck.
Scrooge is not a draw. Sees a Popsicle. It's kind of scary to play the Popsicle here with the Maurice's Workshop. It does draw the most cards. Like, if you play the Popsicle and Workshop with it. Hopefully
So
Grant is
here,
actually drawing with the
not
Diablo
drawing
here.
with the Diablo.
Apparently not.
Missing 2 triggers here, which is a pretty significant problem, or pretty big deal here, if I do say so myself.
Minus 2 cards. Yeah, that's going to be costly here. Yeah, I wonder. There's a lot of newer players picking up some of these other
Oh wow,
decks.
J Shaft.
Good guy
Honestly,
J Shaft.
huge respect to J Shaft there.
Good guy J Shaft points out that he should have some extra cards. I mean, hey, look, the way I figure it is, if you can't win the game when they're playing optimally, then, try a little better next time, right? So assume that they're playing optimally. Don't necessarily try to get them or whatever. It's just 2 cards. J Shaft is in a commanding position, and those cards should have been there during optimal play anyway, right?
So Prince John likely going to come down here just to enable this sudden chill. Grant Gibson going to go, I think, up to 10 here, if not, or maybe he was at 8. I'm not sure. But either way,
A lot to consider here. I think he's going to go for this Prince John line. I think you just have to here, considering the fact that the Sudden Chills are in your hand and they're just going to continue to clog up your hand until you do something about it. Diablo hasn't been exerted yet, so maybe he decides to just sing that Sudden Chill with the Diablo, draw an additional card, and try and find some better cards than what he's got in hand right now.
Shout out to Grant's mom. Rooting for him to do well here. So hopefully this turn works out for him. J-Shaft being already at 15 does make this game pretty tough, but we can remove the final card out of hand here and really limit the options from what J-Shaft is doing for next turn. I just wonder if we can get the Hades off the field.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the biggest issue here. I just don't see a world in which that happens. 6 willpower, just historically very difficult to get rid of for pretty much any color except for Ruby, which, has the Maui demigod 6/5 rush. That's really about it. Besides that, though, there's really no effective tools to remove 6 willpower characters.
Yeah, the Hades that's exerted, if we had something like a Cricky or a Fox, you still kind of need a little bit more than that. It looks like we're just a little bit short. I mean, the Hades came down at a really great time where it took out, the Genie, which was one of the more impactful threats, and then added a big threat of its own. I mean, that was always the benefit of cards like like Hades and Maleficent Dragon, is it was a removal spell that also doubled as a pretty modest quester, questing for 2 with either of them. And the combination of those really, really sets it up to be, this is an impressive card to play to swing it back to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a unique matchup. Very, because I feel like both of us just, like while we do kind of understand the core concepts of how discard is supposed to be piloted, that Amethyst pairing just makes things so different, and it's really hard to judge when Amethyst Emerald is kind of pulling ahead there. Discard historically, it's just like you're not really winning until all of a sudden you have one, if that makes any sense. Just because you're dropping all of these 1/2 characters that don't really have much impact in terms of the board state. But once you strip away all of your opponent's cards, then you start singing these Zeuses, and then all of a sudden you have 3 or 4 two lore questing characters that just end the game in 2 turns. So not sure how Emerald Amethyst is supposed to pilot that there, but just because it doesn't actually have any of those hardcore removal tools in the Elongated Zeus or those Strengths of a Raging Fire. So I'm interested to see how Emerald Amethyst pilots a victory here, because I don't think we've gotten to see one yet.
Yeah, I think a lot of times it comes in the form of some bounce effects, and then just removing the resources before they come down. Ideally you have your character sticking around because you ran out Ursula's to remove a couple of their cards. You're leveraging, Diablo to refill your hand while you're doing it. And it doesn't lean into really heavy discard, but it's sort of just resource minimization by, drawing a few extra cards with your Prince John, right? And sort of just grinding them out. Like, it feels very, very nickel and dimey with a lot of the way that this deck plays. A little bit here, a little bit there, -1 card there, +1 card for me. And then you kind of go a little bit wide. Your Diablo and your Genies have evasive, so it minimizes some of the ways that your opponents can interact with them. Also using like the Ursulas and things like that. And it can do well.
Yeah. And so here, it doesn't look like he got the turn 2 Diablo again, but he does have that Genie. I think Genie is really going to be one of these key tools here. If you can just drop Genie after Genie and really start creating a lot of lore through these evasive threats, I think that's how he's going to pull ahead here. So Diablo going to come down very likely. I don't think that you necessarily need to have 2 Ursulas in hand. I think I would have rather just inked one of those Ursulas rather than that Hypnotize there, just because you don't really want to play Fox on turn 3. It doesn't feel great just because you have to return one of your own characters to hand. That said, though, Ursula very likely to come down here on turn 2, turn 3, very often going to be that sudden chill sung with the Ursula, and then he's going to have to consider whether or not he wants to return either Ursula or the Diablo to hand.
All right, J Shaft on the 55 Fortisphere deck. Mostly just Fortispheres and Peats in hand, so probably looking to diversify that a little bit so that turns past 4 or 5 we actually have something to do. Obviously, just inks a Fortisphere, plays a Fortisphere here. Ursula, not quite at its best on this turn, given that we just took a peek at the hand. But it may be necessary just to develop a threat. We get to look again. If they did end up drawing a song, we can take it. Ended up drawing a Flaversham, which is a bit of a disaster. But now we're questing, for 1, quest for 2 the following turn. And we can actually start getting something on the board.
Yeah. And what makes things even worse here for Grant Gibson is the fact that J Shaft did actually manage to draw that Sail the Azurite Sea, which he did not have in his opening hand. So in those 2 draws with that Fortisphere and going second, manages to find it and is going to be able to play a turn 3 high ramp Flaversham, which never feels good if you're the discard deck.
Yeah, especially given that there aren't really any super powerful hard removals out of the Amethyst Emerald. It's a lot of sort of soft removal, return it to their hand, make them discard a little bit of cards, those kind of things, where if they have additional resources or they have ink, they can just kind of play it again. Even something like we don't talk about Bruno until they're completely out of cards, it does not always guarantee that something is gone forever.
Yeah, I mean, it is an inkable card. It is an action. It does feel a lot better than a lot of the removal tools that Emerald has at its disposal. Just considering that almost all of it, besides we don't talk about Bruno, is uninkable. So Hiram going to come down here, going to start to refill J Shaft's hand. We know that he's got at least 2 more cards going to be coming on the next turn with that Fortisphere in play. And so now it's going to be up to Grant to decide whether or not he wants to ink this Hypnotize here and play that Genie just to develop a 2 lore threat, or if he just wants to continue to try and strip away as many cards as possible while refueling your hand. It's definitely a very precarious position. I do think that the Genie feels a little bit better here just because, again, it is a 2 lore threat. So it's something that J Shaft has to answer in the coming turns. And for now, he's just going to continue to gain some lore. I would like to actually see Grant quest with Prince John here, just because that is a high ram. So it's very unlikely to get threatened here. And there's no real rush in those colors. So he is going to play it precautiously here. Again, I feel like
I
Prince
think it's
John definitely could've
okay
gotten away.
in this spot to quest with Prince John, though I do know, and it has been shown already from J Shaft, that there are the last cannon in here, or the cannon rather, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the cannon gets played, you banish it. It gives challenger. We could lose the Prince John, which does cut into the possibility of future card access. If there are multiple of them, it's not unimaginable with how many cards J Shaft still has in hand that instead of drawing 2 here with the Flaversham, that it just is, let's use the last cannon to take out the Prince John. Because historically, especially if you don't have anything like Grab Your Swords, it is a difficult card to get off the field, right? Yeah, and
Here
it
comes that
doesn't
along
even
Team Zeus.
it doesn't even use the Flaversham to draw cards because we still have plenty. So I think if Last Cannon was in hand, it certainly would have been available and usable here.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's just playing around that last cannon. You did see him ink a last cannon. I will say you're typically not running more than 2 of them if you are running them. Probably, uh, it's about a 50-50 whether or not he's running 1 or 2. And yeah, that last cannon getting thrown into the inkwell does make it unlikely to find that second one. But just playing around that is the safe route. He definitely is his best draw engine here. I think what he wants to do is develop this Elsa here, potentially even trade in this Diablo into the Pete just to get rid of a couple of these tools, and then next turn be able to sing that We Don't Talk About Bruno, draw an additional card, and then just kind of take that Hiram off of the field. Granted, J Shaft will be at 7 lore, or 7 ink on that following turn, so it is going to be up to Grant to just kind of develop this Elsa sooner rather than later, because if he does and he runs into another Hades, it's gonna feel really bad. So no actions available this turn. I'd like to see what he decides to ink here. I think that library has a little bit more use overall than that Don't Break My Heart.
Yeah, it has set my heart. Being able to only really
Has set my
interact
heart.
with one item here makes me a little less interested in it at this point. This turn, if we could have maybe used it to prevent something, but like we've already seen 2 popsicles and 4 fortispheres. I think that ship has kind of sailed. There's a world where they don't draw too many of the items and you can limit Flaversham's ability, but I feel like here you kind of just have to library, put your couple of characters into it, and then just get in some lore. I don't even necessarily hate putting Prince John in there, and then questing with it as well, just offering it up for different cards. But I think just questing for 2 is probably fine in the spot. Decides to
Gonna
put a little bit of
2
damage on Flaversham. Okay. Makes it easier
Now
to
you
deal
do
with it.
see 2 popsicles in play here. I think maybe he's just trying to entice J Shaft to use one of these popsicles just to heal the Hiram and keep it out of what potentially could be that Elsa range that he's looking for.
All right, here's a Scrooge, played for free. Exerts 4 items that are in play. Ends up getting a Great Stone Dragon, which is pretty strong. I don't even know if there's any characters that have gone to the banish pile here. Mostly just a couple of sales. It does make future discarding characters able to be turned into ink. Likely not something J Shaft is going to want to deploy this turn, though it is worse the longer that you wait for it. If there's a way of
Another
getting
Scrooge McDuck is
another
in
Scrooge.
hand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some bodies on the board to be able to deal with these locations. Look at the bottom 4 cards and rearrange them in any order. And just inks the Great Stone Dragon. Yeah, I just don't feel like it time-wise is necessary. And we did have the last cannon, so appropriately playing around it earlier, if we're prioritizing the value on the John here, making sure that it wasn't effectively free just to take it out. One from our
Now
library
this is
here.
a very difficult turn here for Grant Gibson. He's going to have to decide whether or not he wants to continue to gain the lore. I think if I was Grant Gibson, I've already committed to getting rid of this Hiram as soon as possible. So I think this has to be the line here for Grant Gibson, which means that this Elsa's coming down, and it also potentially means that this We Don't Talk About Bruno is getting inked, and that definitely doesn't feel good here, considering the fact that you do still have this Prince John on the field. You want to be able to get that value from him. So he's going to attack this Hiram here, be able to draw an additional card here off that Diablo. Unfortunately, finds another uninkable card, which means that this We Don't Talk About Bruno is likely going to get inked here, just so you can equip this Elsa. Instead, he's going to exert the
Scrooge? No, okay, so he is going to finish that Hiram Flavor Sham. And it looks like he's just going to opt not to ink here. I don't hate this either. It looks like next turn he's probably just going to be forced into playing that Prince John as well as singing that We Don't Talk About Bruno. But if this Elsa gets removed here, I just don't see a world in which Grant can come back. I think that's going to be too much of a setback.
Yeah, I don't think we really necessarily care about the character getting into the library here. There's a handful of ways that J Shaft can actually remove the library at this point, either from the last cannon on any of these Scrooges, or just double Scrooge, or Scrooge and Pete. There's just a lot of power on the other side, a lot of strength coming over to be able to sort of bully what we're doing. So I would expect this library to be taken out, and then the Ursula as well, just to keep the board as clear as possible. You know, if there is a removal spell from J Shaft, a strength perhaps, I could see that hitting the Elsa as well, leaving Grant with just the Prince John. Decides to use the last cannon. I think I kind of appreciate this here, because it does give another character to work with.
Wow. And Last Cannon doesn't even require an exert to banish itself.
Does not, just a 1.
Yep. And there goes that Elsa. At this point in time, I just don't understand how Grant's going to be able to come back here. That honestly was a disaster of a turn for Grant Gibson.
Yeah, the triple Scrooge really puts a big squeeze on the, few, both removal and resources. Library was what was getting us sort of some element of card advantage. We really haven't been able to cobble together like a lot of discard to combine with these Johns. We could play another John here and then just actually run out the Sudden Chill, discard 1 card and pick up 2 more. J Shaft's clock is not particularly fast yet. There's only 4 cards in there. We're both 4 lore. We're representing the same amount of lore, but it'll be a little bit for us to be able to really battle against what we're doing, especially because we haven't been inking.
And now this Bruno really just kind of stuck into Grant's hand here. I think he has to start inking if he wants to be able to get back into this game here. But I mean, his ink choices are just all bad. I think those are all cards he wants to have.
Yeah, and it's been kind of tough navigating that, because now we're just trapped at 1 spell a turn because we need all of these spells to win. But when you're only deploying 1 threat and it is just a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-1 on what your opponent is doing, it's not Sisu. It doesn't completely wipe the board. So the more turns that J Shaft is getting here, the better the board is looking from that side. And I would expect even Lucky Dime, no, just going for card draw.
I like the Fortisphere here just because I think on next turn he's probably just going to quest and play the Lucky Dime anyways, activating it for,
Sure,
a lot.
And if our crab dies, the dime really doesn't do anything on this board. I would rather just draw into something else.
Yep. Yeah. And so now this We Don't Talk About Bruno, I think, is going to be forced to be played here. You have to answer this Tamatoa, which just means that J Shaft is free to quest for another 4 on this following turn, because these Prince Johns can't do anything yet. They are going to allow him to draw 2 additional cards, but you have to get rid of this Tamatoa. There's no way this Tamatoa can survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a soft removal too, because it's a 1 in 3 to actually remove it, or to hit the popsicle, or to remove the other unknown card. So they're likely going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then whatever we hit here, if it's not the crab, it's going to be pretty ugly. We did remove a crab. It's possible that the other card in hand is just crab Fortisphere, and we just don't even know. But it did work, and we drew a couple cards off of it too. I would hope that we're inking something, just so that we can start playing. Cricky. It could be Cricky. Ursula also is kind of not at its best here. Like, we just need to be doing more than one thing in a turn. You know, these foxes and crabs are great at cleaning up the board, but you can only really play one a turn. It just isn't fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, now he's finally at 6 ink here. Next turn, he'll hopefully be able to get to 7. But yeah, I mean, you're just staring down a board full of 4/4s and 3/3. It doesn't feel good at all. Now this high ram going to be able to come down here and just continue to refuel J Shaft's hand here, allow him to continue to ink over and over again. So another Fortisphere likely going to come down here. Actually, I see a fourth Scrooge McDuck, and it's going to hit the field. And I think at this point in time, you just have no way to get back this board.
It's a lot of characters that are all fairly sizable. I mean, just a bunch of 4/4s. You know, even if you bounce one of them, it's just, you know, dig 4 cards, look at a thing, draw a card here, draw a card there. Now it's just quest for 4, next turn quest for 6. And the game's ending very quickly here. I do like even running out this bell. Not like we care that much about having 3 or more items, like it's fine, but we just kind of want to close out the game and make sure that it's even harder to catch up here. We've seen this a lot all day. Without something like Under the Sea, you know, Sisu, Be Prepared, it's very possible to fall behind on board in these sort of mid-rangey character on the board type decks, and just there's no answer to just a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I love J Shaft's approach here to tackling the discard deck, right? It's like, well, you can't discard my hand if it's on the field. And that's kind of been his game plan here, and it's showing his dividends right now.
Yeah, and it's hard to sort of get that chip lore that you would want out of Emerald Amethyst because, you know, the bell is too big, the Pete's too big. It just trades up a lot, like very favorably for you. And it's just too costly to try and, you know, get some lore in when they could just kind of eat any one of your small guys. Now, I'm assuming a fox.
Yeah, I think I honestly would have rather just preferred to have Sing a Friends on the other side just to be able to get 2 more cards and really inform my decision a little bit further before committing to this Fox line here. I do know that you need to start getting some lore just to be able to challenge what's going on the side of the field. But the fact that there's 4 Scrooge McDucks on the field, as well as a Pete and a Bell and a Hiram Flavorsham, it just feels like this game's a little bit too far out of reach.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little rough either way. You know, it's kind of whichever choice you make feels pretty bad because you're not trading up. You're trading like it's a tempo negative play for Fox to get you the ability to remove one character that most of them grabbed an item. You know, there's even a world where just playing Cricky and slamming a couple of these Johns into characters was just as good as the Fox.
It might have honestly been a little bit better. But I like it just feels like one of those plays where it's like, okay, do I lose this way or do I lose the other way, right?
Yeah, like what turn am I losing? This one or 2 from now or whatever. It doesn't set you ahead. It just makes it so you're not losing right now. So I can appreciate that there's not much way out of this because all of the characters are just kind of doing 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, granted, he is going to finally be able to develop an Elsa on the following turn here. Probably going to utilize that grab on top of the fact. But yeah, I mean, there's really just not much Grant can do from this position. 4 Scrooges is a lot for Emerald Amethyst to deal with, especially with the fact that they typically don't run Mother Knows Best just because of how many uninkables are available or are required to run, right? You have to be playing those Prince Johns. You have to be playing the Diablos. That's 8 right there. And yeah, I mean, this Lucky Dime going to be able to get himself an additional lore. Going to go all the way up to, I think, about 14 here. And from this position, I just don't... 15, rather. Dang. Yeah, that's... I just don't see how you get out of this.
too far behind on tempo for things like Fox or things like even Elsa. You know, there's a 4/4 and a 4/4 and a 3/3 and a 3/3 and a 4/4 with 1 damage on it, and then Flaversham. You know, and any combination of those, if you don't take 2 of them off the field, is already too much. And you need to remove 2 of them because there's a lucky dime, and you just have to assume that J Shaft never plays a character ever again for the rest of forever. That's a tall order after picking up so many cards, putting so many things into the Inkwell. I mean, Grant fell behind, and in a deck, Amethyst Emerald is always historically like a tempo style deck. You know, you're making it so that having unexerted characters is a liability. You're making it so that your smaller characters are trading up with Crab, Fox. And instead of all of those things really kind of working together with it, they were drawn a little bit out of order. J Shaft recognized that, okay, we've got a draw that's very, you know, items that replace themselves heavy. So if we just lean into this Flaversham, pick up a lot of cards, and then force Grant into sort of a bad play from behind position, like on average, his characters are just bigger. 4/4 here, 4/4 there, a couple of 3/3s. It gets hard even for just Elsa. It's just a 2/5. There's just not a lot of strength there. So without Crab, just ain't it.
Yep. Yep. And now chat's saying the discard build ain't it, unfortunately. You know, I want to say it just felt like we didn't really get to see an example of how well the deck could play. I mean, going 4-2 is nothing to scoff at here. So, I mean, obviously the deck performed fairly well on the day overall. Just here into this Sapphire Steel list, just not able to find it, unfortunately, for Grant Gibson, especially here in game number 2, where 4 Scrooge McDucks managed to hit the field. It's just so quickly too. I believe he was at 1 Scrooge McDuck, and then the next turn he was at 3. And then from that position, it just felt like there was very little the Emerald Amethyst could do.
Yeah, I mean, against Ruby Sapphire, I would assume that this list does very well. There's some interaction that you do to kind of keep them off of, you know, be prepareds, and the more expensive cards can easily be discarded. You have some item destruction, so you can minimize the amount of draw that a Flaversham is even able to do, because they have a lot less items in Ruby Sapphire than Sapphire Steel. I mean, even some of them playing as little as 9 or 10. And you have to just hope to get better matchups sometimes. You know, you run into Sapphire Steel piloted by a good player, and they can navigate in such a way that the discard isn't as big of a problem. The Prince John doesn't necessarily get you a lot of value, and then they almost just end up outgrinding you, because if your discard cards aren't, you know, also drawing a card, if they aren't limiting what your opponent is able to do, then you're kind of just doing game actions at that point. But if you can, you know, cut your opponent's hand off, you know, remove some of the things that they put onto the field, and then all of a sudden your Elsas, and we don't talk about Brunos, can, you know, really punish them the rest of the way, then it doesn't really matter what you have to win, because you're sort of limiting what they're doing. Diablo's drawing cards. Like, the deck is there, and it certainly has won quite a few matches today. But some of it is just matchup dependent too.
Yep. And I feel like we just certainly saw that on full display right here.
Yeah. It does look like the other match has already finished. So that was the 7th round. So they will be going to the top 16. So top cut will happen. We'll take a bit of a break while they square away the top cut players, get them their matches and their information. And then we will be back for a top 16 round. And then I believe that we're going to try and have the deck lists out fairly shortly thereafter, once we have them available to us. So then the players will have access to the open deck list too, which does also change how some of these games are played, understanding and knowing what answers are available and what threats they're trying to deploy. Really does make a difference on how your first couple turns get run out here. So I appreciate everybody for hanging out and watching, and we'll see you after a little bit.
Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here with world-class cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. This has been a really exciting time here as we are getting ready to cut to the top. We're going to see some of the best players here over the course of this weekend. We've had one 5K tournament on Saturday, and now another 5K tournament here today, and we're entering into the top 16 here. Very excited to see how the rest of this tournament shapes up to be. Top 16, we're here with Jacob piloting a Amethyst Steel list and Ivan piloting a Amethyst Ruby list. This is, again, really huge thanks to Chimera Hobby Shop here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Really appreciate them putting on the tournament, allowing us to be here, and for world-class cards. If you have not seen their Metafy or their competitive team, it is stacked. Their competitive team has so many great players from Zan Saeed, Kindle, J Shaft. Right now, our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro over on the second feature match, Kurt Spice. He's over there currently in the top 16. He's had a wonderful run. In fact, he is, I think he went 6-1 into the Swiss. So he had a wonderful time during the Swiss round. So really great tournament, wonderful turnout. A little bit more diverse meta, maybe in reflection of what happened yesterday. But we're seeing different colors here, at least in the top 16. Because in our second feature match, we have Kurt on Amber Steel against Slice R22, who is on Amethyst Steel. If you'd like to watch that match, it's over there on JDZ Quest Twitch. We can put that link in the description for you. But here in the announcer's booth, we have Jeebus and Sasuke. Jeebus, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. I expected to see a different meta today, especially in the top cut. We didn't know exactly what that might look like, but when you have two tournaments so close together, a 5K Saturday, 5K Sunday, you're going to see players looking at the previous metagame and then trying to bring something that's going to be able to tackle what everybody was running, working under the two assumptions, one being these players are going to likely bring some of the same things, but also if we run into them a lot, I want to make sure that I'm representing threats as well as answers that can actually do well in that sort of metagame. And really all we saw yesterday, especially in the top 8, was Sapphire, Sapphire, Sapphire. You had Sapphire Ruby kind of all over the place, and then Sapphire Steel also recognizing that the Sapphire Ruby was going to do very well. Even teched for that ahead of time. Now we're seeing a bunch of decks that are sort of good into those sort of lists, and we're looking at what appears to be a much more diverse and healthy meta. Maybe it's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting to see here, Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. Definitely a tried and true pairing for the two. Amethyst Steel, historically very good into Ruby Amethyst, so this might just be the last time we get to see a Ruby Amethyst list here, but definitely shocked to see it make it all the way to the top 16. This Diablo here just going to crash in, just try and find himself a couple of extra cards, try and find himself a little bit more tools at his disposal, because right now a lot of his cards are just kind of late game cards that don't really do anything as of yet. And obviously doesn't want to exert that Diablo and give that Calhoun a little bit of food for fodder here.
Yeah, I mean, it really is list dependent on, which one ends up feeling super favored here. Play draw does matter quite a bit, certainly. And, we've seen some lists of this Ruby Amethyst running, even just today, running things like Maui Shark and a little bit more Rush and Evasive. We've also seen some of these running a lot more location heavy, to try and tackle different problems, right? Whether it's the Ruby Sapphire and some of the better removal, but that just doesn't interact very well with locations. Then you want to run a little bit more locations. If you want to be able to have more diverse threats, or if you want to have evasive characters, like the card pairing does have a lot of options, and there's a lot of draw alongside of it in something like the library. So it is a bit flexible. But it all depends on how the list is built up. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see all of these characters sort of crash in and just take out the library, but then that opens up to further challenges.
Yeah, and we saw Jacob there just playing around this Merlin Crab, right? Not willing to exert this Calhoun until he's able to get a favorable trade here, and maybe that library is the favorable trade that he's looking for. Obviously, Ivan Rojas here just trying to bait out some sort of interaction with his opponent by playing it here so early, understanding that there is 8 power on the board. That Cusco will be able to take out likely that Chernobog's followers in response if that is the case here. And so now Jacob has to find out what he's going to do to navigate this turn best right now. Looks like it's just going to be starting with Inking a Fox here. Maybe he has a second one or even a Crab potentially, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So he's going to be able to protect that Calhoun. Snake going to come in. Chernobog's follower is going to come in, take out that library, and unfortunately for Ivan, that means that this Calhoun gets to stay untouched here. I'm not sure how he's able to draw a card off of that Chernobog's followers. I think for a second there he thought it was a oh my god, what's the name? Magic Broom. But yeah, now just gonna put it on top. He didn't really get to see what it was, so it looks like the game state's a little bit okay here. I think that's perfectly fine. Didn't get to see what the card was. Perfectly okay with that. So yeah, definitely going to figure out how to navigate this turn. Is Ivan here? I think there's a B King undisputed, but I don't think it's going to get too much value here. Being able to draw a card, certainly something that you want to see. And the Maui Demigod looks like it's in hand here, so might just see this B King undisputed just so that he can run out this Maui and deal with a little bit fewer characters on the following turn.
Yeah, probably just mistaked it for the Magic Broom. I mean, when you have so many one-drop characters that all have a very similar ability, been a real long weekend for both of these players, I'm sure. Overall, not a huge issue, something that's pretty easily corrected. I mean, we're just running out another location into a board that is easily challenged. I mean, it could just be that Ivan's hand isn't super good, could just be trying to delay a little bit until we get enough ink to start dropping Mauis and possibly even a Be Prepared down the road to play catch up. Just leveraging the locations to actually just gain or not allow your opponent to gain some lore.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Ivan is recognizing that he's staring down a minimum of 4 lore here. Doesn't want to play the B King Undisputed, just not quite getting enough value as he would like it to. And so now it's going to be up to Jacob to decide whether or not he wants to just full send these questers in. Calhoun obviously just been waiting in the wings here, very unlikely to be exerted here. So Jacob has to decide, does he want to gain 3 more lore, or does he want to get rid of this library?
Yeah, it looks like probably taking out the library, given the characters selected. Oh no, just deciding to quest actually can draw with the card this time. I don't necessarily hate it here with Ivan only going up to, 1 lore here, but also only 5 ink. There's only so much that can be threatened here. Like, the worst case scenario is what? Maybe a broom, put it into the library, and then play a thing and draw a couple cards. I'm not even sure that matters enough in this spot here. Yeah, Maui seemed most likely. You take out the Crab, but we're really, without having many other characters played throughout this game, still pretty far behind both in the lore gain and on the board presence. Just the library on its own isn't really that scary.
Yeah, and I mean, this Calhoun going to get the trade that she's been looking for all game here as well. So it's going to bring Jacob up to 8 lore, very likely going to quest with both the Snake and the Merlin Goat as well. And so all of a sudden, Jacob's going to be at 10 lore here coming onto his ink turn 5. I don't think he inked on the previous turn. Maybe Ivan went first. I'm not sure. But either way, I mean, this is a lot of lore to be staring down as a Ruby Amethyst player. You still have to get 2 more ink to be able to use that Be Prepared and reset the board. But this Calhoun obviously going to answer that Maui, and it's going to make it very unfortunate in terms of trade power here. Library going to be able to get himself at least 1 more lore. We'll have to see if what Ivan has remaining in his hand. We do know one of them is Be King Undisputed. We know that one of them is, looks like a Strength of a Raging Fire going to come down and protect that Calhoun even further. I don't know that that is correct. I feel like I would have much rather saved that for a more impactful character, just because Calhoun does get the trade that it's looking for. But yeah, I mean, this library going to be able to survive just at least 1 more turn. And so now it's going to be up to Jacob. I can't see what the cards are in his hand.
I'm
So it's going
thinking
to be
it's a
able.
fox.
Oh, it's
Based, it's probably a fox based on kind of how he's been thinking about tapping here. Likely trying to decide how to navigate it. But it's probably just going to bounce the goat. If we don't just quest, it's probably to bounce the goat and then do a double challenge. But he may not want to commit more to the board. I think deciding maybe to bounce the snake instead of the goat.
Yeah. I think I would have preferred to just not use that Strength of Raging Fire, get rid of this Calhoun, and then take out the library this turn. I think that would have been a little bit better use of my time. But instead, he's just going to use the fox to return the snake to hand, and then use the snake to return the goat to hand. So now this fox is going to come in onto this library. Library is going to be able to quest for at least 1 more here. And if another demigod comes down, it does make this turn a little bit more awkward for Jacob. And instead, Rabbit going to come down. And now from this position, I tend to just continue to like Jacob's position just more and more.
Yeah, we're certainly using the fox to take out this library. Not as worried about the rabbit here. But you do want to take the library out because if the Be Prepared is on deck for next turn, which seems pretty likely given kind of how slow Ivan's draw has been, then you really want to remove locations prior to that because it can end up being a bit of an issue. Not sure why we use the snake instead of the fox there unless we're trying to sing something.
It could just be a friends on the other side. And I think here at this point in time, you really just have to respect the fact that Be Prepared can come down. So just get rid of this just use this Calhoun to get rid of this library, and then sing that friends that you were going to sing anyways, if that is the case here. And it looks like he's just going to return the snake with the snake.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
think he
think it
just
was
missed
just
a
a
quest.
mistake. Yeah, I think that he thought that it only had 7 in this case, and library is 8.
Yeah, I mean, again, these players have been playing for well over 8 hours. Mistakes like these are just bound to happen. It just so happens to be on the broadcast. So I've definitely made mistakes like that before in the past. Here comes that Be Prepared. Yeah, I think I would have just preferred to have gotten rid of that Calhoun earlier into that Maui, saved that Strength of a Raging Fire, and then just used my turn more effectively in that getting rid of that library on the previous turn, just denying that 1 extra lore does feel a little bit better, as well as progressing your lore total. So Calhoun not able to get any lore at all, but did deny a lot of what Ivan wanted to do in the early game. So while the lore total isn't quite as high as I would like it to be, he's still got the value out of the card that you can't really see, right? In that Ivan's at 3 lore rather than the Diablo questing for a couple of turns and that Cusco questing for a couple of turns that is no longer available.
All right, so we got a goat coming down, which we knew was in hand. Now there is a fox as well. I don't believe that we have enough ink to bounce the goat and replay it right away, especially not if we're going to be singing. Just casting friends here, which I think is okay. I would like to probably see a quest with the goat, and then likely just bouncing it, leaving the fox in play unexerted, because that is pretty valuable as far as just having something that's not easily challenged and can still be a great threat next turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure I liked inking this Diablo here. I think I would have just preferred to just put it on the board, start using it to gain just incremental advantages in terms of lore here. That is a very shiny card. Is that Finders Keepers?
Sure is.
Not a card you see very often.
The artist, I believe, was actually here this weekend, so it is possible that might even be signed.
Little or 3-drop Sisu, kind of one of the historic pieces of Ruby Amethyst coming down here. Obviously not too big in terms of strength anymore, just considering the fact that Jacob is so low on hand count here. We'll have to see how he navigates the rest of this turn here. I think Jacob forgot to exert one of his ink, which is why he decided to ink that Diablo so that he could play out the Fox. Just kind of forgot to exert one less ink there. But yeah, just playing fair either way. Genie going to come down here. I think we got to see this earlier in the day here. Just a 3/5 body. Unfortunately uninkable, but does have that potential to just shuffle and refill his hand here in that drawing 3 cards is a lot. So I see the value in this card. It's able to sing the Zeuses if you needed to, able to sing those strengths if you needed to, and just generally good body in terms of fighting.
Yeah, this card got a lot of buzz a little bit right when it was kind of spoiled. People thinking, hey, this is just another rabbit type card. You kind of can keep looping it back into the deck and just, every time you draw it, you can put it in, draw 3 cards. But it was kept down a little bit by Medusa being a bit everywhere. In this case, it's going to be Be King Undisputed, I think, which is also pretty rough in this spot. Going to play the Genie first, which I think is good sequencing. But I do see the Big King Undisputed, which is also a card that hasn't been seeing as much play. One of the reasons that I typically preferred the Rabbit over this Genie is almost only because of that right there. If it gets removed immediately, you no longer have the option to leverage the large body, but you also didn't get to draw any cards. But I can definitely see how against some of the steel matchups that it would be a little bit better than into the Ruby ones.
Yep. And so Jacob here just going to develop a goat, get himself that Pete here. And now Rabbit going to come down for Ivan. Ivan having a lot of lore on board here. Just going to start pressuring this lore total and very quickly be taking over this game. Lady Tremaine going to follow now. And all of a sudden, what once was Jacob's board to lose has been lost through this Be King Undisputed and through this Lady Tremaine.
I would think Pete gets sacrificed here. There's a world where you want to do a Pete lock, but I think we would need a few more characters in play before that would work. At this point, we may need to rely on some favorable top decks here, potentially just a snake or a goat to be able to bounce. A snake or a fox to bounce this goat to be able to replay it, or possibly even just more goats, or the snakes, the new one. What's it called?
I'm not sure which snake you're talking. Are you talking about the tiger
The
that has
Jafar,
vanish?
right? What's the one
Giant Cobra.
Giant Cobra. There you go. It's a snake.
So
Come
use
on.
the fire the cannons here. Get rid of the Sisu, which I do like. But I think at this point in time, you really do have to consider yourself to say, like, hey, look, maybe I do need to start racing here. This is a very unfavorable place to be. And a second Finders Keepers coming down definitely feels bad if you're Jacob here. I mean, Ivan Rojas has drawn 6 cards off of these 2 cards here, or off of these 2 Finders Keepers. This Merlin Rabbit has drawn him 2 cards. And, now at this point in time, Ivan has a plethora of answers, and Jacob's just on top deck mode.
Yeah, 2 finders keepers, not counting the genies and the rabbits, is already such a massive card disparity. Almost every card that Ivan has played, which has been historically what Ruby Amethyst does best, is that they almost all just draw a different card. They replace themselves. They, get a 2-for-1 by their very nature, such as the Lady Tremaine. And a lot of what Jacob has done, a lot of the cards really haven't been that 1 or 2-for-1. So Ivan is definitely burying him just in card quantity, let alone just quality.
Yeah, and now he opts to use the fire the cannons to remove this magic broom. I think at this point my opponent has enough cards in hand to where I care a little bit less about the broom than I do about this genie here, just considering the fact that it is evasive. That said, Ivan is at 19 lore here, and I just don't think that there's anything that Jacob can do. So Jacob got to scoop it up here, run it back. I would like to see Jacob clean up a little bit of his turns here. Just kind of be wary of the cards that are on his opponent's side of the field. Granted, we have been playing for almost 9 hours at this point, so mistakes are bound to happen. But yeah, I mean, this is really where these incredible players like, Kendall, Zan Saeed, and all these other wonderful names in world-class cards just tend to shine because they play these decks so long and so often that they kind of can almost turn off their brain and still make the right move every time.
Yeah, building up the intuition on how your deck pilots helps you focus better on what your opponent is doing relative to what you're doing, as opposed to just on your own turns. It allows you to execute your plans, without necessarily needing to think as hard about each one individually, which is always very nice. We'll have to see on the play if the Amethyst Steel has a better run out. It did seem like it had some tools that are obviously very similar, to the Ruby Amethyst, but the Finders Keepers looked really good out of Ivan here, and it really cost a lot to kind of run out of cards versus a much larger board. So we'll see if he's able to recover here.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you're the Amethyst Steel player here, your turn 1, you're just mostly looking for Diablo. On turn 2, probably want to drop down that Smee and really just start pressuring the lore total here. So I'd like to see those cards in his altar if he doesn't already have them. And then I think for turn 3, Merlin Crab, just getting to utilize that Diablo as most efficiently as possible to draw a card and take out one of his Ivan's early characters is definitely going to feel great, especially on the play here, just because, when you are on that play, you do get to eke out those little incremental lore advantages that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. And then for Ivan here, honestly, at this point, I'm really not the most storied Amethyst Ruby player. So, Jeebus, what do you think Ivan's looking for here in these first few turns?
So, especially on the draw, you don't always necessarily have to keep up, 1 drop for 1 drop with the more aggressive deck. As we saw in the previous game, the way that this deck wins is generally just outcarding its opponent. Everything is very efficient, or it replaces itself. So there's nothing wrong with going card for card as long as you're still able to keep your card quantity very high, because at some point in the game, you're going to be able to play cards that are 2-for-1s, that are going to be 3 or 4-for-1s in some case with Be Prepared. So you really want to leverage some of these 1-drops with crabs and foxes early to make sure that they just don't gain a lot of lore before you're able to get to the stage of the game that the Ruby cards are really able to take over. Because in general, the Ruby cards, at least the ones that have been seeing a lot of play, are just more expensive and much more swingy. Be Prepared as a prime example. If you're able to remove 4 or 5 characters from your opponent and not much from yourself, it can be very backbreaking, and that is card advantage on its own.
So just the same stock standard turns 1 and 2 for Ivan here in that Diablo into the Cusco here. And now Benja going to come down just to develop a 2-lore threat here. I would like to see Jacob utilized this Calhoun better than he did last game. Obviously, right now it's denying all the lore that Ivan can gain. In that, this is a resist 1 character, going to be able to efficiently remove both the Cusco and that Diablo. And it looks like he is just going to opt to quest here. So does Ivan have the Merlin crab here? Is the question.
It could be Crab. Fox would be a little less powerful here, I think, given that it would have to be pretty tempo negative just to take out the Calhoun. Opting for a Sisu, which I don't hate here. There's very few individual songs that take this out favorably that aren't premium removal spells. Obviously, another character plus strength or a Zeus. Both of those are very, very strong spells, and there's some pretty good characters in this deck. And the Sisu can threaten the Calhoun pretty comfortably, at least at this point, since both players still have a lot of cards. A Crab goes away. I think that's a nod to Jacob being a bit ahead on board. In comes a Smee. Benja we do have the strength, so Benja sings that. So that's a pretty good spot here. Able to quest for 2 more. Decides not to do the Calhoun, which makes sense. I mean, was holding it back the turn previous.
He did quest with it previous turn there, and that crab didn't come down. So I would like to have seen him quest with this Calhoun. I think on the following turn when the Maui can come down and start wreaking havoc on these smaller characters, that's when you don't really want to exert the Calhoun. But I think right now it feels pretty safe to do so. Obviously, this Diablo tempting fate here with this Cusco feels great, just because Calhoun can answer the Cusco, and then you gain 2 lore off of it. So Brawl. One of the options here available for Ivan opts not to do so on that Benja, and so now he's going to just very likely attach it to this Diablo and then use it to crash into this Benja is what I would assume.
To pick up a couple of cards, there is enough on the field to deal with the library, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so if everything crashes into the library, but is it worth 5 lore?
6 lore.
6. I mean, Diablo likely is going to be able to either be taken out here or wouldn't necessarily need a challenge because it has 0 strength. But yeah, I mean, now you're right, 6 lore because the Cusco can get challenged by the Calhoun. So it's a lot of lore. If we have something like a crab, that makes it a little bit easier, right? Then you're trading 4 lore for the library, which I don't think is as bad. You still get to take out the Cusco, and your Calhoun, does get some of that extra value. And you're not as worried about a Maui now because we have so many lore dense characters that, okay, sure, Maui crashes in and takes care of Calhoun, but we can still, quest for another 4 if we need to.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I definitely like this position Jacob's in here. I think I just ignore this library here. I don't think I'm willing to lose 6 lore in any stretch of the imagination here. So Cobra is going to come down. I think it's just there to protect against, what's it called?
Tremaine?
Yes. Be King Undisputed. That's the word I was looking for.
The Tremaine effect of sacrifice a character.
So it looks like he's going to quest here for 4, and then he's deciding whether or not he wants to use this Calhoun. I don't like him not using this Calhoun. Just take that free lore there. I know your opponent gets to draw a card, but I mean, it just felt so free for me. Like it forces the Maui to interact with the Calhoun rather than the Smee and the Benja. You get an additional 4 lore on top of that fact. And rather than be at 8 lore, you would be at 10 lore, and then on the following turn, 14, and it just would have felt a lot better, in my opinion. But Jacob made it to the top 16, and maybe he's just unfamiliar with this matchup. I'm not sure. But yeah, Fox is going to come down here. And this is another one of the reasons why I do like this Calhoun just taking out this Cusco. It makes the trading that much more difficult. He's going to be able to take out this Benja here pretty for free here. And, all of a sudden, what once was an incredible board state for Jacob now feels just that much worse. And I assume Cusco is going to get hit into the inkwell. And, right there, library sticks around. Going to be able to draw him an additional card.
It opts not to replay the Kuzco and just stick the Fox into the library. Kind of running out of cards again for Jacob. This is kind of what we saw in the previous game as well, that it does feel like there's a lot less. I wonder if this is a dock list and we're just not seeing them. There's been a lot of these sort of quite aggressive, amethyst steel style of decks that are running, dock as their way of drawing back in. I mean, Fox taking out the library here and then Calhoun taking out the Fox doesn't feel terrible. Yeah, we go up to 12. I mean, we're kind of right back in it. Smee now has no damage on it and is going to be able to more than likely collect another 2 next turn.
Yeah, I think they're just making sure that the game state is proper, which it is, right? Just because he used the Fox, returned the speed of hand, and then recast it here. He's at 5 ink. Definitely able to do everything that he wanted to on this turn. I don't think that there's anything wrong with what Jacob did in terms of the lines of play here. Again, I'm not really sure where the contention is, but I think maybe Ivan wasn't sure that the Calhoun could attack. Although it came out on turn 2 and has been sitting there, for 3 or 4 turns at this point.
Sure that they'll get this squared away, and then we'll go back to Ivan here. So
I think they're just waiting for a judge. But yeah, no, everything Jacob did was legit. So I'm not sure where the contention lies.
Looked fine, yeah.
Interesting.
I believe there's a lore count discrepancy. Now, I don't know if the players were keeping track on paper or just with the actual tablet or anything. So I feel like they were at 8 last turn and then gained 2 from the Smee and then another 2, but they're calling a judge. Yep. They'll get it corrected. Hopefully, it is just a lore discrepancy. If we need to, that's pretty easy to try and rewind it.
There shouldn't be a lore discrepancy though, because everything Jacob did was legit. He wasn't 8 for the on that prior turn, right? He went from 4 to 8 by questing for 4, quested for 2 with the Smee, returned the Smee to hand, putting himself up to 10, and then Calhoun removed the Fox, and then I'm not really sure where the contention lies. I guess Ivan just maybe the play was a little bit too quick for Ivan, and he wasn't sure how he got up to 12. That's really the only thing I can think here. Nexus Esports Events, yes, 12 is correct.
As far as we're aware, 12 is correct, unless there was a mismark earlier on in the match that we missed. I believe 12 would be right, at least based on the previous turn to this turn. But the judge will square it away. Looks like they probably got it resolved here.
I think so, yeah. So now if you're Ivan here, at 12 lore, coming into Ink turn 6, definitely doesn't feel good. Your opponent's probably going to be able to get all the way up to 16 on the following turn. Obviously, this Maui going to come down and remove one of these lore threats and just make it a little bit more awkward for Jacob here and possibly be able to clean up a lot of these characters that otherwise wouldn't be able to be cleaned up. So, Madam Mim, just resetting that Smee definitely is one of those cards where, like, if you are able to put 2 damage on Smee, and then return it to hand, it really just does feel like a heal too, and as well as a ready of the character for an additional 2 ink. So, I mean, this is one of those This is one of those times where the Fox returning a character feels like an advantage. So now it's going to be up to Ivan here to try and figure out what he wants to do to respond in kind, which will likely be that Maui that he has in hand. And that Maui is going to have to decide whether or not it wants to get rid of the Fox or it wants to get rid of this Cobra.
Looks like the Fox. I think that's fine. There are some additional things that could be done to deal with the Cobra if there's any actions that can directly target it. And Jacob doesn't really have enough cards for the Cobra to really be a huge threat as far as, being returned and replayed. It would be worse probably if he does the same play that he did in the previous game, which is, bouncing the Fox to replay the Fox and then bounce the, for example, Smee, so that protects it. I think that would be a much scarier line, which he's removing off the table here.
Yeah, I need to from this position here. It's a little bit uncomfortable what he can do. So it looks like he's just going to use that Cobra to get rid of the Maui here and just continue to quest away. It definitely doesn't feel great to use a Be Prepared on this turn, but allowing your opponent to get to 17 lore. It's not an easy position to be in, right? You kind of feel forced to do so because 17 lore, especially with purple steels burn available, it definitely doesn't feel safe to allow your opponent to get that high. So 14 feels a little bit more manageable. It's going to be up to Jacob to kind of rebuild this board here and find a way back into this game. And it definitely starts with cards like Friends on the other side.
Yeah, something like a Smee could be useful here. Pete is actually quite strong. It prevents Speaking Undisputed and further potential, friends or finders keepers from the other side. We'll have to see if there's something like a Tremaine or if it's just developing a little bit more card draw. Yeah, it brings down a rabbit. So this will allow Jacob to get up to 15. Yeah, just opts to pick up a couple of extra cards, which, when you're locked out of action, sometimes that's the best that you can do. From 14 here, it wouldn't take a ton. That is a very close range where a goat and, a Cobra, all of a sudden, that's the game, right? All right, so I do see Doc. So this was one of the things that, I think Jacob has been missing a little bit is the ability to sort of cycle cards, play more than one thing a turn is a little bit of card draw. I mean, if we're running Doc, it's very unlikely that there's also rabbits. So, if you miss on cards like Doc entirely and you just never see them, you can get out card advantage pretty easily. But it allows you to develop additional threats while still, keeping a few cards in hand. So next turn we can deploy a few more. I wouldn't imagine that Jacob is going to look to ink too much more this game unless we get to a point where it's Fox plus Goat that needs to be played immediately. It's probably almost certainly just going to be, play one or two things every turn until the game is over. Ideally, at least.
Yeah, now we do see in hand Brawl, which will likely be used to hit this Genie just because the lore total is so high that you can't really afford to just deal with the Doc, which is the lower lore threat, right? Rather, that is the more threatening card overall, but from this position, you can't ignore that 2 lore position that Genie puts himself in. So Jacob here going to be able to quest himself up to 16, potentially find a way to return this return the Doc to hand, replay it, refill his hand yet again. So we'll see what he has in hand. It's a little bit hard to see from here, but definitely in a very commanding position.
All right, here's a White Rose that gains some lore. Fox to bounce it back. Very, very good here. Doc's going to quest, put us up to 17, and that's very close to, closing out the game immediately. Like, you have to remove pretty well every card forever and prevent them from questing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if he does have a goat, that is just game. So we'll see what those two
Yeah.
remaining cards are in hand. He does have the capability, potentially next turn, to just ink the card that he draws and then play the goat and the white rose. We do know for sure that one of those cards is white rose. Maui going to be used to just get rid of that dock, prevent any further lore from happening here. So, I mean, Amethyst Steel just doing exactly what it wants to this game.
Yeah, and the lore rush type of cards, the ones that are able to actually, directly lore gain without having to quest, are sort of the name of the game for Amethyst Steel. It is the deck outside of playing something like, Amber Amethyst, really leaning into even more of them. This is the deck that has the most reach, probably, of almost all the decks outside of, Lucky Dime and just tons of ink. Yeah.
White Rose going to come down here.
And then we quest for one, go up to 19, and, there you go. You get one turn, you're at 2 lore.
Do you have Pirate's Life is really the question.
Yeah. And it looks like not, so we'll go to game 3. Yeah, Amethyst doing Amethyst things, and now the list just has even more, cards like the Cobra that can do very similar effects. Historically it was just Goat for a long time, then it was Goat plus the White Rose. Now we have things like the 2-drop Honey Marin, and we have Cobra, and there's just even more of that type of an effect. And combining it all kind of with Dock, so you're still deploying some of these small chip lore threats while getting to that, 12 to 14 range, sets you up exactly for this kind of position where now all of a sudden, here's a rose, here's a couple of bounce, and that's the game.
And I mean, I would have to say that Jacob definitely had a bit of a crutch here in game number 2, just because he did get to go first and really start setting up these early lore advantages. I know that Ruby Amethyst loves to get that early game going, and Amethyst Steel loves to do the same. But usually the person on the play gets to do it a little bit faster, just because you do get that turn first, and it really showcased itself here.
Yeah, it definitely makes the library much more powerful as well, because you just have a little bit more resources when you get your characters in there to to play them. But when you're actually getting to the point where you're challenging characters, then the you have enough ink to actually put things into the library. It's a little more tricky on the draw, because you kind of have to play the library, and by the time that you need to start challenging, you're a little bit on the back foot.
Yep. Yeah, especially when you get to have those clean answers in that Goat plus Fox, or in this case, it was Cobra plus Fox. And, Ruby Amethyst really doesn't have very many tools to answer effectively a Cobra. And so this Cobra, honestly, just really good into this matchup in general, just both as a body and a way to gain repeated lore. So, yeah, I mean, I think that was great use of the Cobra in that game. Really just use it to protect his Smee, just force out that be prepared when on a turn where it didn't really feel that effective. And then, close out the game with that Dock, plus that White Rose. So, very well navigated from Jacob. Hopefully he'll find the cards that he's looking for a little bit sooner in this game. In that, it took him a while before he did find that Dock.
Yeah, once you have a Dock and you can, bounce it, maybe replay it, you can really get just a kind of steady flow of cards that if you don't see it, it's no different than just not finding a rabbit, where you're just limited on your resources. Almost every deck plays some sort of card advantage, and if you just never find it, you struggle sometimes. And all of these Amethyst matchups, mirrors especially, going back for forever, have always kind of come down to who actually finds their pieces of card advantage and who doesn't.
Yep. And so now here on turn 2, do we see the Cusco is the question. Obviously, this Diablo finally has the opportunity to quest for 1 into the steal list. We'll see if Jacob has that turn 2 Calhoun yet again. But if not, the deck typically runs between 12 to 14 1-drops. Or sorry, 11 to 12 1-drops. So there comes the double 1-drops and those 2 Chernobog followers. Diablo going to be able to quest for 1 here. And now, Ivan's definitely on the back foot here. He's going to have to find a way to navigate these turns, to just mitigate the amount of characters that Jacob has on the field early on.
All right, so Crab allowing the Diablo to take out the opposing Diablo, picks Jacob up a card, but it keeps a little bit of the material off the board. And being a 3/3 on its own, it does make these Chernobog's followers likely to be removed off the board if we want to cash them in for cards. We don't necessarily have to just yet, especially if there's something like a library in hand for Jacob, assuming that he's running them, which is pretty common in these type of lists. You may just hold them back for a few turns, develop a little bit more on the board, and then in a few turns, cash them in for some more cards.
Yep. And now we have to decide what we're going to do here on turn 3. It looks like he just wants to be able to get rid of this Diablo here, just to kind of deny any future interactions that Ivan might have. But Ivan right now, just honestly, in a much stronger board position, just because that crab literally exists and he got to go first, right? His Diablo got to interact with his opponent's Diablo. Pete gonna come down here, deny any cards that Merlin Crab might have been able to draw with a friends on the other side, as well as deny any Beat King Undisputed if that was going to be the case. Now it's going to be up to Jacob to decide, does he want to just quest with one of these Chernobygs and remove this Diablo, or just wait for another turn?
Yeah, I suppose it depends on what's in hand. If there is a library, I would want almost to hold back just to be able to try and pick up a couple of cards. We saw in the last couple of games the spots where Jacob had struggled was just on cards. So I would assume this means that there's probably not a library in hand then. Yeah, just cashes them in.
The quest here, deciding whether or not it is the time to cash them in. Honestly, I don't hate the cashing in. It definitely doesn't feel good to just kind of remove your own board state here. But I will say that if you quest with 1 and cash in with 1, you probably should cash in with the other here, because now Ivan definitely feels confident in removing this Chernobog's followers with his Merlin Crab. The library is going to come down here, and El Rathian had mentioned this earlier. He prioritized keeping the library over the Chernobog's followers in hand, and so now 2 cards going to be able to cash to be able to be picked up here from the Diablo. Merlin very likely going to remove this Chernobog follower now. And all of a sudden, once was a very wide board, very much shrunken down. Jacob does still have a plethora of cards at his disposal. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I am starting to like Ivan's position more and more as these turns continue.
Yeah, Ivan's been really prioritizing card draw in these last few games. Using the library both this game and last game in combination with the Diablo just to pick up a couple cards, using the Finders Keepers to pick up a handful of cards. Most of them have been really, like a lot of the plays have just been, I need a lot of cards in hand, and then eventually I will have other stuff going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that has been a major priority for this list as Ruby Amethyst, and it almost seems pretty good here, actually. We get the genie. I would not mind keep the Pete. I don't mind removing Crab, whether it's a trade or whether it's with a song, but we need to make sure that it's gone because Crab overall is just better than Pete, I would say.
Yep. I tend to agree here, and so that genie comes down, and Ivan's just been sitting on that brawl pretty much all game here, and yeah, Cusco going to come down, and I really appreciate just prioritizing that crab, just because library already is on the field. So if you get to use that crab to trade in the Pete on the following turn, that one lore was definitely not worth Ivan getting an additional card, right? So Cusco going to come down, not really going to be threatening too much in the ways of the board state right now. But that looming turn 7 is coming. So Jacob's got to figure out a way to gain some more lore in quick.
Yeah, we don't quite have the ability to bounce crab unless we have a snake in hand. I wouldn't mind seeing that if possible, just to take out the library, especially with this Cusco down. I mean, even if we quest with this Pete, Ivan's already demonstrated that he's willing to sort of allow, these characters just to be cashed in for cards whenever possible.
So it looks like there is no snake available. I think I would have much preferred to just keep that Pete on the field there, develop the crab, and then that way, on the following turn, I can just remove it, just because we do know for a fact that library is sticking around for another turn. So just having a second body on the board feels a lot better than just returning the Pete to hand. I think I understand why he's doing it, just so that he can, on the following turn, you know, uh, play that Pete and deny the ability to be prep. So
So a
Elsa
Maui
gonna come
inked
down.
in favor of the Elsa, I think because it has the ability to quest, as opposed to just, Maui taking out the Fox. Either one works just fine, and they're both inkable, so it was just a decision on, do we want an evasive threat so that we can actually start closing the game at some point, or do we want a Maui?
And obviously opts for the card draw through the Cusco, plus the library, and then the Elsa, like you had stated, just being able to be able to quest in the future, as well as being evasive, so a little bit more difficult for this Amethyst Steel deck to interact with. Obviously he does run the genies, but there's not too much available in terms of the ways of interacting with those evasive threats. Now, unfortunately for Jacob, he is forced to ink his Merlin Goat. Definitely don't like to see that in this matchup in particular, just considering how often characters do get removed. Now, this library has managed to get him up to 4 lore here, and so yeah, Ivan, I feel like, has gotten everything he could have asked for out of this library. That
There's a
is not
Pete.
allowed.
Hopefully we're able to stop that here. Doing the same thing that they did earlier.
In reverse
One
order.
good turn. One good turn, I suppose. We'll end up getting those cards momentarily anyway, as soon as the next turn.
Looks like he's just going to opt to play a genie now and draw one of those 2 cards, which is, yeah, I think fine. Then if I'm Ivan here, I kind of like the idea of inking and then just attaching both of them to the library. The library is likely to die, but I just don't see himself doing any, or see him doing anything else with the rest of his turn. So it's just kind of effective use of the ink that is available here, and that is going to be what he decides to do. Now this Pete and this Smee going to start being able to quest here, hopefully get him some sort of advantage. Obviously this library has to go this turn, just because it's already gotten him 4 lore. Getting 5 lore off of the library, as well as drawing 3 or 4 cards on top of the fact, it's been an all-star this game.
Yeah. With the early ink, Ivan's early ink decisions very much so prioritized the library over some other, generally not necessarily more powerful, but also powerful cards, knowing like that this matchup sort of has come down to how many cards we have in hand, and making sure that the libraries did a guarantee. I mean, even just cashing in a Diablo and a Cusco within the library, like that's 2 extra cards. Now we actually do get to sing the friends and draw a few extra here. So Ivan almost all game has just had an extra huge handful. Has Ivan really ever been below 5 or 6 cards at any point?
I want to say no. I'm surprised that Ivan here isn't just going to reset the board state here. Now that I see the Maui, it makes a lot more sense, right? Just dwindling what Jacob has available here, as well as just being able to maintain your board state, feels great, right? Going to ink his goat, and finally Ivan's starting to get low on cards here. I think he's down to 3 cards in hand, and this is, I think, the first time in game where we've seen him with just not 6 cards in hand. He did ink for turn, he did play that Maui, and he played that broom. So he's going to likely just be able to fill back up with that broom. And from this point on, it just feels like there's a lot that Jacob's going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I actually don't like necessarily resetting the board if we don't have to here. And the only reason is that we have 2 evasive threats that are, fairly lore dense. They're not both genies, but we're still questing for 3 evasively. And Jacob hasn't really demonstrated outside of genies that there's a lot to challenge them. There are some songs available, of course, but those are going to be able to remove most of the characters anyway. So until Jacob presents a board that's like much better than this for the race, I think you can kind of hold off on dealing with what's going on the other side a little longer. Right now, we still, especially with the Maui in hand, of course, Jacob is still going to have to interact with this Maui, or it's going to be really hard to quest. And then again, there's still just the evasives.
All right. Now, I think I would have much preferred to have. Wait, what?
Bounced the crab after questing to challenge with the dock.
Right. Okay. So just taking that efficient trade while he has the opportunity, questing. I think I would have preferred to just return the dock in hand to just find 2 new cards and just take away the crab anyways. I don't think it's really going to do too much in terms of just finding efficient trades. You're already behind on lore right now. You don't have enough effective tools to be able to race at this current time. So being able to just, develop 2 new cards in hand feels a little bit better for me overall, rather than just holding on to this crab.
Right, drawing a few more cards, cashes in a broom with a rabbit, plays out a Cusco and a Chernobog's followers. So a lot more things that, again, replace themselves and still just questing away with the evasives.
Now, Jacob does have a lot of ink available at this current time, but yeah, I mean, this crab really, I just don't understand what it's doing here. Maybe he has another dock in hand, which is why he opted to protect the crab rather than the dock. So it looks like there actually is a dock in hand, and there's the Calhoun. Oh, it's 2 Calhouns. Okay, so I do think I would have rather liked to have seen him just protect the dock to be able to find more cards. And so now, Ivan going to be able to go up quite a bit of lore here if he so chooses, but those Calhouns are going to be able to threaten quite a bit. So Ivan right here might just even decide, say, hey, look, you know what? This is the turn where I just be prepared. There's a lot going on your side of the field. And if he decides to just banish this turn box, I feel inclined that that's what's going to happen here. There's a lot of cards you can draw off this Be Prepared through the Rabbit, through the Cusco as well, and you get to deny your opponent a lot of lore on the following turn. So, yep, that is going to be the case. 2 cards get to be picked up here, and Ivan still has a couple of things that he can do if he so chooses.
Yeah, this is what I was sort of talking about earlier, is what you can do as the Ruby Amethyst player is just keep questing for 3, sort of, keep crafting your hand and wait until Jacob sort of overcommits, because that's kind of the only way to race, and then use the Be Prepared. And then now this grip of 5 or 6 cards in hand, you can sort of go over the top with the Be Prepared, scoop up, a 5 or 6 additional card advantage spot here, and then just deploy some threats the following turn and then close out from there. So that was our top 16 match. It looks like the Ruby and Amethyst, with a lot of extra card draw, did pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jacob played game three about as well as he could have there. I mean, there was a couple of minor misplays here and there, but again, uh, we have to expect this. I mean, we've been streaming for 9.5 hours at this point. These players have been playing for equally as long, if not longer, which means that there's a lot of fatigue involved in this. So I mean, I really commend Jacob. He played very well today. Managed to make it into the top 16, but unfortunately falling down here to the Ruby Amethyst player, which means that Ruby Amethyst, for the first time in what seems like a couple of months, is going to be able to make it to a top 8.
Yeah, it always sort of squeaks in, especially, when there's a lot more representation of it. And I do feel like, we've been seeing a lot more of the sort of interesting cards, more Tremaines, more Finders Keepers, and like, we saw some Beaking Undisputed earlier today, and some more evasives in these lists. It's not just the same play on the board and not really run locations, and you just try to be this sort of dirtily control player. I just don't feel like Ruby Amethyst is able to do that anymore. They need to be a little bit more clever and creative with how they're approaching some of these turns. We saw Ivan acknowledging that I need a lot of cards to be able to make sure that I can navigate each turn the way I want to, rather than the way that I'm forced to. And, leveraging library to just turn all of his sort of draw card when they're banished characters into just more cards. They all became friends on the other side, so that you are set up for when your opponent eventually has too many cards, you be prepared, but then can deploy 4 things.
Yeah. I mean, Ivan navigated that be prepared turn just beautifully. Able to gain, I think it was 6, or let's see, it was 2 from the genie, plus the Elsa, plus the 3 other characters. So yeah, exactly 6 lore, brought himself up to 15, reset the board state, which I believe Jacob had an additional 6 lore on his side of the field, which was just completely denied. And then he was able to develop 2 more cards. Jacob was exactly out of cards in hand, and so with 1 card per turn, he was no longer able to play that game. And I mean, yeah, Ivan just navigated the end of that game just so wonderfully, and he was very patient with that be prepared, finding that perfect turn to use it too.
Yeah, being patient, questing with the couple of evasives for a few turns, right up until it was absolutely necessary to cast it for the best effect possible, using it then, and then moving on from there. So very, very good. I do believe that we can go on a short break. I don't know if the full top 16 is done, but we will see if we've got a top 8 match, or if the players end up splitting. We'll know a little bit more information soon, I'm sure. It has been a very long weekend, so if they do end up splitting, it would not surprise me a ton. But either way, we'll go on a little break here, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone joining in, tuning in here on Twitch and on YouTube. Really appreciate y'all. If you missed any of today's rounds, they will be up on the Twitch VOD and the YouTube VOD following today's tournament. And then they will also be broken up later on next week, along with some interviews that we did throughout the event. So be looking out for those videos later on this week on 20 Lore Pro's YouTube. Huge shout out again to World Class Cards for hosting today's event at Chimera Hobby Shop. They are in a great store here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Really appreciate them putting on today's event and for allowing us to be here today. If you have not checked out World Class Cards and their Metafy page, they are doing so much with their competitive team. They have some great players, lots of good coaching, but also too their founders package that they have. It's full of great things. There's lots of exclusives for members only. Jeeb is signed up. He's a part of it. He's loving it. And check it out. I think you'll really get some surprises out of what they're doing over there. Also, we want to thank our announcers who have been bringing us the action here, especially in Top 16. Jeebus, Sasuke, really appreciate both of y'all here today. And thank you, the viewers at home, for watching. Stay tuned. We'll be back here shortly. I am currently working on the top 16 deck lists, making them into Dreamborn links that are accessible to you, the viewers at home. So That should be done here in just a little bit. I literally have 4 more to go. So once those are complete, we'll have those out to you. Thank you all again, and see you here soon. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here with World Class Cards for their 10K Lorcana Weekend. We had a 5K yesterday, 5K today, and we're here in the top 8. Really excited to be here, and we just want to give a huge shout out and thank you to Chimera Hobby Shop here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, for allowing us to do today's event in their venue. This is a exciting match here. We kind of have some different color pairings from yesterday, so that's great to see. Just a diversity of decks as we are getting here to the final, or to the top 8, I should say, with Alex piloting a Ruby Sapphire list versus Mitchell on Amber Steel. Join with me today here in the announcer's booth is Jeebus and Sasuke. Sasuke, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm excited for this matchup here. We did get to see a bit of it yesterday, in that the Amber Steel decks really just struggling into Ruby Sapphire. So definitely the matchup that Amber Steel wants to avoid. But as the Ruby Sapphire player, you're pretty happy to see this. Either way, this is going to be an exciting matchup, and we'll see how this plays out.
Daisy Duck, always kind of a scary card to see turn 1 as just any Sapphire player, I would say. Because if you don't have a clean answer on time, it can very easily gain 6-8 lore, which it can be really rough. I mean, your stabilization turn, ideally you want it to be on like turn 4 or turn 5 at the absolute latest, but the more lore dense things that they put down, the worse it can be.
Yeah, and so a Vitalosphere are going to come down here from Alex. A Sisu is going to be seen here. And honestly, I don't know that I want to be exerting this Smee here. You expect a little Sisu to come down here on this following turn, and that Vitalosphere just means that, that Sisu going to be able to trade. So
That's unfortunate. So obviously not the line that you're looking to take a lot of times here on, on your turn 3. Now, this could mean that we're representing Rapunzel, certainly. Obviously, cashing in the Vital Sphere here to take out both of the characters, pretty rough. We've seen that this deck does have, we've watched Mitchell a few times today. Yeah, just no Inkables in hand. We know that they have Whole New World, and there are some options for just playing Prince Naveen and casting it. But a lot of times we need the ink for that. It's back to Daisy and just recast it here. Yikes. A pretty rough altar. I know that they did send, it looked like 6 back, but spending your whole turn to get a Daisy to have it Medusa, it looks like this one might be pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, this is just everything you don't want to see as the Amber Sapphire
Yikes.
or Amber Steel player here, forced to throw away a Let the Storm Rage on as well as Part of Your World. So very likely both of the copies of Part of Your World in his deck. I think I don't expect him to be running more than 2. I haven't quite seen the deck list yet, so not 100% sure. But Prince Naveen going to be able to reset the hand state here, and obviously Alex doesn't feel too bad about that. He does lose a big Sisu, but I mean the deck is just filled with a lot of them. He's already at 6 ink here. He's going to be able to continue to deny a lot of these threats that Mitchell's going to be putting out here. And so now Cinderella going to come down, hopefully find himself some sort of footing in this game. But I mean, it's looking pretty grim.
I do think that if we hadn't missed the ink on turn 4 and we're just able to do the Naveen play immediately, Naveen into a Whole New World, we may have been we wouldn't have loved our position, but it would have been a little bit better. But not being able to really get the Naveen down until turn 5 because we were just short on ink is pretty brutal.
Yep. And I just got the deck list, so it is actually exactly 2 Part of Your Worlds. He's running 18 uninkable cards here. So, this is bound to happen every now and again where you do miss your ink just because of the amount of uninkables that do exist within the deck. But that said, a lot of these cards are just, crucial to exactly what the deck wants to do, right? Whole New World, Let the Storm Rage On, Along Came Zeus, all cards that you kind of just feel are required for the deck list to function as it should. Not to mention that Daisy Duck herself is uninkable. So, Prince Naveen going to get answered here pretty swiftly. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be up to Mitchell to start developing enough threats to answer everything that Alex is doing. And with this coil down, it's going to feel harder and harder.
Yeah, without knowing exactly what was in the initial hand, prior to the altar, it's hard to know for sure if there was a more conservative line that's keeping some less optimal cards but more inkables. There's always that risk when you have a lot of inkables in the deck that if you send back too many cards and you have one of those really bad rips where you just end up grabbing 4 or 5 new uninkables that your hand is just non-functional. Sometimes I would rather play a less than ideal hand that is functional than one that is, potentially perfect, but risking that non-functioning hand. You're just never going to win games that you just don't get to play with.
Yeah. Yeah, and so now Mitchell managed to get himself down to 3 cards. Doesn't have a good 5-cost singer as of yet, and then I say that and immediately notice that Bianca, so gonna take that back. But we have to assume that she's just not long for this world here. I think that is the biggest threat that Alex has to deal with here. He does, I think, have a brawl in hand, so maybe just trying to find a way to get a second ink for the turn is the consideration here. Maybe just looking for how far I'll go so that he can sing it with this Medusa, get that second ink for the turn, and then just reduce that Bianca down to 1, maybe even play a little Sisu and get rid of it, develop that Sisu.
Second coil would do pretty well here as well. Drawing your card before making the decision makes sense. They figured it out, yeah. Okay, going to Mitchell's turn here.
Now Pete is going to come down here. Whole New World is going to get sung.
2 Zeus, all right, a pretty rough hand, but Mitchell does have the opportunity to play a few cards here potentially after a Whole New World. Now, it does look like there's a Be Prepared that got sent away. Looked like that was the 4th brawl previously, and it really depends on how many big Sisus are left.
Yeah, I mean, so we know for a fact that there's 3 Sisus in the list. There's 2 big dragons, 2 Be Prepared. So 1 Be Prepared gone already. Looks like 2 Medusas. One's on the field here. So a lot of these tools that Alex had early on are starting to be stripped away here through these Whole New Worlds. Strength of a Raging Fire going to get sent into the Inkwell here. Needs to be able to find some other cards that he wants here. So he's going to drop down an Aerial, hopefully find a better song, and he hits the Find My Platinum. I think that's exactly the card he was looking for. There's only one of them in the deck. So, I mean, really happy to see it here. Going to be able to get rid of that coil and possibly a couple of popsicles as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and we haven't seen that many of the Happy as a Clam in the discard, because I don't know really if Alex has drawn very many of them up to this point. Runs out the coil now to make sure that the Sisu can deal with the Bianca here. There are not that many clean answers to Bianca in this list if you don't have a lot of coil going on. You can Dragon it. The Mal Dragon does work, but there's not really much else. A lot of it is the Be Prepared or kind of the Sisu here, and you may need to just overcommit these coils. Now, my assumption is that there's probably some Happy as a Clam in hand, so you're not as concerned if your coils get scooped up here because you can just grab them back. but we're actually putting on a clock now that we have the Sisu in play.
Right, and I do think I see a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, so it's going to be up to Mitchell to decide whether or not he wants to develop 3 more characters here with in the face of these 2 coils. I think he just wants to cast this Find My Platinum, get rid of these coils on the board, and kind of reset the game state here so that he can start developing these characters.
Yeah, it's tricky. I do like removing them, certainly, but if we only have the one Find My Platinum, we may want to develop more threats first. There's a lot of things that can be done between, after we cast the only thing that's available. So we decided to just pick up 1 card with a Rapunzel here. It does give us another threat.
4 more ink getting exerted. We'll have to see if this is going to be the decision that he finally makes to find my Platinum, and it looks like that is going to be the case here. Second Sisu in play. First one got sent into the banish pile through that whole new world. So if he finds the third one, he's going to feel a lot better. But this happy as a clam is going to get back both of these coils. I do believe he has it in hand, and he's counting his ink just to make sure that he has enough to do both. Going to start by removing this peat. Looks like 6 ink is going to be exerted here for this happy as a clam. There it is.
Might be
Looks
1
like
and
1
1.
coil coming back, maybe a popsicle as well.
Depends on how many cards that we have in hand and how much the draw is something that we're concerned about. Grabbing a Vitalosphere instead. Vitalosphere that we immediately send to the ink and just quest for 4. Yeah, I don't really know that Alex is looking to draw too many more cards. He already drew a lot of cards this game, and there's always that concern about running out of cards in your deck before you're able to close. Knowing that some of the Sisus are already gone, there may just be a worry that we don't have enough. If we just get Whole New Worlded twice more, that we just don't have enough time to close before we deck out. So keeping off some of the draw does make sense here, being cognizant of that.
Yeah, and I mean, Alex was counting the amount of cards left in his deck, so I think you're exactly right in that is exactly what Alex is concerned here, just overdrawing and getting hit by this whole new world in that like kind of almost alternative win condition mill strategy that, sometimes is viable for Amber Steel in these types of matchups.
Yeah, I believe that that from what I'm being told, it's like 12, which is definitely in the scary range of, that double Whole New World could be good enough. So you don't want to make it so that a single Whole New World is what's lethal. You have to force the double if you're going to do it. And with the dime coming down, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 1 turn here if nothing gets removed.
Yep. And it looks like Mitch just says, hey, you know what? You got it. I mean, he did throw away both of his other Zeuses, so he's really not going to be able to effectively answer anything else here. We did see him ink 2 strengths. I believe he discarded 1 as well, so just 1 strength left in the deck to look for, as well as having to develop enough characters and cast it that turn. It just felt like an insurmountable opportunity, or it just felt, impossible.
It was a little rough there. You really need something to delay the board a little bit, and then also you had to, buy yourself another turn, and that's assuming that Alex has nothing else, right? There's plenty of things that Alex can play, a Tamatoa from hand, getting back another item, and all of a sudden diming for 3 already makes it really rough there because that closes regardless of whether you remove a character. So it was asking a little too many questions at the same time for the resources that Mitchell had access to at that point. But for how that game started, it did feel like it was a lot closer than you would have expected.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest issues here, right, is that this is just probably Amber Steel's worst matchup. So it really is going to be up to Mitchell to find a way to get into this game, and being forced to let the Storm Rage on your Daisy when you don't even have a way to play a Rapunzel immediately after certainly feels awful.
Yeah, with a modest start, I think that game could have gone a lot differently. But when you have, a good turn 1 and 2, and then you no longer have good plays for another 3 turns, it is difficult to present a respectable fight, I would say. And I think Mitchell did a pretty good job given the resources that he had available. Sometimes you just, in these decks, like I've always said that Steel Song, 8 to 10% of the games just are non-games because your deck is constructed in such a way that, you need some of the pieces to hit in a right order, and you have to, alter your hand pretty aggressively to be able to facilitate that, whether it's the Cindy on 1 or the Daisy on 1. And if you just rip a couple bad ones, we're sending 7 back here. So if it's a bad 7, we might see a similar, unfortunate sequence. When you have 4 Whole New Worlds in a deck, sometimes you just draw 3 of them, and it's terrible, right?
Oh, yep. Honestly, that right there, what you just said, I was very fond of Amber Steel in set 1 just because I love the idea of a whole new world. I think it's just such a fun card, and it's just a really powerful way to express your skill as a player, knowing the optimal times to play that card, just because there's a lot of times where it does have that ability to backfire, but when played perfectly, it really just hurts your opponent, right? But I remember I had a game where I drew a whole new world, a whole new world, a whole new world, a whole new world, and that really frustrated me. And then the game after, I drew 3 whole new worlds after altering. And those were the 3 cards that I altered, right? And then I had the 4th one in hand. So after that, I was just like, you know what? Maybe this deck isn't for me.
Yeah, the top and bottom, 5 or 10% of the games are either completely unlosable or completely unwinnable. All the ones in the middle are generally pretty strong with the deck, but there is absolutely some games that are just not games because you have a lot of uninkables, and you have a lot of cards that have to synergize with one another in order for that to work. And we have pretty good starts from both players here. Daisy into Smee, as long as Mitchell has, again, some respectable follow-ups to this that aren't just dealing a little bit of damage to our own character, Alex is in the spot where we have to figure out how to stop the bleeding as soon as possible.
Right. Now, it's kind of Amber Steel Song is such an incredibly interesting deck just because, it's one of those decks that it can sometimes be an aggro deck and it can other times be a mid-range deck, and even in some French situations feel like it's a control list just because the amount of songs it has available to it. But right here, just playing this aerial, probably doesn't mind missing here. Might just already have the whole new world in hand. And so just playing it, and maybe even saw a song and just said, you know what, I'm just going to look at the bottom 4. I'll be okay with it. Sculpt the bottom 4 of my bottom 4 cards in my deck. And then just next turn, seeing a whole new world. Brawl going to be the response here. Very likely had in hand. But yeah, I mean, just going to be able to continue to quest here. Already at 10 lore. We're at turn number 4, Hiram is going to be drawn, so Alex might consider playing it here on this next turn. Rapunzel going to come down, just draw himself another card and continue to fuel up this board state that's pretty difficult to deal with already.
Yeah, so Alex has had what I would consider to be sort of the ideal or close to the ideal opening from these Ruby Sapphire lists to try and combat some of the really aggressive draws. Right, that involves playing some sort of extra ink on turn 2, playing another sail, and then double inking on turn 3, so that you're able to do a brawl or a Sisu while still getting to the meatier part of the deck with the Mauis and the crabs and your shift Sisus and things like that a lot earlier than you normally would, but you still sort of stem the bleeding a little bit. Alex is already getting very close to sort of that be prepared or or Sisu range, and that is the danger spot for the Amber Steel. So you really need to limit the damage as much as possible by having a much higher lore count, so that then every threat that you present is, strong enough that Alex has to always respond.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you here. I think from this position, Alex might even consider just going for a Be Prepared if he so has it. He's going to opt instead for this Hiram, just start this draw engine from going, so likely going to avoid casting this for as many turns as possible here. Doesn't seem to be having any Ruby cards in hand. It does have a Visions of the Future that he's probably going to cast here to try and find an answer in these following turns. But yeah,
I think
right
if he
now, I'm
has
definitely not happy with this situation.
I think if he had it, he casts it here almost immediately, right? This is, even with Maui taking out Rapunzel, we're still looking at 2, 4, 5 additional. That puts us at 17. 17 is that range I'm talking about. A couple of casual double spell turns from Mitchell, and if you're not answering it every single turn, every card, like the game just ends. And that was always the thing with these decks, is they play out as much of their hand as possible. Ideally, they do a whole new world, so that then your plan maybe is messed up a little bit, and they have a new grip of cards, and then they just leverage that to gain enough lore that your follow-up plays after getting their board wiped are still good enough, to make you answer their questions every turn.
Yep. And it looks like Maui here just going to answer this Smee. Respects the fact that this Rapunzel really is just going to, honestly, I'm not sure that I would have traded into the Smee. I think I would have rather just traded in the Rapunzel. Granted, that Smee would have gotten to the trade anyways. But it just kind of shuts off that strength of a raging, or let the storm rage on.
I mean, this is a nod to Sisu, right? The only, if he dug and found a card, Sisu is more common in the deck. And if Pete comes down, and we have a Sisu versus a Pete, the Rapunzel can get scooped up with one and not the other, I think is maybe the consideration. We aren't winning the game if we have a Sisu and there's just more Smees or whatever. But yeah, it certainly feels bad either way.
Yeah, I do actually see that Sisu in hand, so I think you're just absolutely right here. Hiram here just going to sing, hopefully find a couple more options available for him in these coming turns, and allows him to keep this Hiram in play here. Potentially going to sing another How Far I'll Go on the following turn as well. And now it's going to be up to Alex to decide what he wants to ink to be able to develop this Sisu, because it definitely has to come down here. I think you have to use it just to take this 2-for-1 while it's available. Just because Mitchell's already at 12 lore, he's going to continue to gain this lore, and it's really becoming a problem and fast.
The lore total's correct. I thought he was at a little bit more. Yeah, I think he's at more lore than what was on there. Because I don't think he marked. He should have been at 16. Yeah, I think he was at 16 lore. Because he quested for another 2. He should have been at 16 or 17 that turn, because he didn't have a board wipe. All he was able to deal with one of the 2s. So I think it was an even higher lore total than we saw. But Alex just didn't have an answer for enough stuff, and that's the power of playing a lot of very lore dense characters. I mean, almost everything in the deck either quests for 2 or is a 2-for-1, ideally, out of these Amber Steel decks. And if you come out of the gate super fast, Daisy Duck is one of the great examples. It can be hard to answer it. Triple Daisy, or even, Daisy and another sort of 1-drop, even a Cindy, is just so much pressure that it forces you to make sort of awkward plays. I mean, you looked at Alex's hand there. Everything that was left was Sapphire cards, and Sapphire cards don't answer any of this. So you have to use all of the ones that you have early, and you just don't have the time to play Visions, to play Flaversham, because you're getting beaten to death. They're gaining way too much lore if you're just taking a turn off to do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what that Visions of the Future is, right? It just says, hey, look, you know what? I'm not going to do anything right now. I'm going to do something next turn, right? But he just didn't have a next turn available to him.
Yeah. Like it was a good run out to try and stop the aggression, but if you don't have the follow up of the be prepared, then it doesn't really work to dump all your hand into the inkwell if they're able to still develop. And sometimes it doesn't work because your opponent just Prince Naveen's into Whole New World, and then you just have a hand that doesn't work.
Yeah,
Actually
you know
keeping a
what?
few cards this time for Sapphire Steel. Still sending back 5, but hopefully we have a game between these players because they've both been playing all weekend and doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Steel Song really just got to showcase what it's supposed to be doing in the Ruby Sapphire matchup, which is, very difficult to do. Granted, the Ruby Sapphire player didn't really get that opportunity to start developing all of his Ruby threats. So we'll have to see how Alex is able to navigate game number 3 here. He is on the play, no popsicle though. And so it's going to be up to Mitchell to start developing these daisies. We'll see if he has that triple daisy start that you were talking about, because if he does, it's definitely going to be Alex on the back foot.
There's a TPO that comes down, so didn't miss the turn 2 additional ink, which that is generally the disaster scenario for these Ruby Sapphire lists. If you miss on turn 2 and you don't have really anything going on, it can be pretty brutal, because then any early aggression is just you're too far behind. Like getting the extra ink in the well lets you sort of break that serve of being forever behind here, right? Ooh,
Right.
that actually is pretty tough too. It's not exactly triple daisy, but it is a pretty aggressive draw.
Yeah, and we do see a Maui in hand, so that Neverland obviously not going to be able to last for forever, but definitely going to be doing a lot here. So unfortunately, Daisy only going to be able to quest for 1 rather than that 6 that it was able to get last game. Definitely showcasing the difference between going first and second here. Is Alex on the Ruby Sapphire list with this brawl here? Has the patience or has the time to do so? Just because Mitchell didn't have the opportunity to play that turn 2 Smee, is going to develop this aerial here. Hopefully find himself what he's looking for. Maybe it's a Whole New World. I'm not sure, and he might just even decide to say, hey, look, you know what? I don't want any of these cards. I already have a Whole New World in hand. I'm just going to lower the hand count and make this Whole New World that much better on the following turn.
Yeah, looking at the bottom 4 cards, a pretty classic aerial move. I like playing aerial regardless of whether we hit a song here or not, because it does force Maui to make the choice of, do we, or sorry, it forces Alex to make the choice of, do we play Maui and just, take out the location or take out Cindy, or do we play some sort of an action that deals with this aerial worrying about a potential Whole New World? And he may just not have it, and it doesn't matter, but that's always something that you kind of have to be a little concerned about.
Right. And, second aerial going to be coming down here on turn number 4. I would like to see him reveal a Zeus. It looks like there's no Zeus instead. And so now I'm not liking Mitch's position anymore. I mean, he missed twice on the aerials. I'm not sure if he has the Whole New World. And it looks like he does have a Zeus in hand, going to be able to sing away that Maui. And now, while his position doesn't look great, just because he's still stuck on 3 ink here, he might be able to recover on this following turn through a Whole New World.
So there's only a couple of cards in Alex's hand. Decides to play the Grammatala over. That is the wrong card. That is not how that card works. That should be on the bottom of the deck.
Yep, I see exactly which card that is. Hopefully one of the judges notices quickly.
The one in the middle here.
Yep, the third. Yep, one in the middle, the front one in the middle there. I mean, I've definitely been guilty of doing this myself. But yeah, the Grammatala does not do what How Far I'll Go does.
Yeah, I've made the same mistake. It's easy enough to correct.
Not sure what Alex is fighting him on this for. I do appreciate that Mitch has not even drawn the card for his turn. Yeah, I would like to see Alex put away that card that was put into the inkwell, because this does dramatically change how the rest of this game will play out. So, yeah,
I mean, it's
I
easily
would like.
it's easily rewindable. There's not that many things that have happened this game, right? So even on the
Right.
play, we can figure out that it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink, and there's just, since Mitchell has inked every turn, this would be the 4th turn, and there is no second additional ramp, so we wouldn't be able to be this many yet.
Correct.
But
This
it's
would be
easily
Mitchell's
resolvable.
5th turn.
This is
Yeah.
going into Mitchell's 5th turn, yeah.
Yeah.
But it
He
is
misses one
easily
ink.
resolvable because, and we know how it happened. He was looking at both of them, and it's just going to end up being there's no way that, obviously we know because it's camera, but there's no way that we can know for sure which card it is. So the correct resolution for a judge is to, you shuffle one and put it on the bottom, which is where it belongs, and then, that is the actual solution written for, what is essentially an extra ink. So.
And now that the issue is solved, I appreciate the patience from both of these players here. I guess Mitchell did actually draw for turn because he was at 2 cards, and it looks like he's just going to hard cast this whole new world, refill his hand state, get rid of that Sisu that was in Alex's hand. So now Alex is going to have to find a new grip of removal tools. Does have a Be Prepared in hand if he so chooses. But I think I honestly would have liked to have seen that Prince Naveen come down and just sing that whole new world, allowing these aerials a little bit of space here, just because they do get threatened by this Grandma Tala, and Cinderella really not going to be doing much anyways. So while that Prince Naveen was thrown away, that is his only Prince Naveen. It does quest for 2, which is part of the reason why I would have liked to have seen it come down. Obviously, not getting to use that Lawrence doesn't feel great, but now, because he's diversifying his threats, I kind of immediately changed my opinion. He was able to drop down in Neverland here, so if Be Prepared does come down, which is what Alex has at his disposal right now, this will survive. Granted, there is that Tipo and that Grandma Tala.
Yeah, it's also interesting to dig for Pete here as well. I think there's some concern of that, because if you can Whole New World with some ink available, you can find a Pete, play it, protect yourself from the, Be Prepared off the top. Obviously developing the location helps a little bit with that, but likely that is what Alex is doing here. Ink something, and yes, it does look like we found a Be Prepared.
So 1 more lore going to be gained on Mitchell's side. He's going to start the turn at 7 lore. He's going to be able to drop down a few more cards, and hopefully has another whole new world to be able to develop here in these following turns, just because if not, it's going to be pretty difficult to be able to come back here while this Neverland is going to be ticking away just a couple of turns. I think eventually Alex is going to find the answer, and it's going to be much sooner than in 13 turns. So finding my Platinum going into the Inkwell here, not very many items in play. Definitely needs to be able to develop his Inkwell a little bit further. And we'll have to see what he does with the rest of his turn. But I'm starting to like Mitchell's position more and more. Alex doesn't really have the cards that he wants in hand, is what it feels like. And so Cinderella going to come down, and playing this nice and patiently here, definitely has the opportunity to do so. Little Sisu going to be able to answer that Cinderella. But yeah, Alex definitely feeling the pressures of this Amber Steel deck.
Yeah, part of your world has felt both, good at times and kind of middling at other times, because it's just a very expensive way to get your character back without an actual, huge benefit. I understand that it's a song and it's nice to increase your count for Ariel, able to get Pete's back and things like that. But it's definitely not the most aggressive line ever to just pay 3, get a 1-drop back, or get an Ariel back, and then just play a 1-drop, because it just uses up a lot of your resources.
Yeah, I mean,
So
with how limited tools that there are available to Amber Steelsong in terms of ink, it definitely feels bad. He is going to be able to find himself a Let the Storm Rage On, so definitely just going to be able to deny that Sisu line that otherwise would be available. He does, Alex does have another Be Prepared in his hand, so Let the Storm Rage On going to be cast here just to draw a card and continue to dig into his deck. Definitely, I think, looking for that second Whole New World.
Yeah, there is a Be Prepared in hand. So if there is a Whole New World that's able to come down, especially if it's able to be sang, that can end up being a bit of a disaster for Alex, especially if we draw extra cards here from this Flaversham. One of the things that can happen with Ruby Sapphire against Whole New World decks is you sort of overdraw a little bit, and then you end up picking up a little too many of your sort of board wipes, like your major answers that you need for the matchup. And then a Whole New World just randomly puts too many of them into the discard, and you just don't have them when you actually need them later. And there's already a few of them in there. There's a Sisu and a Be Prepared. The Be Prepared is the one that cleaned up the board. We know that Alex does not have a huge amount of them.
Oh, Big
The Big
Cinderella going to
Cindy.
hit the field. Not a lot of tools at Alex's disposal, especially because he's already gotten rid of one of those Maleficent Dragons here.
Now we know that Be Prepared is in hand, so it's pretty likely that that's what's going to come down here to take care of this, or most likely. If there's some additional items, we'll try to use what's already on the board. All right,
I
we'll
like
start with
this
the Visions.
Visions to start with. Just saying, hey, look, you know what? If I'm going to use this Be Prepared now, I may as well just decide what I'm going to do with my next turn anyways. So I like this patience here from Alex, just very likely forced into this Be Prepared position. May as well use it before you lose it kind of deal. Looking exactly at what he has available in terms of what he wants to do for the next turn here. So I kind of like this decision here from Alex, just making sure that this Cinderella doesn't get to stick around. A 3-lore threat is very devastating. And now that Maleficent Dragon, that second Maleficent Dragon is going to get sent to the bottom of the deck, which means Alex, while Mitchell doesn't know this, Alex no longer has that tool at his disposal.
It's not for a while. A couple of, a couple of cards later, if we draw a little too many, and we could end up on there if we Whole New World a few times. Hopefully that we don't get to that point, because if we're Be Preparing with that few cards left in deck, it's pretty likely that we run out of resources here, but I find a coil here.
Okay, going to go for the double ink line. And then I believe he has Brawl in hand. So just going to be able to answer that very efficiently. Gets to keep his board and activate the dime on the same turn, seems like.
Okay, trying to close out the game as soon as possible, which I do like here. Has been pretty conservative with drawing extra cards off of the Flaversham until absolutely necessary. So it doesn't surprise me that, inks a few Flavershams here. Like, having too many cards really doesn't get Alex very far in this spot anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell definitely going, feeling more and more on the back foot here. Alex definitely finding that avenue through that Sapphire Coil to keep both this Tamatoa and this Hiram Flaversham, as well as develop this Lucky Dime. So that Vision of the Future definitely shifting exactly what he wanted to do on this turn. I'll have to see what he does to navigate this turn. I feel like both the Sisu and Medusa are very likely to come down here, just kind of restrict what Mitchell has left in the tank here. So he might opt to just start off with a how far I'll go and see what he wants to do. But instead, just knowing that he is going to get rid of this Daisy and going to get rid of this Aerial. Very realistic options here. Still has 2 ink remaining, so will very likely just quest for 3, gain an additional 2 ink. Going to count his cards to make sure that he cannot get hit with a double whole new world. I like this a lot. Sees only 1 whole new world, says, okay, you know what? I'm still feeling spicy.
Yeah,
Goes to
making
10
sure that there's
here.
enough cards available, I think, can be important, especially with Mitchell having no cards in hand. Knowing the deck list also helps, like not worrying too much about the Cinderella or a second shift of a Stout-Hearted, because you know that the quantity of them is going to be pretty low since one is already there.
And now Alex just going to end the game here on the next turn. So Mitchell going to have to figure out how he's supposed to get out of this here. And, well, with that Pete top deck, there's nothing left in the tank. And Mitchell says, well played.
Yeah, the players probably should slow down a little bit to make sure that there are a little tighter gameplay overall. But, you know, definitely not a spectacular matchup for Mitchell. I would say that it really has never been a great matchup for Steel Song at all. The Ruby Sapphire, you know, even before Sisu was always a pretty tough matchup, and it only really got worse when they not only added more characters that can just wipe the whole board in Sisu, but there's just a lot of other resources that have been very strong to sort of answer the characters throughout the game too. You know, Medusa even was a bit of a problem for a while. So all of those things kind of combined has always made it sort of the natural enemy of the Steel Song decks. If they don't get a really spectacular early game draw to get a lot of lore, they can just kind of control the game, and then that ends up being that.
Yeah, I mean, Steel Song's biggest issue, right, is that it tries to develop its advantage through those singers. And, I mean, just being able to develop a character and remove a singer at the same time is just historically been a nightmare for the deck to deal with, you know? Lady Tremaine, the original big boogeyman for Amber Steel Song, and then eventually became Medusa, and then it became Sisu and Little Sisu. And that's kind of where we're at right now, you know, on top of the fact that Be Prepared just allows you to reset the board should things go awry. So, you know, Steel Song really has never had an answer to Be Prepared, and, you know, it finally got that in the Bare Necessities, but that's also when Sisu kind of came about. So, you know, Ruby Sapphire started removing those Be Prepareds, and, you know, you're kind of seeing that exactly unfold as it's supposed to here, right? Ruby Sapphire just naturally designed to beat a deck like this.
Yeah. So we will take a quick break here and then be back for the top 4 if they decide to play it out.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us here on Twitch and on YouTube. Really appreciate y'all tuning in to today's tournament here at World Class Cards in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. We're here at Chimera Hobby Shop, and just want to thank them so much for hosting today's tournament. If you're not a member of World Class Cards Metafy, head on over. They've got a ton of great coaches. Their competitive players have been amazing. They've got a lot of top finishers in Lorcana, and have a lot of resources out there available to people who want to step up their game in a more competitive scene. They also have some exclusive goodies for some of their members. So if you're interested, head on over to World Class Cards, find out what they're all about. Again, we're here with 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and huge thanks and shout out to both Jeebus and Sasuke for their wonderful commentary and announcing. We really appreciate them being here with 20 Lore Pro to give y'all the latest in competitive Lorcana. We are also streaming a second feature match over on JDZ Quest's Twitch. We have that link available in the description. If you'd like to watch another feature match during the top 4, you can head over to JDZ Quest's Twitch and check out what's going on his side. We're going to be back here in a little bit with the top 4, hopefully, and we'll keep y'all informed. See y'all here soon. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here at World Class Cards for the Lorcana 10K weekend. We've had such an amazing time here. Yesterday, we had our 5K with 120 players. Sky won the event, played it all the way through with his Sapphire Steel list, made it to the end, big winner. We got to interview him after the match. That interview will be on the YouTube video later on this week if you missed it. And again, if you missed any rounds in this tournament, they're available on YouTube and Twitch VODs, and we'll also split them up with some exclusive interviews later on this week. So don't miss out on those videos. But we are here with the top 4. We were talking with the group, and a lot of them drove in from all across the state, across the country, and so they have decided to head on home. Again, we want to thank y'all so much, though, for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. It has been a pleasure to be here with y'all at 20 Lore Pro. Huge shout out to Chimera Games, Chimera Hobby Shop here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, for letting us use their venue, for putting on the event. It has been a great time here. And huge shout out to our announcers, Jeebus and Sasuke. Jeebus, what are some of your thoughts about the event and how everything's gone?
You know, it was a very long weekend. We had sort of a Sapphire-dominated meta on the first day, and yet we come into the second day, and there was still some Sapphire, definitely some of the Ruby Sapphire brought, and even a little Sapphire Steel, but we saw a lot of other flavors of decks, bringing some Amber Steel. We got some Sapphire Emerald. We got some Emerald Amethyst, Amethyst Steel. Kind of a full gambit. We didn't really see any Ruby Steel. That one maybe needs a little bit more time to cook, perhaps, but kind of a little bit of all over the place. And while I still do feel that Sapphire Ruby probably is one of the stronger decks, it is entirely possible that it's too difficult to properly diversify all of your threats in Sapphire Steel to be consistent enough against, say, the Ruby variants, and still be able to beat the Amber Steels and the Amethyst Steel, because it is just a lot of different pieces that you need. And again, like I always say, there's really no wrong threats, but there can always be wrong answers. And Sisu being sort of a catch-all, Be Prepared being this big catch-all, has fairly consistently been good enough against a lot of these random decks, these high willpower, the Chernodogs and the a lot of these decks presenting threats that Steel just struggles to deal with. Ruby is kind of universally okay at. So we'll see how the rest of the meta sort of shapes up. And I do believe that the results, both from the World Class Cards weekend here, as well as a few of the events, I know that there were some across the pond and even some in the South States here that are really going to help shape the next few weeks or even months of both how the meta is and then how to attack the meta and go a level deeper. So I think it was a great weekend, lots of great players, and I think we're all a little exhausted. So I'm not surprised that the players decided to split here.
Yeah, I love Lorcana. I love this game. I love the community. 20 Lore Pro, everyone in the chat. Y'all have been so amazing. We have been running this month. We did the Hunter Burden Memorial charity event in Dallas, raising awareness for the U.S. National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline number 988. That event was so much fun. It was amazing. It was a more tight-knit, small tournament. I say small. It was 70 players, but it was amazing. And we raised, I want to say, over about $10,000 for that. And so that was just a great event, charity event that we did. And then followed the next weekend to Atlanta, Georgia. We went to Stone Mountain for Charlie's Collectible Show. And that was a great event. Had over 320 players there. Fantastic Lorcana event. Charlie's Collectible Show is so amazing. Their venue is beautiful. Huge anime convention. It was so great to be there for that 13K. Started off as an AK, went to a 13K. Huge tournament. And now to kind of finish off our month of March, we're here at World Class Cards, and We have been running for the month of March, and I think 20 Lore Pro production team is ready to take a break, go into hibernation, while still keeping our eyes open to see what's on the horizon. We'll kind of see what's going on with Lorcana as a whole. Hopefully, we'll hear some announcements from our beloved Ravensburger and Sasuke. Kind of any final thoughts on your end?
I really was just surprised at the diversity between the decks between yesterday and today, right? I mean, almost exclusively Sapphire Steel yesterday, or sorry, Sapphire in general yesterday, and then today just a lot of Amber Steel, Amethyst Steel, Ruby Amethyst just making its way into that top cut there. So I really want to say, like, everyone keeps saying the meta is solved, the meta is solved. I mean, I feel like this today just kind of showcased that it really isn't solved. There's a lot of different decks that you got to watch out for, and I'm really just excited to see how the meta continues to evolve.
I'm pretty excited to see how it evolves too, because these tournaments were so close together. There normally tends to be kind of a gap in between some of these bit larger tournaments to where you can do some testing, do some more brewing before you go to those tournaments. And these were really in quick succession from one another. I was asked I see you in the Twitch chat, you were asking the top four. The top four, I have three of them. I can see if I get in the fourth one. I'll maybe post that in the Discord for 20 Lore Pro. If you're not a member, highly recommend you join the 20 Lore Pro Discord. But we have Alexis. He was piloting a Ruby Sapphire list. Alexis, I'm going to butcher these last names. I'm sorry. Roganbuck. He was on Ruby Sapphire as well. And then Alexis Zepida.
I don't think they're all Alexis there, bud. Are you sure you're looking at the right
Three
thing?
Alexises.
I love that. Actually,
Am I see? I'm not lying, chat. Jeebus is
he's crazy.
3 Alexis. And the last one is on Amber Emerald.
So it sounds like the meta is really just be named Alexis.
That's smart. That's a good thing to plan for the future. So if the meta ever adapts to that, we'll have to see what pops up next.
Well, I'll get the last list for y'all. Figure out that here in just a second. We'll post that in the 20 Lore Discord as a follow-up. But again, thank y'all so much for watching here on Twitch, on YouTube. If you're watching this post-recording, thank you for joining us here at the 20 Lore Pro community. We really appreciate y'all. Your support really helps motivate us to continue to go forward, drive around the country, fly around the country to go and to stream these larger events. And we just really appreciate the community coming and surrounding us as we try to provide the latest in the competitive Lorcana scene to y'all. So thank you again for joining us. Thank you, Jeebus. Thank you so much, Sasuke. 20 Lore community, we will see y'all in the next stream. Have a good one.
Players are in, win or lose, So they draw to guarantee it in, and you don't accidentally get heartbreakers from some like crazy tie breaks.
Okay.
We just got
I'm
rated.
yo.
So I need you to know, Luke, you need to know that 181 people are joining this, and they're like, "Wow, let's have fun." And Luke's here, by the way, idiots, and just dropping lots of negativity. So
Oh
let's
my
bring up the
gosh.
vibes.
Thank you
Oh
so
my
thank you so much for the raid. But I got to answer your point real quick for all the raiders. I just want to talk to Luke, and we can bring this up on the next time we go to the episode 1 podcast, episode 6. You know, guys, make sure you tune into the one to Twitch. If you're not tuned in to Luke, you're making a huge mistake. And welcome to the Raiders to the party stream. You guys missed out on a party over here.
Stream.
We've been rocking and rolling all day. But I'm saying, Luke, sometimes you understand you played TCGs enough to know that the bracket is not all what it's cracked up to be. If I sit down at my table and my opponent rolls out a Rapunzel top 16 mat, and I look to my east and I got this guy playing against a guy with no sleeves, and look to my west and this guy is playing against a guy who doesn't have a deck, he's just not even there because he got a bye because he didn't show up, and I get cooked in my round number 1 by a freaking
all right.
world-class topping player.
I need you guys to know there's people in the chat that think there's a game coming. There's people in the chat that have no idea why this is happening to them.
All right.
So is there a way we put this on a shelf?
All right, you're right.
Put this on the shelf. We can take it back off. We can take it back off.
All right.
We can take it back off
Wait.
the shelf. We put
Split.
All right,
we're gonna split this.
All right, Katie,
So,
let's start. Let's bring in Sir Ashton here. Round of applause
He's
for Sir
already here.
Ashton one
He's
time.
been here.
Everybody, can we get a round of applause? Can we play the clap, please? Anybody?
Yes.
Sir Ashtown. Is it Ashton? Ashtown. Thank you again for all of your hard work. We're going to let you take the floor, and if you can explain
the floor is yours.
what has happened here, what position are we in, and how is it going? How is it the atmospherics of the ground that you are right now?
Yeah, we have had a long weekend. It has been some great Lorcana, as y'all have seen here on JDZ Quest Twitch. It has been some great Lorcana here this weekend with World Class Cards and Chimera Hobby Shop here in Wisconsin. We got to the top 8, had some great competition, great matches, got to the top 4, and they have decided, since they're all driving several hours to go home, to go ahead and split their matches. That way they can get along to their 4 or 5 hour drives that they have. So we were, it's a great day. It started snowing here though, so some of them were a little worried about the weather too. So it's just another reason to kind of head out early. That way they don't drive too late into the dark.
Okay, I think that is probably the correct answer. Very safe idea, and shout out to all those players in the top 4. I think we have the bracket up. Katie made these beautiful graphics, so if everyone's just tuning in, you guys can see what the top 4 would have been here. I'll pull that up, and it looks like we have Slicer would have played Zero to Hero. Derek T. Bannyball would have played Alex Johnson in the Mirror. So it had a Mirror versus something with Amethyst. I think this would have been a great tournament to see the conclusion. Bannyball having back-to-back, I keep saying his name is Bannyball, but I say Bannyball because it's quite fun to say. And he had a back-to-back top performance, so he had a fantastic weekend. He made a little bit of coin. He's taking that back home. But I would have loved to see this thing transpire, but I think we're always going to err on the side of caution to ensure that safety is going to be the number one priority on these Sunday tournaments. But I had a blast being here. I thought it was a stellar, well-ran event. The information was flowing. Everyone seemed like they were having a good time. Just from our perspective, can you just talk about how it was at the venue? Like, what were the attitudes like? What was the energy like being on the ground there, Sir Ashton?
So it's interesting because we go to Charlie's Collectible Show last weekend, and that event is like an anime convention. There's so much going on, so many vendors, huge space, great event. You come to World Class Cards, and they just have this huge environment of just friendliness, openness, where every round they were giving away enchanteds as the door prizes to players. They paid for food for everybody. Everyone got surprised with a World Class Card shirt. It was
Very jealous of that.
Yeah, it was so I think World Class Cards, Robert, he's the owner there, really wanted to showcase to the community that they're a welcoming, open environment to the competitive Lorcana scene. They want players to know who they are, and they want them to come back. And so I think Robert and the World Class Cards team really did that in saying, hey, we're here to stay, we're part of the community, we want to see everyone thrive, having fun, and so this is a place to come and to play more Lorcana at.
Oh, that's really awesome. And do you foresee do you foresee this being like another Charlie's Collectibles type thing, another regional third party tournament that can help close the gap on some of these lack of DLCs that we've been having? I know we got the Southside Gaming down there in South Florida. We got Charlie Collectibles over there in Atlanta. We got the Ink up in the mid Atlantic area in the DMV area. We don't really have anything in the Northeast yet, but it seems like this could be a nice Midwest type vibe in that Milwaukee area. Is this something that's going to be sustainable, or is this a one off thing?
No, we've already been talking with Rob. This isn't a secret. He's already been telling people that he is already planning the next one to get it on the books. He is talking to some people and just figuring out dates, but he does plan to do an event just like this in the near future. So this should be kind of like another Charlie's, honestly, where Charlie's, we see him do his events about every 3 months, right after a release, maybe 3 weeks after a release. I think that we may see something kind of similar to that model.
Oh, that is really cool. I'm excited for it. And maybe someday, you know what I'm saying, I can get out of the digital booth and find my way into the battlefield to myself, get my game on, and we all can get out there and play. But still, I'm glad that we were able to do this. I had a blast yesterday with Katie, and Katie came in, had a blast with me again today. Claire also, 20 lore advocate, came in, shared some insight, and it was a really, really fun time over here in the party stream. So we were able to do a little bit of different stuff you guys probably can't do on the mainstream, but still, it was a great bit of fun, and I had a absolute blast. So you guys, if you enjoy what you see, if you're just tuning in, you had a great tournament, make sure you're following 20 lore on Twitch and on YouTube. Also, you're in the 20 lore pro Discord. I'm actively in there all the time. It's a lot of back and forth, a lot of discourse, talking about deck lists. You can find your tribe, find your people, find your kung fu, and get better at Disney Lorcana, because that is the goal. And you can do that a lot better with community. So that's a great spot. Hang out on 20 lore. Also, check me out on Twitch, and make sure you stay tuned to more Lorcana action. But Sir Ashtown, do you have anything else that you want to throw in here before we do some sign offs and probably get on out of here?
Yeah, I really just want to shout out to the JGZ Quest community and to the 20 Lore Pro community who's here. That we really want to thank y'all, the viewers at home, for watching. If it wasn't for y'all providing your support, your words of encouragement, it would not be the same to travel around the country to go and do all these events. It just wouldn't be worth it. And so just having y'all here, enjoying the content, really means a lot to us. And so we're so thankful to the community who has supported us along the way. And these beautiful cast of announcers from JDZ Quest, Clara, Katie, and Wonderland. I'm not sure how long you have been here with them, but
I've been here the
really
whole time in spirit.
And here probably for 5 minutes at the beginning, 5 minutes at the end, but he was always here with us in our hearts.
Well, your chaos energy, all of it is welcomed, and we really appreciate y'all joining alongside 20 Lore Pro as we are trying to give the best content we can for tournament coverage to the Lorcana community. And just like everyone else, we're waiting kind of with bated breath to hear what Ravensburger kind of tells us is the next steps going forward. And until that happens, we're going to continue to try to give y'all the best in competitive Lorcana, whether it be tournaments or kind of in news that's coming up. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely.
Well, we will be here because this is fun. I mean, so today, to give you full behind the scenes, we're gonna take turns today. We're gonna have it where you do some rounds and you do some rounds, and then we all just sat here and did it because it was too fun. It was just such a fun day compared to yesterday, which was like sapphire everywhere. We were like, oh, it's the return of the other decks. So it was really hard. Me and Claire were locked in more than I think we thought we would be because it was just too much fun.
I know there was such a shift. It was kind of awesome to see where we thought, okay, the meta is going to be this. And players in the community same day said, oh no, we're changing this. And they came ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I loved it. And I mean, even seeing poor Zan, who had to leave for being sick, even he was like, all right, adapt, overcome. And even with being like, physically not well, he was like, I want to do it. And I love that energy. I love that people see the meta. And Clara is another one that sees the meta and goes, no, that's just something I have to work around, not something that I'm going to work with. So I think it's very fun. And I love to see that energy out there.
I see some people in your chat asking how many people came, and this was kind of interesting. So yesterday, I think we had 122 come, and I think 118 after it started. And when we started the event today, it was 125 players. So they had more today for today's 5K than they did yesterday.
That was surprising.
That's insane. That's like, what are the chances of that? I never would have guessed, because I thought like people would be traveling that Saturday or come in for the Saturday event and leave back on Sunday. And it seemed like more people played on Sunday than they played today. Sorry, but chat's cracking me up. We were told that well, we weren't told. I may have lied and said you have the boosties for the
got
chat.
out of control here.
Do you in fact, can you confirm or deny that you have some boosties that you're going to give to the chat today? Is that something that you can confirm or deny, Sir Ashtown?
I am so behind, I guess, on Twitch vocabulary.
Okay,
I don't know.
I need you to know they want
are.
booster packs, and you can
He
give them
wants
instead.
you.
Yeah, me or Luke are here to tell you the bad news. Luke, tell him.
He wants you to buy them stuff.
Yeah, he wants packs. And the answer is, the only thing Ashton is giving us is a boost of morale to the community for showing up and putting on this wonderful event. So you all got boosties. Boosties of a self-esteem and happiness.
Let's go. Give me boosties. Okay.
I will say, if you want boosties, the place to go is World Class Cards.
Okay.
And
Apparently.
that is like, I don't want to, I'm not going to give away anything that they do in their Metafy for their members, but they have some things going on there. We did their podcast on Friday before the tournament Saturday. They've got some stuff going on there that any Disney fan, period, would want to be in on immediately if they knew what they were doing. They're keeping this stuff exclusive, so they don't want it to get out. But it is highly, and I want to encourage everyone, if you have the means, it's expensive, but if you have the means to join their founder group, they are giving away Disney exclusive items that you cannot get anywhere else that will recoup your cost immediately. It's I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it.
You might be selling me. I might have to check it out.
Yes
I'm
or
a
no?
Disney nerd.
Boosties? Yes or yeah. I think that's what JDZ is about to ask.
No. We'll get the quest. We'll get the quest world satiated with enough boosties. Okay, in a couple.
Okay.
In a couple of days. Don't worry. The boosties are coming. The
Boosties.
I promise you, the boosties are coming. You guys just stay tuned. Keep it locked. Just don't touch that dial. I promise you. If you stick with me, we'll never go hungry again. That's what Scar said. I promise you all boosties. But
that didn't work out so well for them. But where can we find World Class Cards? Like, are they Facebook? Where do we find them? Where do we if we want to be a part of it?
They're on Metafy. That's like where if you want to be a part of the Founders Club, where they're doing like all those crazy things that I don't understand how. They're on Metafy,
Magic.
and they have a Facebook group for their team, or their World Class Cards singles that they sell on TCG Player, and as well as for their local shop in Wisconsin, they have another World Class Cards Facebook page. So Facebook, Metafy, the places to be.
Absolutely. Okay. Shout out to World Class Cards, man. Unfortunately, they didn't get the dub in this first inaugural tournament, but there's going to be many, many more, as that team is super strong. A lot of their players are qualified to go to the World Championship. So if you want to get it, you got a nice introduction to that team, and whenever the World date comes around, you'll probably see a lot more of the World Class Card organization, as they're going to be heavily featured in that elusive exclusive tournament. But man, this was a great time. I had a blast, and I think we are about to start wrapping it up, because I think this is it, unless there's anything else we need to do. Clara, do you have anything else you want to add? Any shout outs you want to give? Any special announcements you need to make before we start to wrap this thing up? We'll do a little quick around the horn before we get out of here.
I gotta head out though for the venue. I will see y'all later on. Thank y'all.
All right, and thank you again. Thank you again, Sir Ashtown, for the news, and congratulations, and appreciate the hard work that you did making this tournament get off the ground.
Oh, of course, and thank y'all for joining us. And I will definitely catch up with y'all later on this week.
For sure.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Oh.
Make sure to like and subscribe. Become a JDZkin. You will find all of the amazing news from notifications when JDZ goes live. He tends to give boxes away when he gets followers. He does all sorts of things. He doesn't wear pants. He wears a suit jacket all the time. Welcome to JDZ Quest. Like and subscribe.
Thank you.
Well, you thought you were hijacked before. This is ultimate.
I know. I tried to mute it, but I think it only muted it for me, so it wasn't. I was.
Oh, it's somebody actually followed off of that. Thanks, Luke. See, it works.
Wow,
Luke.
All right.
It worked. You see, I love Luke because he's doing that to make fun of me, and he knows I know this because Luke is one of the most authentic people you will ever meet. Authenticity is his watchword. Okay, is the high on our level of priority, and I say, Luke. He makes fun of me because I'm like, hey guys, thanks for watching the YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I will say that because you have to say it because I feel everyone else is saying it and you got to convince people to like and subscribe to your stuff. Luke's like, I will never say that.
If they liked it, they'd subscribe
He's like,
anyway.
he's like, I will never say that.
A lot of people like it. Let's be honest. He's got 4 billion subscribers. So people like it. He's got today he got 22 new subs. Well, maybe not today, but he went past.
Hey, we're not worried about that. We're not worried about that, Katie. We're about the wrong.
I am because I'm saying that if you make fun of it, he's beloved. He's a beloved angel.
But I'm saying, Luke, I respect that because I can do that. Luke's like I will never do that, and he just did that to make fun of me for doing that. But it is what it is.
Oh, okay. I won't.
It was done with love.
It was with love.
I won't give you flowers. I was trying to give you flowers, but